Hello, everyone, and good morning to your TCG RDO NA Online Regional number 2 here on the True Champion Gaming channel. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm with Garrett. How you doing this fine morning for us, afternoon for you?
Doing amazing. I'm super excited to see hopefully a couple very interesting decks for this second regional we are having here on the True Champion Gaming channel. But is it it is actually the third one, right? Since the in-person one was also streamed on the channel.
Yeah, the third total regional here, second online regional for us. So quite a bit of regionals this season, right? There's been a lot going around, and we're at the tail end. RDO's coming to a close. The introduction of um, new Asphodel coming out, I believe, in end of August when Worlds is. So the
21st.
21th, 21st, yes. And so yeah, so this is probably the last big online regional that we'll see, and sort of how the meta has developed, what sort of people are playing, bringing, and this could actually be a good insight on what the Gauntlet might look like at Worlds.
Indeed, Gauntlet, very interesting topic, right? We have a lot of players qualified for it, and about half of them will make it to the World Championship then to fight for the World Champions title. So quite something on the line for those people. And yeah, just a short summary of the gauntlet here. Did
Yeah,
you notice the funny 8-bit champions we have on the screen already? Showing the viewers at home what they might be playing the next season. I think they are very
yes.
dope.
A great introduction, a great look. We have the Arcane Lorraine level 3, followed by the Exia Mage Dante. Both look very interesting, and, have you seen some of the spoilers that have been coming out, Garrett?
Oh, I have. I even got a couple friends already hooked up for Dante because they love the actual source material quite a lot. And the guy said, okay, whatever this card game is, I will be playing it and I will lose money.
Yeah, I really think the level 3, level 4 mechanic of Dante is very interesting. I want to know like what kind of support it gets and how it plays out, but it feels very refreshing seeing a new sort of like take on the champion itself about sacrificing your own allies for greater power, and then you also get other benefits from that. And then of course I'm holding out. Arcane Lorraine looks really cool. Always enjoyed the arcane element, but it was sort of locked behind Rye and one strategy. So with a new arcane champion and introduction, and it looks like she has that static counter and like link synergy. So really curious to see like what's going to happen with some of her arcane specific cards.
Yeah, so far it seems like with the more roboty theme, you want to build like one big ally that is immune to a lot of things and just swing a couple times during a game, maybe during one turn with it. So you have robots reimagined, you could say.
Robots Reimagined. I love that. I really think if there's a deck going around, that needs to be the name for the deck.
Personally, I really like Dante too. And just while we started talking about it, I thought about the line of playing Fire Dante, going normally up to level 3, and then just using Fire Blooded Oath, that is probably a 10 cents card, to just get to level 4, get the mastery and the level at the end of turn. So you should check out if you have a couple of them, and maybe they are useful at some point.
Maybe the SR will finally see play. I understand the original concept of it, be able to like, get to your Tony or get to actually Tonys are only level 3 Guardian, so it's and we have CL now. Get to CL, get a trigger maybe, and then D level. But I really want older SRs and cards to also see play, and I believe that's what new Asphodel is going to be doing, especially like the ALC MRC cards, because a lot of synergy with the automatons and um, sort of not forgotten archetypes, just archetypes that didn't get as much support as we went into like PTM, DTR.
Yeah, for sure. But we haven't seen that many automatons per se, right? More so the Vertec item theme was more so established recently? Or
Recently,
is it
yeah.
just
The Veltex is the new archetypes that's been spoiled and sort of with the bike and things like that. I believe we got a bunch of automaton spoilers during the dev stream, is when we saw a lot of like tamer automatons, warrior automatons, showing that they are still like in this set, and there's gonna be synergies with power cells.
Yeah, the first spoiler was also one with the power cells, right? The cute little robot thingy with
Yeah.
Cascade.
It's was it like a little bunny, I think?
It's basically a power cell with bunny ears, you could say. That's why it probably gets powered up with each charge Cascade trigger. So
It's the
it'd be
legally
cool.
distinct Energizer bunny, you know? It's
It's the Duracell bunny, but just in Grand Archive. That is probably what it is.
Gotta stay charged, gotta love those power cells.
Indeed. Speaking of power cells, are you excited to see the first matchup for today with absolutely no powerful explosive theme here?
Yeah, yeah. I love the segue. Speaking of power cells, there's absolutely no power cells in our first matchup, so let's take a look at it here. Yeah, no, I'm actually really excited for it. It's gonna be featuring two unique decks that aren't commonly seen, and specifically one that a lot of players really don't favor. They love the way she looks. They love the art, the CSRs, but they don't like the play. And that's actually going to be Assassin Merlin, also known as Ponytail Merlin. You know, Garrett loves her. It's a it's a, really cool looking card. But it's going level 1, level 2 Assassin into level 3 Kingslayer, which
That
is
is
a
going to
super
be very interesting.
it is, and because your mastery for level 1 is just Merlin bonus, so it's not locked behind your class, so you'll still get those Sheen counters at level 3, plus the additional every other turn bonus as well, which could really stack up to be a really neat finisher.
Just thinking about it, right? The deck is on 4 Merlin Surreal Figment, a very interesting card that puts on attack Sheen counters on some unit you choose. It is only one Sheen counter, but it is a Sheen counter nevertheless, so worth something. And with all those new web tech items, you can protect her even more. So maybe there is a world where you play her in Merlin decks. Finally.
Yeah, she also has that benefit of 25 plus Sheen. You can go ahead, get her off the field to wake up your champion, which synergizes with the Kingslayer once again. It's sort of a build your own multi-attack, but we're jumping into the game right here, Garrett. We didn't mention their opponent, but it is Water Kong Min, another uncommon deck you see around. And I'm excited to see. This is more of the control style with Nimue, so be looking out for a lot of like stalled board states and a way to remove Merlin's allies.
Yeah, getting rid of allies will be probably the key for Tazuya here to get in a leading position in the game. However, the Merlin deck focuses heavy on all those tokens you can summon out. The Memorite Obelisk Golem, if I'm not super wrong, right? And
Right, you are
those
correct.
golems get +1/+1 for every Sheen counter on them, up to 5. So those allies will get very powerful very quickly. And on leave, you get to put those Sheen counters on your mastery. So it's kind of a lose-lose end to some degree here. If you have a big obelisk golem on the board and you get rid of him in Tazuya's place, your opponent gets a stronger mastery. So, let's see how this is unfolding here. Tazuya starting with a very practical start and very welcoming start for this deck with a Hydro Guard Retainer that facilitates the draw engine basically of the game for him.
Yeah, Hydro Guard is the mainstay for Water Cognine. It is the draw engine, it is the protection engine. 1/4 Taunter stems off the early bleeding from specifically these kind of allies, Windmill Engineers, and your little like value, Benediction Angels, things like that. They cannot get through. Now, if there was an Aeson, that'd be a different story. But luckily, Hydroguard lives to see another turn, and we're gonna go ahead and level up into Kong Main 1. Both of these decks, I think, really want to get to level 1 immediately, where they start getting the benefit of their masteries.
Yeah, both decks seem not to really function without the mastery at all, and this is one of the very interesting concepts about those champions with masteries, right?
Mhm.
Usually, if you go up to level 1 or level 2, you want to unlock some specifics about the deck with cards getting the class bonus. And with those mastery decks, if you don't have the mastery at all, most of your cards are partly just blank. So getting this unlocked early and quickly and efficiently is very important for them.
Indeed,
And
it is. And when you're looking actually here at the field, Garrett, one thing to note is Idris is going with the Looking Glass, meaning they're actually wanting to play the the Figment Merlin earlier on levels 1 and 2 rather than just waiting to 3, which we did
hmm,
mention sort of in the preamble that it is possible to make a combo with that Merlin, but you really want to build up that sheen counters very early on. And so, with the mentioning of the golems that give you the sheen, and then this early Merlin, it really allows you to stack up the sheen much faster. Although you do give up that draw regalia, which I think is very valuable for Assassin Merlin, since she doesn't really have that much built-in draw itself.
luckily for Idris, we are in the wind element that is very famously known for drawing a bazillion cards with all those recycle engines of Windmill, Reclaim, Escape the Wreckage, Benediction Angel, Aeson Protector, and at times, depending on your deck, even Fluffy Shopkeeps. So there are ways to draw cards even without a draw regalia. And here we saw the materialization of the good old backup charger, just drawing one more card into memory to get into turbocharge. Did you know that drawing 2 cards is better than drawing 1 card, Valkyrie?
All the time. Drawing 2 cards is the best feeling in this game. And when you're able to just get a materialization and then draw 2 cards right after, even better. Turbocharge, I'm gonna see if it's a one of, because a lot of lists do love the one of, but people have been starting to put like 3 in the list just to constantly see it here.
Hmm.
Taking a look at the list here, we have 3 turbocharges, so we are wanting to draw 2 cards consistently.
Yeah. I think the only better feeling is drawing in total 3 with Ryle.
Yes.
That is the biggest dopamine kick possible. And oh, Itrios here with the second Windmill engine here. Drowning in Value Town.
Drowning in Value Town, but staring down a Nimue Hydro Guard, which is not a good position. That Nimue is very well protected, and Wind does struggle with spot removal. It does not have a lot of fast speed options to just remove an ally off the field like your fire decks typically
Hmm.
do. So I have a feeling this Nimue is going to be sticking around for quite a while with the protection. And honestly, it's going to be threatening the Merlin, the Ghost of Pendragons. You need to find a way around that, or a big burst turn where Tsuzuya just went completely all cards down in memory.
Yeah. Finding removal for those is going to be very difficult, as you mentioned, especially since Itrio's deck doesn't seem to run any whatsoever. Usually in wind decks, if you want to have spot removal for allies, you are more or less forced to play Tempest Downfall, Dream Fairy, or Stifling Traps, act even proactively to get rid of allies. And ooh, a little bit of a spoiler, we are not having any of those cards in Itrio's deck here. So getting rid of those 2 Hydro Guards will force a lot of work here onto the board, especially being on Spirit. So all those Merlin bonuses are not unlocked, neither is the Mastery. Wow.
Yeah, Garrett, you mentioned it, but one card a turn, okay. Two cards a turn, now that's value, and that's what those two Hydra cards are going to be doing.
Mm.
And they sort of have like a weird protection with each other, because if you leave both awake and someone attacks into one, you can retaliate with it, so then they have to attack into the other one before they get to the already damaged one. So they pseudo have like 5 to 6 life rather than just the
Mm.
4 printed on the card with the way you could finagle the retaliations.
That is correct. It's a very interesting interaction that happens very infrequently if your opponent at some point has two allies with taunt that also have attack values here. And here we see, oh, Atreus leveling up to level 1, getting the good old mastery and the sword token here. That is pretty good. And even getting the 1 attack stat on the sword running here with the Fairy Whispers activation. And is this all happening in response to the Fairy Whispers? It is. It is that Tazuya is activating the. Wow, can you pronounce this card for me correctly, Valkyrie?
Oh gosh, okay, you're putting me on the spot. It's the ameliorating mantra.
Okay, awesome.
We'll go with that.
With the mantra, let's go with that. That is good, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What actually happened is that the mantra says you can remove wither counters from up to 2 target objects. And with Nimue on the board, those wither counter remove triggers get replaced with basically a destruction-like ability. That is one of the ways how the Water Kongming deck facilitates board control through Nimue and all those spells that instead of whatever they do, they now just destroy the ally they target with. And
That is
ooh,
correct. And pretty much Nimue says whenever you play a spell, I look at an ally and it perishes. And that is the the theme here. So it's really hard to build a board state. We do see the imbued Crystalline Awakening, which is gonna give us that golem with 2 Shin counters, makes a nice 2/3 ally. But the problem is if it's ever targeted by a spell on the side of Kong Ming, it's just gone again.
indeed, it will be gone. However, that's not too bad since we are keeping a little bit of value in the Shi encounters that get put onto our mastery. So we will be able to do something. Oh, a second Crystalline Awakening. Now we are going places here. I think this one Hydro Guard Retainer is going to perish in the winds.
Yes, build your own 2/3 army of golems.
And here we have the attacks going through, and goodbye.
There's a
Does
lot.
Atreus have another 2 damage to get rid of the Nimue with?
Oh, what is it?
Oh,
Fractured Slash, I believe. On
it
attack, you may move
is.
any number of shield mount counters to the defending unit. If you do, um,
You-
I'll move up to 3, not infinite amount, but yeah, up to 3
Yeah.
shield counters from among any units on the field to the defender. So that's the way you could get the trigger for Merlin, where you could rip 3 shield counters to deal additional damage. Don't want to remove your golems here at this point, but it's a great way to remove Nimue, 2 cost 3 attack.
I didn't see this one coming, and this was a very strong turn for Atreus here, putting him in quite a bit of a better position here. Having 2/3s with an active sword token that has now 1 attack. That's kind of scary, isn't it?
That is, and Suzuya missing out on the Nimue now, only has the Hydro Guard retainer. These golems look like they're going to be around for, additionally 1 to 2 turns, unless there's secretly another Nimue in hand. But you like, as the allies player, you want to be in this position. You want to make sure that your allies stick for another turn. And as long as you could keep making that happen, you are more than happy with the way it's playing out.
Okay, Tazuya leveling up to level 2. The good old acidic vice here. Getting all those empowered triggers on the stack with the level up, and let's see if we are using them, or is it just dungeon guide into level 2? Level 3? would be pretty good. How many cards do we even have that use the Empower ability in the deck?
I believe only a couple, and we'll take a quick look here at the Water
The-
Calming list.
We have 4 Coriolis Ward.
And Engulf technically could take advantage, but you're already level 2. And that's it. That is the amount of powers that you have. No Harmonious Mantras in that main board, importantly enough, as well. Not going to be able to recover any damage, so anything that is dealt typically is going to stick.
Whatever is put will stick until it's over. Okay, let's see what Tazuya is plotting here now with being on level 2. Is it just a couple suited allies on the board to just increase your influence gain? Still pondering over the decisions here, and we're moving to the end phase to draw a card.
Interesting. No activation of any cards. Keeping a grip, hoping this Hydro Guard is going to absorb some of this pressure here. I'm curious what kind of interaction you're saving up for. Perhaps a Coriolis ward going to be protecting this Hydro Guard. You are facing west, so you'll be able to get the drawback into memory. And sort of almost nullify a turn, right? Cycle some cards, see if you could find that dungeon guide, and just build up that influence slightly more.
Or just taking advantage of all those interactive cards to put exactly 3 cards into memory to level up here with a more useful use than just throwing them randomly on the board. And the Hydro Guard Retainer retaliates here. I love that decision. So it makes your opponent choose to pick between dealing 2 damage or just getting rid of the Hydro Guard Retainer. And as we see, Idrius decides, value engine, let's get rid of it. Not good. If we see the good old Zukong on the field, I might be in trouble.
Yeah, I think at that moment, it's just you always remove Hydro Guard. You can't let your opponent have a taunter that draws cards. It is just too good for like the pace of the game. You want to make sure you remove it. Don't give your opponent any chances to generate any value or try and get ahead. You're already dictating the pace of the game. You want to maintain it full steam ahead. This train of golems does not stop.
Yeah, the train of golems, that is indeed right now on the board. It's looking kind of scary here for Tazuya with the poison dagger, the 2 golems, the windmill engineer, and possibly another ally in hand, and maybe one of the scariest cards in every assassin deck, the good old incapacitate. Just saying nope to whatever you want to do, especially as a mage. Tazuya still pondering choices for the materialization here.
So nothing in memory, so you're not going to be able to pay a cost. And looking, are we skipping materialization and just going to recollection?
Maybe we are still in end phase. And
In
it
end
seems like we are
phase.
in end phase.
We're gonna fracturize that power cell a tale as old as time, Garrett. I mean, as a water player, you have a power cell. You're just gonna fracturize it. Get that nice +2. Get a floating memory and a fractal to use.
It's almost as cool as drawing 3 cards with Riot.
It's a water build your own version of draw 3.
It seems like we are actually generating a couple cards here. So Diamond Ribbon gets materialized. We are putting 4 down to getting 2 Bolt of Diamonds. Bolt of Diamond is a very interesting card to me, especially in those Kong Ming decks. It allows you, first of all, to deal 1 damage to any opponent's unit, if I'm not super wrong. I never checked if I can ping myself with it. And the coolest bonus is if you are level 2+, you get to activate it for free. So in Kongming, if you get to the point where you are level 3 and use any of those cool Terra cards that interact with all your changing directions of your current winds is working together, then you can just throw those on the stack and change directions like mad and trigger all those abilities. So very interesting, especially in Kongming. Nevertheless, it's a pretty good card in every water deck, in my opinion, because popping spell shields is a thing. And here we have the dungeon guide from Tazuya. Finally going to Kongming Fell Eidolon.
It has been found, secured, level 3 Kongming, fully online now with the Terra element enabled. How many do we have banished here? Was that 0, Garrett? Did we count 0 Terra cards in banishment?
It looked like exactly 0 cards. We banished a Spalling Cleanse from SP4, and I didn't see the second card. Might just have been a Bolt of Diamond here.
So that means we're getting 0 recovery on that on enter, but we do unlock the ability of every time we activate a spell card, we can shift those currents, spin it around, and hopefully get some benefit. And Septernal Sage is one of those Terra cards that is so annoying to deal with. On attack, you may recover 3 if you don't empower 3. Typically, this is going to be recovering 3 a majority of the time. And you're just like, okay, 3, 3, 3, recover 3. I'm just going to remove it off the board. Well, it has preserve, so when you kill it, it goes into the material deck, and typically Kongming players just get it back, play it again, and recover another 3. It is, like, as an ally player, is so annoying to have your opponent have the consistent remove an ally, recover 3 every turn.
That is correct. It is indeed a very annoying card. Two funny things about Preserve. Did you know that if you take a Preserve card from your material deck into your hand, you are not generating opportunity for your opponent?
That's actually interesting. It's not counting as a materialization
Exactly.
interaction. You can't
It is
pass that
just a
turn.
game action, since you put the card into your hand, and then the materialization phase is done without opportunity for any player. It is something that I just learned very recently, and I thought it's so uncommon that it comes up that it is worth pointing out.
Oh yeah, that's actually really good to know. Especially if, a lot of people probably don't play against Kongming. So now they know this sort of like niche interaction whenever they do play against Kongming, or they play Kongming themselves after watching this water deck.
That is correct. Also, another interesting thing about Preserve allies specifically is they only go into the material deck if they got destroyed from the field. So it works a little bit different than for spells.
Oh,
It's
interesting.
also
Okay, yeah.
worth pointing out. And Etrios here materializing the Prism Spire Scepter, putting 2 Sheen counters on Tazuya's level 3 Kongming Fell Eidolon here. And are we going to town now? What do you think, Valkyrie?
I think I think we're setting up to go to town. We have the Poison Dagger, Awake, unchecked, ready to go. I believe Suya doesn't have enough cards to activate a Fracturize, so that Poison Dagger survived, was able to go through, and now it's just a matter of putting down your allies to just take advantage of the additional damage. We are still on level 1, so we're kind of far out from the Kingslayer, Ghost of Pendragon sort of combos that we can do. But it's more about relying on just the Sheen counters itself. I can't see exactly amount. I think there's about 3, maybe 4 Sheen counters on Kongming. And remember, for every 3, it's an additional 3 damage per turn.
Okay, and here we see the windmill starting to attack. And we are getting rid of the Sage here. And it goes straight to the material deck. And now Merlin is attacking with the Memorite Blade here on Kongming. Most likely just trying to get the Sheen counters. And I bet in a second we will see how many finally get absorbed here. How many is it going to be? Oh, we are grabbing a second die, so it is 5. It was 5 Sheen counters in total.
Is delicious. Still that extra damage, getting all that Sheen counter onto the mastery. And a lot of Sheen on the mastery is very beneficial as we go into level 2, because Merlin's ability is reduced by the amount of Sheen counters you actually have on your mastery. So you can feasibly just make it completely free by the time you get to level 2, which I think feels so good, as she acts like a backup charger, I guess. You know, draw into memory, get a prep counter.
I think you actually draw to hand.
Oh, if it's to hand, even better.
I haven't looked at the card in ages, sadly, so I don't remember fully. But it should be to hand, because it is very heavily costed. So, the level 2 Amethyst's Glow. Let me try to look it up very quickly.
As you're looking it up, we see
Amethyst's
the
Glow.
materialization of Focusing Gem from Suya. And I really like the Focusing Gem, as it's one of those cards that like enable these crazy ultimates or like combos to go off. The 3 cost reduction just feels so good in a lot of these decks. And you know, we know Kongmin is running one of their big win con ultimates, the Zukong, the Shifted Fates. So just reducing that cost is allowing you to play that and play an additional card to sort of get that engine going that one turn sooner.
Yeah, the Focusing Gem is a very interesting and, in my opinion, underrated card in those ultimate focus decks. I'm still surprised we haven't seen it in Windcrux Lorraine at all. But it kind of also explains why in itself, because it is Lorraine, right? And you want to have a lot of toys in your toy box, actually, in the case of swords.
Mm-hmm.
And the Merlin Amethyst's Glow actually draws into hand. So that is pretty good here for Atreus. A very interesting part about the level 2 here is, in case someone might be wondering, oh, why you are playing the level 2 Merlin here? Not only because it draws a card, but it also can buff your Memorite Obelisk Golems. As we just saw, on enter you get to put 2 Sheen counter on any unit of your choosing, and in this case it is one of the Golems, and he is now beefy with being 4/5. It is very scary actually to look one of those guys into the eyes if you find them.
Yeah, that is beefy golem. They get bonuses up to 5 Sheen counters, which a lot of the times they only add like 1 to 2 Sheen counters themselves. But as you said, with level 2 Merlin, you can buff up your own allies, and there's some other cool tricksy cards that can manipulate the Sheen counters a bit and move them around. So this golem in himself is definitely going to be troublesome. But the Heavenly Guide, a card we don't see often, but it feels so good in certain meta games where people are DGing to level 3 or turboing, and here we are, just pay 3, get a free level up.
This is going to be spicy. So, in case you haven't noticed, Dante has a level 4. Most people level up to level 3 with a dungeon guide. Maybe you want to do the thing, right? And get a couple heavenly guides for future games. Since there's a lot of potential. Oh, Tazuya picking the Engalf here. And oh, the incapacitate on the Engalf is with a stack war it is. And Atreus comes across ahead here. No Engalf on the Heavenly Guide. I bet Tazuya is now very surprised about seeing a Kingslayer after only having seen the 2 Assassin Merlins here.
Yeah, and to keep in mind now, incaps will cost 4 because we're no longer an assassin, but there's really no other assassin class bonuses that this deck's running that you're really like sad to lose at this point. A lot of it is just very good, valuable wind cards or now with the introduction of Crux element, you get Ghost of Pendragons, Merlin, not Crux, but also advanced. We have Aella. So it's looking like just a Lorraine Crux deck once you hit this level 3.
So the interesting part about the Kingslayer here is that it is basically every 2 turns you get an extra draw and your attacks will be dealing every 2 turns 2 damage more. It doesn't seem like a lot, but over the course of a longer game that this deck seems to be trying to run here, it is very potent. Just already getting the innate extra draw every other turn.
Mm-hmm.
And as we know, drawing cards is king in Grand Archive. Unless you have Fire deck, then you want to roast your opponent very quickly.
Really good. Plus, not to mention, the health jump is very important. You're going from an assassin health pool of 22 at level 2 all the way to 28 at level 3 being a warrior. And it's really hard for like decks to get over that like little edge when it comes to that like final bits of damage. And so that like additional buffer that you get from it, it feels so good in certain matchups.
You are correct. The 3 more health is something that is not to be underestimated. And here we have, is this a nipping kicker? It looks like it. No?
You are correct. The nipping kicker, the next time a unit would take damage from a suited spell source, it takes that much damage plus 3. And we are putting. You gotta put.
Was this enough paid for the incapacitate? I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not 100% sure either. It looked like 2 was being put down. Need to verify here. 1, 2, 3 for the Heavenly Guide, 2 for the incap. Not enough was paid for that incap there.
Okay, I think we will sort this out very quickly here. And yeah.
Well, we are no longer an assassin. That's something to remember. We are now a warrior mage, so we must pay the full 4 in cap. That is the one downside of leveling up into Merlin Kingslayer, is just because of that small little class bonus. We did mention it initially with that level up here at the casting desk, that Incapsin will now cost 4, and it comes straight into action. And I know a lot of players, they're so used to just 2 down for an Incap, because you're on Assassin for so long, right? That it's just like, it is second nature to pay 2 for an Incap. However, when you do these sort of like mixed champions, which is cool, I want more of them in Grand Archive, you gotta remember your cost reductions may be locked.
That is correct. Remembering the cost reductions that are class locked is one of the hardest parts. However, we are playing a card game, right? And cards have text, and card gamers don't read, so we are at a disadvantage regardless of what we are doing. Okay. And what is Tazuya trying to do here now? Is it soon time for the ultimate?
I don't know if we have enough cards in hand for the ultimate. Let's.
How much does it cost again? Is it 10 or 11? Kong?
I believe it's the 10 cost ultimate for Kong Ming. So with
It
Focus
is.
Gem goes down to 7. And I think we have just enough cards if we wanted to activate it, but then you'd be completely defenseless, which I think might be a little bit scary against this Merlin deck.
However, we have the Sage again. He is never gonna leave us alone. And the Bolt of Diamonds. Oh, we are getting rid of the Golem here. 4 more Sheen counters accumulated. What are we doing with them?
I think it does make a lot of sense to remove that Golem. It is a problem. It's dealing 4 damage a turn. You really need to just get that removed. But that does unlock a lot of Sheen counters on that Mastery. And if we find that Merlin Surreal Figment, it is a possibility we could start setting up for that multi-attack turn.
Yeah, I was just asking myself, multi-attacks are cool, but what we are multi-attacking with? And then I found the Vorpal Sword in the material deck. So on even level counter turns, we are hitting for 5 with it. That is actually quite scary. Wow.
That
Hitting
is
for
really
5, having
good.
attack cards.
Yeah, that's 10 in a turn. You know, that
Hmm.
that that can close out a game. That brings back memories of when you used to run sudden still in the Merlin deck on your odd turn for just one big attack.
These days, you only play Sudden Steel in Arizona decks if you are a judge because of the judge promo.
It has that nice Arizona art on it. Why is she attacking? We don't know.
And Enfeebling Orb being cracked against Tazuya here from Itreus. It seems like we are plotting something in the recollection phase.
It does feel like that.
Putting 2
So
cards
yeah,
down.
2 down, leaving 3 in hand, I believe, or 2. Trying to, but a fast activated Ayala. That's the
Hmm.
plan. And it looks like the Enfeebling Orb did leave them with only 2, meaning there is no chance of a negation here. And this Ayala is gonna stick on the board.
He is sticking on the board. But what are we going to do here damage-wise? This Ella and focusing gem interaction reminds me of something that I did to someone in like a regional. Back in the day when you could play baby green slime to suppress an item, my opponent activated a poison dagger and I just kept suppressing it, so it came back hindered. He was very annoyed by it. And I'm suppose that's probably what we are seeing here. After the draw 2 from the good old Ghost of Pendragon. Maybe we are even seeing both. A suppress of the Ghost of Pendragon to return the Poison Dagger to the material deck to draw 2 more, and then just pay 3, or more so pay 1 to suppress the Focusing Gem in the end phase.
Yeah, I think either way you want to stack it, Ayala plus Ghost is a really strong combination, and it allows you to interact with your opponent. You still get additional card draws. So
Hmm.
this just feels like a game where Merlin is now just taking control. They have sort of a lock on Regalias for Suya. They have almost an infinite card draw engine. Every turn they can materialize something and put it back at the end of turn to draw 2. So it is a lot of just value.
Oh, no suppress on the Focusing Gem here during the end phase. Interesting. Maybe Atreus thought, even if the Focusing Gem gets used, I have free Reagan over the next turn, so whatever happens, I'm good here. Machine counters being put on to the dungeon guide as it seems, already prepared here. Wow. Getting out the Wand of Frost, so to deny machine counter collection most likely here and just taking advantage of the nipping kicker in the graveyard to cycle into 1 new card.
Wand of Frost, very good card when it comes to this Merlin, because you can kind of shut off the on turn, and specifically it's coming next turn, so it has to be preparation. And as you said, cycles a card with a float that was already in the graveyard. Now we should have enough for that ultimate and something to do after you activate it with this focusing gem. The problem is it too little too late?
The ultimate is pretty explosive. Oh, we don't need explosions here. We have the prayers, the beads. Per prayer. One of the new additions in water decks that want to play the longer game. Very interesting card with a design concept behind it. You get to draw a card into memory regardless of when you activate it, and if you activate it in your main phase, you get to recover 7. And if you are in a pickle and need to activate it, you only recover 4, but nevertheless, you recover.
Yeah,
It proved to
recovery
be a
is still
very.
recovery.
That is correct. It proved to be a very potent card, especially in Jin decks these days. So, yeah. Transfusive Aura. Oh, per prayer for 11.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's
Sounds fun.
recovery. Recovery is just so strong in Grand Archive. It's one of those
Hmm.
mechanics that I think the developers really are careful about putting on cards because it is such a swing when it comes to like tempo and the way the game plays. Even as you said, if you're not getting the recover 7, just the recover 4, it is like life and death in certain matchups, and it's so crazy how just that keyword can change the fact. We've talked about it. Luxem Sight is one of those known ones. Every time it's revealed, recover 3. 1 to 2 reveals of those causes ally decks to lose games a lot of the time. And so that's why you're seeing a lot of water decks run Pearled Prayer, because it replaces itself, its value, and it's just so strong.
Okay, here we have on Ayala a reclaim, most likely in the end phase since the shifting currents already moved. Did we see a suppress here from her already?
Not yet. We still got our free suppress locked and
it
loaded.
was the ghost that got reclaimed. I'm sorry. Vorpal Blade getting materialized, so we finally have a weapon at hand. And now we are drawing one more card, since we are going to be at an even level counter amount.
We are on our even turn. Draw a card, as you said, +2 for our attacks this turn, making that Vorpal a 5 power weapon here. And a cool little line of text, that Merlin bonus. You may rest the Vorpal Sword, banish a card from your material deck, and it gains Spell Shroud. So you can't fracturize it, interact with this Vorpal Sword, unless you really want to commit multiple cards.
That is correct. And is this the Silvergale Obelisk coin we have seen just now? It is. So one more Obelisk on the board. Another 1/2 that will deal 1 additional damage if we use the Poison Dagger here. It looks like we are going to be dealing a ton of damage this turn. Wowzers.
Let's see. We do have the Wand of Frost on the side of Suya, so it can help some of these attacks. But it's just going to be adding up here. A little bit a time. We do know there's a ghost in hand that's going to draw 2 and attack in for 3. So we're starting down a potential of about 15 more damage just this turn.
Okay, first the ghost. Interesting choice. Let's see what if something gets returned and what it is going to be, if at all. And we have an Engalf on the ghost. And so the activation gets negated. However, we baited out one of the most powerful cards in Tazuya's deck that says nope to almost everything outside of her attack cards. Pretty valuable knowledge gained here, even though we lost the Pendragon in the process. Luckily, it only hit the graveyard, so with a Crux side we can pay 2 and just pick it up again. Yeah. But it seems like it threw Atreus off quite a bit.
It did. The good news is Pendragon, that's only one you've seen. You've reclaimed it, so you're not down multiple Pendragons. There's still 3 more in the deck. While Suya has gone through a couple of engulfs already, meaning, you're more than likely going to be able to get a Pendragon that is going to stick.
That is correct. And, the slash again.
Oh, wow, this is going to be an attack for 8, and then you get to wake up. This is... or not wake up. I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself. I think we have the
but you get to collect machine counters that are put on the dungeon guide here, since you can move them from the dungeon guide to the champion.
Correct, because it's just a Merlin bonus, not an assassin Merlin bonus.
And here we have the Coriolis Ward, giving us a little bit of protection.
How many is this protecting for? I believe it is just 4, correct?
It is a 4. It's 3 plus. It's level +1, and it just got negated. So a lot of damage if we are combining this with the Vorpal Sword. This is an attack for 8. Scary.
Right? And then additional 3 with the Sheen counters.
Yep.
Yeah. That
That
is a
is
lot.
that is indeed a lot.
Taking all the way up to 20. 5 damage away
Wow,
from
scary.
lethal.
You know what would have been lethal here?
Hmm.
If we used the poison dagger in the beginning of the turn.
That's an assassin bonus, though, so unfortunately we wouldn't be able
Is
to
it?
get advantage of
Oh,
it. Yeah. So it's a non-class bonus to deal 1 damage, but it's the assassin bonus to get the additive damage from every other source.
whoop-de-doodle-doo. Seems like I should check up my cards.
I feel like it's just one of those cards where everyone plays it as an assassin, so you never have to worry about like the assassin class bonus, right? Because if you're running it, you're just always an assassin. It's just specifically this Merlin deck where you get that class change.
But looking at machine counters that Atreus already accumulated, we could also very well be on the Assassin Merlin here. For better or for worse. Oh, and
Oh no, not the
Throne Keeper
SP4
Bullfrog.
Bullfrog.
You don't like the artwork?
He's giving me weird eyes. It makes me uncomfortable the way he's staring at me.
Yeah, that is exactly his job.
Just
Just imagine him with googly eyes.
I'm trying. I just my opponent plays this and I'm staring down and it makes me very uncomfortable. I'm like, yes, this is a 0/4 taunter.
It
The
seems like Tazuya is in a bad spot here, I would almost say. Only interactive cards, not finding the win condition with Lubu or Zukong here.
Yeah, and I've this Yellow still has her free suppress. We can just suppress this bullfrog taunt.
That is correct. And if we feel the need to, we can even suppress more things on the board, since you can pay free for just activating the ability here. So, wow. It seems like Ella's ability gets now activated, and Tazuya says, let me draw one very quick.
Yeah, got a cycle. It's always good. See your options. A preserved Terracite now.
Looking where the wind is coming from.
I'm feeling good. Bullfrog has been suppressed. Windmill Engineer gets in for one. Heavenly Guide, another one. Aella
And
coming
then
in.
for two more.
We gotta be careful here. There is that Wand of Frost still. You need more sources of damage. Right now, you're not lethal on board. There are ways to sort of stay alive at this current moment.
Okay. And are we seeing now a Covenant of Thorns being activated from underneath the grave? First we activate the Wand of Frost here. Okay, okay. I like it. And the Covenant of Thorns getting materialized. Where is it going to? Let's see. Losing a Fracturize in the process for materializing the Covenant of Thorns, and it gets attached to...
Uh,
to...
this is the hard part because Aella can just suppress whatever it's attached to.
You can also just suppress the Covenant of Thorns, right? Since it's an item.
Oh yeah, that's true. You can just suppress Covenant of Thorns as well.
In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter that much here right now.
Oh, yeah,
And it
looks
seems
like that
like
is it.
Atreus just picks up the game here.
As a very long game one, slow, methodical, trying to close it out one bit at a time. A lot of options in a lot of ways. There was that poison dagger to deal that one bit of damage too in response to those Covenant of Thorns. So once you get to that point, you're sort of locked out of options. That Covenant of Thorns need to be popped much earlier. That wand as well should have been used on that Ayala to save an additional damage. I think it all just boils down back to, I believe it was turn 2, turn 3, when there was that double Hydro Guard retainer on the field, and Soya ended up attacking with one instead of keeping both up for a taunt, which sort of left an opening for those golems to come in, demolish one of those Hydro Guards, and sort of pick apart the board one unit at a time, exposing that Nimue, and then before you know it, the Wind Merlin just sort of started running away with the game.
Yeah, Crystal Vine Awakening was a pretty strong card, especially if you have doubles. So you get rid of the strong allies on the board for your opponent, or the protective allies in this case. That was most likely the key point of the game here, with those golems staying on the board for multiple turns, just removing every threat that is there. Very strong, very strong. And even if you get rid of them, your opponent gets to collect all those Sheen counters. It just shows how crucial early game decisions are in games in Grand Archive. Since in the turn where both of those Crystal Vein Awakenings got activated, we saw in the recollection phase Tazuya getting rid of 2 allies actually with the Nimue. And that was most likely the call for action here for Atreus in the first place. Looking at the sideboards, I think that Atreus might just establish a pretty strong position even earlier in the game with the Viridian Protective Trinket that will be coming in, and most likely another Incapacitate and a Protector at all cost. Why we haven't seen the Protector at all cost being relevant in the redirecting sense, it is a fast activation 2/3 ally. So you can't go wrong with those.
Yeah, a lot of the times it's just I've seen Merlin players just protect her at all costs just for the ally and say, okay, I'm gonna start beating you down with this. Like I don't care about redirecting damage. It's whatever.
Yeah.
This is just another way to give me another unit. And that's what it cares about. Sideboarding for Wukong Ming though, Garrett. I think we just bring in those extra Pearl Prayers. There's 3 Pearl Prayers in the sideboard. I think those are gonna be super beneficial.
They are for sure going to be beneficial, and maybe the Corona of Rejuvenation as a material deck card here could be an interesting choice. Let's see. Oh, Tazuya starting strong with another Hydro Guard Retainer here. You can't never miss them. Ooh. We already see an Ensnaring Fuse with a Crystal Vein Awakening already. So we are gonna be seeing those golems very soon. If you think about it, the Ensnaring Fumes is also a very interesting card in the deck itself, right? Since you can just basically poof all your golems, get all the Sheen counters, and then go to town.
Yeah, you just murder your own golems for the Sheen counters, save everyone else, and then keep going. But this is looking very similar to our game 1. Open Hydro Guard, open Windmill, level up into Kongmin. This is almost a copy-paste. Let's see if a Nimue is going to be following behind this Hydro Guard. If so, we can see if Soya does decide to keep those Hydro Guards up this time, or if we are gonna get greedy with that damage, but I reclaim on Windmill Engineer, so not exactly the same anymore. Get that extra float when your opponent is unable to interact with you.
Oh, double Hydro Guard Retainer again. Wow, that is so strong. That demands answers here from Atreus very quickly, or this game will spiral out of control very, very fast. Drawing 2 cards every turn if you do it correctly, is very devastating. It feels here leveling up to level 1 Merlin Memorite Vessel with the floating memory presented by the Reclaim and paying 2 to get the Memorite Blade here.
Mm-hmm. The Memorite Blade is such like it's nice value, sort of reminiscent of Lorraine. The only downside is it's a 0/2 until you activate a spell, and then it will get its power. So a lot of the times in Wind, you don't have a lot of spell options. I do know Memorite Obelith is a spell, so it's like that, Fairy Whispers, and I think that's about it for the list.
I think Calming Breeze should also be a spell, right? Reclaim
Yes,
is a
Calming Breeze
spell.
is still, yeah.
So Protector at all costs is a spell. Calming Breeze is a spell. Crystal Vein Awakening is a spell. Fairy Whispers is a spell. Silver Gale Obelisk Call is a spell. Veiling Breeze is also a spell. And yeah, there are actually more spells than I thought. It's kind of interesting if you think about it, right?
Yeah. Assassins, I'm so used to them running a lot of skills rather than spells. I guess, yeah, Veiling Breeze is a spell because you could get it back with Cyclical Breeze. I don't know why I was thinking Veiling Breeze was a skill.
It's more so the more annoying cards cannot be annual spelled with with ensnaring fumes and what is the other thing called again? Ah, the Survey the Winds, right? I forgot the name.
Yeah.
How could I forget this card's name?
And then
Oh
like
my.
Incaps a skill, so
That is correct. Thus we are just farming influence here with the materialization of the backup charger, and we are looking at a quarter of his deck almost in hand here. And the menacingly staring frog is back. Valkyrie, I think I should try to get some tiny googly eyes for you and hand them to you the next time we see each other. Just...
Okay, thank you. I appreciate my googly-eyed bullfrog, but man, want to talk about a beefy lineup? 3 Taunters, all for life? This is gonna be very difficult for an allies deck to even like try to start piecing through.
Especially with 2 of those allies being influence generating engines, while also having an attack value. While the Thronekeeper Bullfrog cannot retaliate and therefore get kinda immune to attacks after the first one, the Hydroguard Retainers can actually do that, so wow. Itrios just going for the good old backup charger himself, getting another power cell on board. Do you think we see a turbocharge now loading up those batteries?
If we did see a turbocharge, I think it would have been immediately slammed down. Players love to just do that right away. So unfortunately, no turbocharge here. But we do know there's 3 in the deck, so it's a possibility that next turn we've drawn it from this Windmill Engineer or for our turn, and we'll be able to get that value just like we want. One thing to note here, Garrett, the time. Time in round, we're at 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and then we'll have that 5 minute of overtime. So at this point, Suya needs to try and find a way to win fast. They are down that game. They are on the back foot, while Itris just has to just, stay alive. That's you don't have to win. You just have to stay alive at this point.
That is correct. Time is an important factor here, especially with being on a Wind Assassin. Those are pretty famous for staying just alive, someone told me at some point.
There's a song that comes to my mind. I'm not gonna be able to sing it, but it's all about
Okay.
staying alive.
I see what you did there. Let's see if Tazuya has the dungeon guide here to maybe establish the level 3 champion here already, and then just trying to find all those kill conditions, and oh, just a 4 of diamonds.
Or
Okay.
influence gain. What do you think about the Bolt of Diamonds influence, sort of like, I know some people call it slot, but like influence strategy, the 4 of diamonds plus the ribbon of diamonds. Are you a fan of it, or do you think it's a little too slow?
I'm a fan of it, but I also think it's too slow. I like the concept quite a bit, just generating influence in a non-drawing way, right?
Hmm.
And also the cards being basically 1 damage each. However, you are most likely just playing a very slow game, and if you play against another slow deck, you might just fall very far behind. Oh, and here we have the ensnaring fumes. Is this still in main phase? This is in response to the attack of the 4 of diamonds here, right?
Yeah, and this is how you break through a wall, right? You make your opponent replay all of them.
And you even get 2 sheen counters in the process since your golem left the field.
You know, what a nice trade-off. Two Sheen counters, floating memory. Your opponent no longer has any allies on the board. Yeah, it's a good
And
day.
we are leveling up. Oh, okay. I love how Atreus fans out the cards. I like to do that to myself. And here we lose the Windmill Engineer going to Amethyst's Glow here. And putting 2 sheen counters on Tazuya.
Yeah, no golems this time to get buffed by it, so might as well just put it on the enemy champion for that additional damage with that 3 or more. Get that additional 3 damage, which we saw actually come into play last game, which was really cool. Is that
Yeah, it did
extra
actually
little
about
push.
6 damage in total, just from the ability. So an amount not to be underestimated, especially in non-bursty decks. And ooh. Here we have the Windmill Engineer from Atreus, and we are attacking now with the Memorite Blade. And in response to the attack, we have the Seizing Edict activated for free since we are in the northeast, in the south. It gets activated for free if your shifting currents is facing this direction.
Yeah, it is a Song of Frost that requires no cost if you're facing the south.
You also have to do the northeast, south, west thing in your mind to actually find the right card in the direction. I'm super bad at it.
I don't know about your school system, but a lot of times they gave us like little rhymes. There's like never eat soggy waffles or
Yeah,
yeah, it's a
we
universal.
we have something like that too. And Kazuya materializing the fan of 7 depths here. Okay, not going to level 3. Not what I would have expected. But there is a greater plan. However, we are now in overtime, and I believe Tazuya has turn 0, but we will get confirmation on this very shortly.
Yeah, I believe Suya is turn 0, and we've hit the 5 minutes or 3 turns, whichever comes first, and that is important to remember. Suya trying to tie up this round by getting a win here. Itris trying to win this round by staying alive.
Staying alive. Yeah. And here we have the dungeon guide finally going up to level 3, banishing sporting clans and something else. And we are actually recovering since there seems to be a Terra card alongside it.
Ooh, I wonder what tarot card was banished there.
This is now the first Hydro Guard retainer. Oh no. The Throne Keeper
No, the
Bullfrog, okay.
bullfrog. I think we don't play the Hydro Guard there just because we won't be able to get immediate value out of it. So we just want, the Bullfrog, which will be a float for us next turn, would allow us to grab something like the Wand of Frost if it is removed.
I guess, but couldn't you have changed the direction with the Fan of Seven Depths and then just draw?
You could, or you could save these 7 debts for like a bigger turn where the shifting currents matters. Like, do you want to invest so heavily for just one additional card? Because more than likely, Merlin's gonna try and remove the Hydro Guard on this coming turn. So it's just like play a Bullfrog, get the value, and then we could go from there. Oh,
It seems
Surveil the
like
Winds.
yeah, it's an assassin card, right? You need to get your preparation counters and just dig deeper into the deck. Funnily enough, you can just utilize. You can use those preparation counters with the Warble Sword in the end, just to kill off allies and establish board control. So that is also a very interesting tech choice, especially with Kingslayer when you get to hit for 5.
Prep counter is not as helpful. I think the combo, the vision is in the monstrous Silvergale call, because if you prepare it, you're able to move sheen counters from your fractured memories to that golem. So the big dream is just making a huge golem, right? Up to 5 sheen counters, make it a 5/6.
Not a 6/7, sadly.
Ah, unfortunate.
It is. And here we have the turbocharge. He is loading up the power.
Turbo charge away, draw 2. And a time is running out for these players. We see the Wand of Frost materialize using that Throne Keeper. As mentioned, it is a way to just cycle, still net value the same card, but don't lose any regalia, and it's going to help you stay alive a little bit longer. But Stoya has to kill this turn, 50 seconds on the clock. Last turn, turn 3 here. Are you able to deal 20 damage in just one turn?
If Zukong was there, maybe base a word, but I doubt it. And Hydroguard into drawing a couple cards now.
Yeah, just valuing out. I just want to draw one last card before it's over.
And that means Atreus has the final turn of the game with 15 seconds roughly on the clock. Okay.
And just like that, it is ending in a 1-0 fashion. Your Wind Assassin until level 3 Merlin takes it over your Water Kongming in a very grindy matchup. It was very long. Kongming does take a long time to get going. Got to get that engine and find that win con. Well, Merlin gets to play sort of that like early allies game, and then when you do get to level 3, you just get the advanced element powerhouses of Ghost of Pendragons and Ayala to fully close out the game.
Yeah, this is a super interesting list we have seen from Tazuya and from Atreus here. But since we are in overtime already and overtime concluded, we are almost preparing the next round. So we will be heading in a small break to figure out which the next pairing is. We will be seeing on stream. I will also grab a cup of tea or coffee, and Valkyrie will be staying with you all for the next round. I have nothing else to say. Valkyrie, you have something for the
We'll see you
viewers at
guys in a
home?
bit.
Hello and welcome back to the round 2 of the True Champion Gaming Online Regional. My name is Garrett and I'm actually here because I forgot I'm not off this round. And I'm now here with NEETfull. How are you doing, my friend, on this wonderful morning?
Oh, I am doing well, doing well. I am well rested, plenty of sleep, great night, ready for some grand archive.
Damn, you collected all your prepare counters here, as it seems, unlike me, who is just doozing off at times.
I'm going level 2 Tristan, I'm drawing 2 cards, you know it.
Oh, sheesh. Damn. Getting out the big guns here. You're also a Texas man, aren't you?
Yes, I am a Texas man, so we get a little bit later start than most people. We don't have to start at that 8 a.m. We get to sleep in, have breakfast, go for a jog, the normal.
The normal. Okay, jogging isn't normal to me at all, but maybe I
Now
should
the
try to get this into a normal for me.
now the jogging was a lie. It's too hot. It's too hot for that.
Okay. Speaking
But
of
anyways,
hot, I heard somewhere that you like slimes, right?
I am a fan, if you will. I do like the
You
deck
are a
quite a bit.
slimes. Okay, how much do you like actually fire slimes?
Fire Slimes is actually one of the actually one of the lists I have better results than playing Norm, weirdly enough. And
Ah.
it is a list that is right now. I probably in terms of slimes probably the better version, if not the best version of slimes to be piloting, just because you have the potential to push damage very very quickly, and you also have the potential just to say if I need to play a little bit slow, play more of that mid range style. We can do that as well. Where here's one really really big ally. Good luck.
Sounds pretty good. So you are for sure then very pleased with the next matchup we are having. It is Fire Slimes piloted by Sungorio, one of the, I would almost say, OG EU players here with the deck.
And probably
Just
one of the
saying,
top slime players in the world as well, not to mention that.
for sure. And he will be playing against a Merlin deck. Partly things we have seen already in today's stream. This is interesting. We have a Merlin Brilliant Vestige focused deck here on the water element. I'm already super excited to see how this plays out with the
Yeah,
good old spicy tech from Ingwer. Oh, we have a Spirit Blade Ascension. And we are also on the looking glass for the Merlin deck here. It is going to be very interesting.
yeah, this looks very much like a control almost combo style deck. If I had to be a betting man, I would assume that Spirit Blade Ascension is likely on there to grab the weapon when we're ready, right? Grab out the Luminous Quartz when we're ready to finish the game. Would be my thought. So we're probably going to see some very heavy control, especially with this list. There is a lot of control down pieces in this deck.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a matchup. Is there enough pieces to be able to stop the onslaught of slimes? And as well, do you have enough time to stop slimes from eventually just getting to that critical mass and saying, "Oops, I accidentally dropped a storm slime on the table."
Okay, super interesting tech. That is actually why the Spirit Blade Ascension might be in there. It is a protection against Fracturize, right? So you just basically get out the Luminous Quartz, just banish it, protect it from the targeting of the Fracturize, and get it back on the board. Oh my lord. You can also attack with the Luminous Quartz, use the ability, use the Spirit Blade Ascension, and use it again.
Yeah, a lot of tech you can use with this, being able to bounce the quartz. And as well as we've seen with the Sheen Merlin list, that quartz is a very, very big piece of the puzzle in matchups where decks can get a little bit faster health pool than some others. So you can't necessarily just hope that you can stay alive and go for a big hit. That's kind of one of the last pieces of the puzzle. Once you have your Labyrinth
Mhm.
online protecting you, once you get all the Sheen up to a ridiculous number, then you say, all right, cool. Now it's time to end it. Only so many times we can attack in with Terminus.
Yeah, and also only needed a couple times. And here we are in the game already. Sangorio on the top and Snuggling Rum on the bottom here. Let's
still-
see how the games start for both players. Looking at early plays for the slime deck, I mean, what you want to do is you play a slime that pluses you and just get rid of it, right?
Very much so. Like if we can start off the game by either a couple things, being able to pass the turn with Creative Shock and have a floating ready, being able to play something like Baby Gray, or Baby Silver, and as a way to essentially get it out and then cremate it, move it, move it away, just go +1. The name of the game with this list is if we can go +1 turn 1, we are in a much better spot for the remainder of the game. One thing we will have to come in mind though is because we were against a water deck, we have to be a little bit careful because we do not want to commit too many resources on that turn 1 just to unfortunately eat the one of negate and just say, oops, I guess is that a +1? I am now -2.
Yeah. Luckily, the event is open decklist, so if you have enough time or if you do it right, you get to look at your opponent's decklist and study it very carefully and get those 5 counters on your champion. Wait, what? Never mind. For the Water Merlin deck, we have a pretty good opener with Gentle Respite. That is a pretty good start here, especially if you are starting the game, as it seems that Snuggling Rum is doing here. 2 down and oh, nice, quite refraction in the opening turn. That is pretty strong.
For this deck, this is one of the best turns you want to see it. That's probably, if not probably the best opening you can have with Water Sheen.
I think the best opening would be 2.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. They were getting a little bit greedy. We're asking a little bit too much.
I mean, you have to ask, right? Otherwise, you are not getting it. And Sangorio getting the Creative Shock going here, leveling up. And throwing away a Liminal Guide. Oh, he is riding the value train already. Ooh. Losing the cremation in the process. Lost the juicy +1, or more so +2 if you burn the guide. Yikers.
Yeah, but with having the liminal guide here is a part of the resolution. We do get to go we do get to go positive in this regard, regardless. So we're not hurting too badly, especially into water. One of the best things is like if we can keep a pretty hefty influence into them, a lot of the interaction becomes a lot less scary.
That is correct. It is interesting to see that the Merlin deck is actually playing to Zhu Chang, the Frozen Citadel here. So if we see this early, you think this might be somewhat of a hindrance for the slime deck?
It's definitely going to be rough just because we don't have a lot of floating memory in the list that we're looking at. So, and we don't really want to be using it on that. But that also means we have the slimes. We'll probably see a lot of early game interaction going to be going straight at those, straight at that domain to get it off the board.
Looking at the start of Sungurio here with having the baby red slime with an additional buff counter, discarding another liminal guide, I think influence and paying for things is not going to be an issue at all for this game. Oh boy. He is on a ride.
Which Snuggling Rum definitely doing the best to keep health up, being able to have ways to heal back down, almost blanking that last turn. But that being said, doesn't really matter when you blank one turn if your opponent's just going to keep going plus and keep that snowball rolling.
That is correct. But is it really a snowball and not more so much a fireball or a fire slime? Not sure.
You would be correct.
And so one very important thing to notice here is that machine counters for every 3 cards that Sungoria recollects can be put onto the liminal guide. And the liminal guide is ephemeral. That means if the ally would leave the field, it goes straight to the banishment. And on kill and on death triggers of this ally are not happening. So if Sungoria puts all machine counters on the ephemeral liminal guide, Snuggling Rum will not be able to collect any of those, sadly.
Very true. Very true. And hey, One thing we almost didn't catch it. You asked for the second quiet refractions, and there it is.
It is a very quiet card, so it is for sure coming in sneakily. Oh. What are we seeing here? Protect her at all costs in response to the attack declaration of the baby red.
Which that will redirect the attack over to this
That
new
is
ally.
correct. And we already collected 2 Sheen counters. Oh no. Here is the ally. It will retaliate and get rid of the baby red slime. And you get the on leaf of the Memorite Obelisk Golem. That gives you the 2 Sheen counters to your mastery here.
Yeah, very good play to especially get this baby red off the board. We do not want to see that baby red really just eating up these turns. Being able to fill that graveyard with slimes. That's one of the worst situations we could be in. So not only being able to save ourselves some life by redirecting the attack, but getting it off the board, that's pretty much a win-win for this situation.
It is very good for Snuggling Rum here, especially since you accomplish so many things, right? You get rid of a very nasty ally that hits you every turn for 3 damage. You deny your opponent cyclability of cards with the on-attack trigger. You also facilitate more Sheen counters on your mastery, so you can activate the ability of Merlin Amethyst Glow even faster. So a lot of things happening right for you here. And speaking of Amethyst's Glow, we are leveling up into her. So collecting all those deeds. We get 2 Sheen counters for each Quiet Refractions, right? So we leveled 2 times up. That should be at least 6, if I'm not too wrong.
I believe we should be correct.
Oh, we are already at 10 Sheen. We got confirmation on this. Crazy. And now we are drawing a card.
I mean, when it's free, why not?
Using the activated ability of Merlin level 2 is pretty strong. You get to draw 1 more card into your hand and get a preparation counter. That is so strong.
We are seeing 2 decks that can snowball pretty hard doing exactly that on both sides of the table. So now it's just going to come down to whose level 3 payoff is going to be more impactful. One of the big things, though, I will say in this matchup is if we can land that Labyrinth down once we hit 3, there is a lot of pieces of this puzzle for slimes that just instantly get turned off. So we are definitely in a situation that if we can get there and we can stick that this game becomes a lot more in favor of Merlin. But that being said, we've seen what slimes can do. We've seen the damage that can happen once we flip that level 3 Sylvie. So it's really going to come down to, as we said, which snowball build up faster and which one's going to hit harder.
Yeah. Hitting hard is the name of the game here. Okay. So I'm actually not that certain that with even the Labyrinth of Jeweled Opus on the board, Slimes is turned off here, since there is not really any quote-unquote taxation happening for the Slime stack, right? So you can just dunk a bazillion cards into your memory and basically deactivate the Labyrinth of Jeweled Opus.
Yep, looks like we were resolved. We had 2 floating memory in the graveyard, so we were able to go level 2 essentially for free, and also trigger that liminal guide. So this means we are getting an additional card, not drawing off the Sylvie, unfortunately, because liminal guides, not an animal or a beast. I need to talk to Stoldar about that. Missed opportunity there. But
Yeah.
of course, anyways, drawing a card.
Sounds good. Yeah. I love slimes, almost.
Said nobody.
And in response to the on-enter, we have a fast protector raccoon. Did you say we are not drawing for the on-enter? It seems
Turns out,
like we are actually drawing.
I was wrong. We had it. We had a Protector Raccoon.
And here we are just counting the cards for machine counters. Is it 3, 1?
Should be, I think, 3 Sheen counters. I think it's 10 cards total.
It's 10 cards in total. That is correct. And machine
Woo!
counters get most likely put on one of those funny liminal guides who will just perish in the Neverland when they die.
So that's not mentioned with 10. Of course, we haven't even drawn for turn yet. So that means when we draw for turn, we are going to be at an 11 influence going to our turn. That if there's a dungeon guide in the
No,
stack of 11,
oh yeah.
this
Wow.
is going to be a very, very strong level 3 turn.
Yeah. It is a very explosive level 3 turn, you could almost say. I see a storm coming. 3 down, is it? Oh, damn. Who would have guessed it's a dungeon guide?
Yeah, now we do have to worry. Our opponent does have quite a bit of influence as well. So there is potentially a lot of interaction on Snuggling Realm's side here. So
Hmm. There is a lot of possible interaction in general in the element of water, but looking at the deck list that Sungorio probably also did before, we see there is, outside of incapacitates, I can't find any negates of some sort. Please correct me if you find any.
I have to take a double look myself to see, but
Not seeing any angers, frostbinds, or anything along those lines. So we will just be eating up a couple hits from the dungeon guide with all the guides that lead the path here, as a true guide should do. What are we seeing now? An
First
Ephorus slime.
and our first one will be free. Big thing with Sylvie level 3. The first, of course, the first big piece of the puzzle is going to be the advanced elements of all slime cards are open to you. So regardless that is Crux, Neos, whatever you want, they are going to be playable. And then, of course, the first one is going to be reduced cost by 2 and enter with 2 additional buff counters. So not only is this going to be a free card to put out, but it is also going to be a very terrifying free card with, on top of the Ethereal Slimes on enter, banishing any Tamer Regalia from our Material deck to get it another buff counter. That is
And here
essentially a
we
free
have
5/5.
It is a free 5/5 that replaces itself, and the storm is coming. Putting
Would you say
4
a
damage
storm is
counters.
approaching?
Yeah. Is it a second one? It is.
Yeah, there it is.
Of course.
They always show up in pairs. That's just
Yeah.
how they work. Yep, and it
That
looks like
is
that
how
will
it
close it.
works. That was a quick one. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Listen, as we said, if you give Fire Slimes too much influence and they hit that level 3, it is a
Mhm.
very explosive level 3. It is probably one of the most terrifying level 3 turns that you can see in Grand Archive if there is that much influence.
Sadly, you are correct.
Yeah.
This deck is my personal nightmare for years already.
The number of times that I have played this deck where I've seen someone else playing this deck and they go level 3 and the opponent just asks, "Hey, how many Storm Slimes do you have in your hand?" And they're like, "What?" And they go, "I'm gonna tell you, I've got nothing. How many do you got?" And then you say, 2, and they go, "Oh, okay, cool. Let's move on."
That is for sure what happens. Looking a little bit at the sideboards, what do you think Sangorio is bringing in of those couple cards he has?
For sure, it's probably gonna potentially slap in a Viridian Protective Trinket. Not necessarily because we're worried about too much interaction, but because we can slow our opponent's turn of not wanting to play necessarily on our turn. The biggest thing that this turns off is being able to play one card on our turn, pass to our opponent, they play another card. It essentially
Mhm.
forces all of the plays to happen on our opponent. So I would not be shocked if Viridian sneaks its way into that pile. And potentially a Twilight Slime
Mhm.
could come in. But I think at this point, I think we know the writing on the wall is if our opponent slams down the
What's
labyrinth,
your
that's gonna be the
what's your
problem. So
thought on Expel the Departed?
With an open deck list, 100% expels are coming in because I believe Labyrinth is a Fantasia, correct?
That is correct, my sir.
So,
So, good
and
card
as
to
we
get rid of Merlin here.
yeah, and as we said, if the Labyrinth sticks from Merlin's side and you have no way to deal with it, it can essentially just be an entire stop on your game plan, especially if you are an ally focused deck where you having to keep a high influence and be able to flood the board. Kind of counterintuitive.
It is. Looking at Snuggling Rum's sideboard here, I can for sure see the Orb of Sealing coming in to just make the Storm Slimes be less stormy.
Orb of Sealing
And
for sure. Crystalline Destinies, I could very likely see coming into this. Of course, we do have the tech of potentially using Eruption to stop that shield, but it is kind of one of your best ways out if you get into late game, and it comes down to, oops, if they accidentally top deck a Storm Slime, which this deck can do very, very quickly. So Crystalline Destinies are fairly safe bet just to be able to try to stay away from those big hits. And again, being able to stop an Ethereal swinging in for 5 is also not not something to scoff at.
yeah, that is for sure not too bad. But what you want to do is to make it very difficult for your opponent to get to that place where he has a free 5/5 basically on the board. So, looks like a very tough matchup for the Merlin deck here in general. Since it seems like the deck wants to capitalize on the meta being a little bit more greedy and quote unquote slow with all those influence gains with the wind decks or just the quick and dirty leveling up into level 3 Gojira, getting Siryu out, and you just negate all those commands with the incapacitates here. While the Storm Slime deck just says, oh, I draw a bazillion cards, oh, you can't do anything about it. Whoops.
My bad.
Yeah.
No,
kind of.
whoops. I did not realize the game we're playing. Yeah, this is going to be one of those matchups where it comes down to kind of this classic that Fire Slimes is not necessarily an aggro deck. We kind of put it more in the realm of this mid-range list. And one thing that Control really, really has problems with a lot of times is dealing with kind of a mid-game strategy because you generally are going to be, I want to stop the turn, get another turn, stop it, another one, and you can do pretty well stopping aggro pretty decently by just putting all your control pieces into aggro. You can fight, of course, control v control by just kind of playing the slow game. But mid-range gets a little bit tricky just because you have this potential of your opponent can just play one big card and you go, I'm going to stop it. And they go, okay, here's the other big card that I've been waiting on. And so it's how much interaction do you have and how much can you risk losing at certain instances of the game.
That is correct. I think one of the key interactions that Snuggling Rum might be looking forward here to is that Sogorio activates a cremation ritual on any ally and you just throw a negate on it to deny the draws here from those.
It is one of the best ways to slow this.
Yeah, that is for sure one of the best places to slow this down, or just a creative shock negating. That is also pretty good.
Unfortunately, we did not see it this opening, and we see Sangrio just saying, here's a slime. I'm going to put it on the fire. And then here's a raccoon. You know, the normal things that happen in Sylvia's forest.
Yeah. Okay, you're roasting up your slimes here. My man, my man. Going to a Texas barbecue here with the slimes. I see what you're doing.
Nothing like slime brisket in the morning.
Oh boy, oh boy. With some barbecue sauce.
Which, hey, later this year in December, everybody can try some.
I'm still figuring out if I can make it. Would be kind of fun. Looking at the game a little bit, Snuggling Rum just capitalized on the floating memory that was put into the yard here with being Gentle Respite. Leveling up into Merlin Memorite Vessel here. And also activating the Blade. That is pretty good. So we are not blank on the level up here. 3 down. Oh, the Surreal Figment. First time we are seeing her today. Where does the Sheen counter go? On the champion.
Unfortunately, I think it's
Well,
our only option.
yeah. In theory, you could also put it on the raccoon here, but that would be quite a moot point, right?
Yeah, we
But
definitely
in
want
the
that raccoon
surreal-
off the board.
Yeah, getting rid of the raccoon is very important here, since then you can't use your floating memory anymore. Because if your yard is not very full, you lose a lot of cards.
Yep,
So
and just-
Gurio,
Oh, I'm sorry. Just like we predicted, we are seeing the Viridian
yeah,
Effective Trinket come out. This is a way to, again, we are taking a turn off, but because we're playing into control, we do have that luxury. And this essentially just means that our turns are going to be as greedy as possible, where I'm going to put as many slimes on the fire as I possibly can.
okay, and here we have another slime. Is he going to be cooked up?
Potentially. Very, very, very potentially. Now, one thing to note is, even though this does work against a lot of these less water interaction, it will not stop a certain other incapacitate, because that is a norm card.
That is indeed a norm card. You know what I would love to see?
Oh, we're picking it up. Is it the incap?
Oh,
Nope, it's not the incap.
it is not. I would love to see a protector at all cost during the next recollection phase of Snuggling Rum and just buffing the Memorite Obelith with the Surreal Figment. Then you have your own ally power.
And a very
Doesn't
good
this
one to
sound
put out
amazing?
here. That sounds perfect. And having the baby silver as a follow-up, so even if we do want to utilize it to maybe get some Sheen counters, or if we try to just use it to clear it, that means we are getting another card.
Wait, is Sanguri already at 5 Sheen counters on his champion? That is kind of wild.
Yeah, 2 off the
And
scepter.
he, yeah, the Scepter and one more from the Surreal Figment here. Prism Spire Scepter, a pretty good card. You can also do a couple of funny interactions with it. If you just suppress it in like a wind deck, you can capitalize a couple times on enter and just stack the Sheen counters. So not to underestimate.
Which I realize we are already
You-
on 6 on Sylvie as well, so this Merlin swing is going to be pretty brutal.
Is it? Did we activate a spell already so we are able to attack with the Memorite Blade? Because the Memorite Blade is a 0/2 token weapon that only gets attack if you activated a spell card. Because
You
it
are
says
correct.
on activation, your Memorite Blade gets +1 attack. The Shakemas Priestess is just gonna stop the bleeding a little bit those slimes are putting on. So, pretty protective card.
Yeah, a very good way to kind of just get around some of this early game pressure that Sylvie wants to try to put on, where most of our damage is in 1 or 2 damage. So being able to nullify a very large sum of that is a pretty good way. And of course, the deck does not have many ways to answer it early, or in this case, not many ways we're willing to give up. We can use the Slime Eruption to clear it off the board, but that also means we do not have the Slime Eruption for later, which we may want.
I think Slime Erupting the Shapemas Priestess would be pretty good here. Just getting rid of the stealth ally that protects your damage counters on your champions to some degree. And oh, this seems like it's always playing its the words are not coming out, man. And here we have Protector at all costs in response to the attack of the baby red slime. Kaboom! We are getting out the golem, redirecting the attack, getting rid of the baby red slime here, and starting to collect Sheen counters, finally on the mastery. It seems like we are now running. The ball is rolling. And Dungeon Guide 2 level 2 from Zangorio. Wow. Would you say this is a tell he has a second one?
It's one of two things: either a tell that he has a second one, or even potentially more scary, because we have this many cards down, that those two cards in hand are potentially Storm Slimes to essentially wrap up this game at an instant level 3 next turn.
I'm almost tempted to say he has two more, since he put one down.
Oh, and looks like we are doing in response to the on enter. So do we have another Protector Raccoon?
Is the raccoon protecting at all cost? Huh?
Nope, doesn't look like it.
Okay. Let's see what Snuggling Rum is gonna be materializing here. Eight damage? I think I need to read up one card really quick. I think I know why Sangorio leveled up. He is afraid of a possible lethal with all those Sheen counters being put on his champion.
That actually, now that I look at it, that is actually a lot of damage, especially with the Merlin being able to put the 9th one on there. Yeah, I can see that.
Going to 9 Sheen counters, and we materialize the Safeguard Amulet for turn. Putting 2 down. 3. It is Sadie Blood Harvester. Okay. Where is she going? On the Dungeon Guide, that means we have the Agility active, and we will be able to pick up all those free cards. And how many Sheen counters are we getting? We are getting all of them.
That is
All
9
of them
Sheen counters.
need.
Woo!
That escalated quickly.
This has definitely been a very big difference from game 1 to game 2 here. And I think that Merlin being one of the big pieces that actually kind of changes that. Having an ally to keep putting pressure, not instead of Slimes putting pressure on us, we can put the pressure on the Slimes and on top of keep progress our board state by just getting more and more Sheen on Sylvie. This is absolutely terrifying.
It is terrifying. So 4 Sheen counters being put onto the Liminal Guide now in total. It is kind of whatever at this point for those. There's only 2 ways to actually collect those Sheen counters from ephemeral objects. One is Infinity Scintillation if it is an ally, so you deal damage to the ally and collect the Sheen counters. And the other one would be Sparkling Adornment, a card that is not even in Snuggling Rum's deck. And we see the Dungeon Guide here, 2 level 3 banishing another. Did Sangorio have 4 Dungeon Guides this game?
We had at least 3. We saw at least 3.
Wow, he banished 2 for the Dungeon Guides themselves and played 2. Yeah, that is all 4 Dungeon Guides. Wow, that is so big.
But on top of that, already enabling Gaia's Blessing right off the bat. That is the worst part about this is not necessarily because we can now play the top part of our deck, which is intensive. Every time we do is almost like drawing a card. But on top of that, we just put 4 more Slimes. I think 3 to 4 more Slimes in banishment. So these Storm Slimes become quite terrifying.
They are quite terrifying. And we have a buffed up baby Silver Slime with being free for free. And they are attacking the Surreal Figment here. Oh, getting rid of her is a good call. Dungeon Guide for 1 on. Is it going to Sadie here? What do you think?
I would not be shocked if we're putting this 80 just to try to get it off the board. We know it's going to get returned. We know it's going to be
Hmm.
potentially be saved. But I think that's what we want our opponent to do. We want them to put down cards to save this 80 and kind of give us an opening, especially if we might be potentially hiding a Storm Slam in our hand with that much. We want to make as much room as possible to be able to play this out and not have much get interacted with.
And here we see Mercedes' ability activation on the second attack, and she is allowed to be put back to the hand. I would not have been surprised if there was a Slime Eruption to just force another 2 cards down.
And then following up with the Ethereal follow up, which is interesting. We had the Ethereal and did not opt the Ethereal for the free play.
And we see a Fracturize 4/4 on the Blessing. Wow. Finally deactivating it quite quickly. So Sangoria got basically 1 turn and 1 card from it. And the reservable, not to be underestimated.
Yeah, and it is one thing. It is actually a target that we see a lot of players not deal with. The Guy's Blessing. And for a lot of times, it is just kind of a mentality. If it's only the top card of the deck, they've already gotten the value off banishing animals. We don't really care as much. But to kind of put it in a little more context, is as we mentioned, every time we play the top card of the deck using Guy's Blessing, we are not losing any influence from hand. So we are essentially drawing a card for free every time a slime is on top of our deck and we play said slime. So that is a very good reason to want to fracturize and get it out of the way, because we essentially are turning off a potential 2 to 3 card draw every turn.
And here we have the Amethyst's Glow again, leveling up with 2 floating memory. One being the Fracturize and one being the Shapeless Priestess that the Ferrous Slime just got rid of. And we are drawing the card right away, putting 2 more Sheen counters on Sylvie here for the on-enter. Let's see, what are we able to do here? Are we able to get to level 3 and start doing Crux things? What do you think, Neat?
I mean, we for one, for a safety net, I think we want to get to 3 just for the health pool, if anything else. But I think we need to get to 3 because we need that turn to potentially just set up and go for lethal. Especially because I forget how much Sheen are we up to now? We are easily up to 19 or
We
20
should
Sheen,
be
I think.
at... No, we should be at 9. 9? 11. 11 at best. We collected 9 from the Sylvie and 2 from the Protector at all costs. So that is 11, and that should be what we are on.
We did materialize Scepter this turn too, right? Or this game? So
Yeah,
that might be 2 more.
but those 2 Sheen counters were put onto...
Oh, that's a
Sylvie.
point. That's right. Put on, yeah, Sylvie. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, getting Sadie, that looks like we are not having any dungeon guides. That is too bad. I think I spotted the reason why we are not seeing any dungeon guides.
Do we not have dungeon guides?
We do, but only 3.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Interesting, but for a second I thought we are on 0 dungeon guides. I just missed the top card on the list. I'm a true card gamer. I'm so sorry for everyone who has to
I was about
listen
to say,
me.
I was like, listen, we all reading is hard. Especially here in the Texas education system. We never were taught that.
Okay.
Opting to get the liminal off the table. Or limitless slime off the table, which good call, because I think the longer that limitless stays out, the harder it is going to be to remove.
You might say his power level reached over 9,000 at some point.
If it ever reaches 9,000 at some point, there was a mistake somewhere.
Maybe. And we have the agility activated, so we get to pick up 3 cards. I would almost say Sadie is safe now.
I would say Sadie is pretty safe. However, with making the horn, being able to use the limitless to pay for it, about to draw at least 3 more cards this turn. If there's a Storm Slime sitting in there, this could be a very quick closer.
I think I spotted what is the card called again? I forgot. It's basically the
Crystalline
space sheet
Tiffany?
for. No. Isn't Snuggling Rum also on the quote unquote shield for the Sheen build of Merlin? I think I saw it. Maybe I'm just mistaking it. That is if you only know cards with the
Oh, you're
ability
talking
text.
about the Rainwoven
Yeah.
Chrysalis.
Yes, that is correct. And I think I spotted the card also in his hand here. So
Ooh, and there's the Storm Slime opting to not use the Horn of Beast Calling effect to pay for free, which is likely means we have something else that's pretty threatening in our hand.
and here we see the Safeguard Amulet being activated in response. So the Stormy Slime is only dealing 5 damage. That's not too bad. through a Safeguard Amulet. Oh my.
Yeah, it is only 5. I prevented 4 of it. We're good. We're good. There's no way there's another one.
Oh my, oh my, oh
Ooh,
my.
and another
And
ethereal.
getting rid of the Covenant of Thorns. Most likely not needed at all.
Especially in the water matchup, it's a very tricky card just because it becomes a very easy fracturized target. Sometimes it does save your life. But unfortunately, a lot of times there's just a lot of ways to get around it.
Truth will be told, and it will be undeniable. Songorio drawing 3 new cards, getting rid of 1 more Storm Slime, so
And
just filling
upping
it up.
that count too with storm count, which is
That is so scary. That happens if Slimes is allowed what Slimes wants to do. Okay, that should be now for 7. Right?
I think 8.
It will
But it was
banish 3
reduced by
more.
4, so 4, yeah. Yep.
And that is presenting perfect lethal here. Wow. Slimes
With
is such a scary deck. It's so explosive.
it is one of those pieces of if you the more and more greedy your opponent plays and the more you can just kind of do your own thing, you just have one of the most heavy scaling cards in Grand Archive, which is Storm Slime, because it kind of works on a couple of fronts. You're playing a very early game ally matchup where normally in a match, if you're playing allies, you want to clear the board. You want to get as many allies off the board so you're not being pressured. But Slimes gets into a little bit weird boat where the more Slimes you kill, the much closer they are to activating that guy's blessing and upping the number of Slimes they have in banishment. So it kind of is this weird juggling act of I want to kill the allies, but I want to keep them away from 4 animals or beasts in graveyard. So you kind of do this weird juggling act of like, which one is a higher priority for me? Which one can I deal with? Which one can I not deal with? And we saw here it was unfortunately Merlin had to clear the board, and we saw Sangreal take very, very high advantage of doing that.
Yeah.
But what about you? What did you think of, of going into this game with slimes? Is this kind of what you expect what you expect with slimes, or were
I,
you kind of hoping to see a dig out from Merlin?
I was hoping to see a little bit more exciting gameplay from the Merlin deck, but it is just sadly the nature of the deck itself. It is kind of slow and it is also not that strong meta wise. So it's more of a I like it, so I play it pick, as opposed to Slimes that is still a very oppressive deck into a couple decks and just strong into a couple others. To me personally, it feels always very bad to play against Slimes because it is inherently actually an ally based deck that capitalizes on the fact that you clear the allies. So it's kind of a lose lose end.
Yeah, very
And
much so. It's very much a deck that if you keep pressuring slimes, they just get stronger. And on top of there's a lot of slimes that replace themselves, which most allied decks can't say for themselves. So it's kind of this like awkward situation where most of the times when you're beating down allies, when you're clearing aggro's board, their influence starts getting smaller. But for some reason, when you play slimes, you start dealing with their board and their influence stays the same or gets larger. And you go, I don't know how math works. I don't think Sylvie knows how math works. So I'm in a bad situation.
Yeah, that is kind of the issue that I personally have with this deck. Most allies you activate facilitate any amount of card advantage, right? The baby red lets you discard a floating, so you kind of go even while cycling cards. The baby gray and baby silver just give you playing a card back, and then your other cards just profit off of it just being sacrificed in some way. It is
for sure.
really. I'm not sure how I want to phrase this, but I personally don't like to play against the deck at all.
As somebody who's on the other side of the table and usually the one playing the deck, oh, I know. I can see the hatred in everybody's eyes. I can also see the hatred in Garrett's eyes all the way, all the way from across the sea of just like, I know he's playing it. I know he's playing it.
It's really not hatred in a sense, but let's keep it at I don't like to play against it.
That is fair. That is fair.
You're baiting me into something, Neat. Oh.
That's what we do. That is our whole riff. As we do is me baiting Garrett into something, and then Garrett baiting me into something. Well, on top of this, of course, we've talked a lot about the slime list, but I do also want to give it up for the Merlin list. We have now seen back-to-back 2 separate takes on using the Sheen Merlin. And I think a lot of players are starting to really uncover kind of how these pieces need to fall together. I know very early on, a lot of people were down on Merlin. They didn't like the Sheen mechanic. They weren't very big on how to get to that in-game play pattern. But we've kind of seen a lot more players pick up the deck and start like deep diving, kind of trying some new things, some new strategies with the list, and we have seen them slowly start to pay off. Which we were realistically in that game, we were probably only maybe 1 turn from pushing level 3, and if we saw the dungeon guide that turn earlier, we potentially were dungeon guide safe for an extra turn, and then say, hey, here is the sword. I'm going to, as we mentioned, if we had the Spirit Blade Ascension, we could have swung in, gotten some free damage, and then activated the sword and potentially pushed 12 or 13, having a storm slime of our own in the form of a sword. So we were very, very close to closing out that game. So don't take it as like this was a slime shutout. We were essentially 1 turn away from Merlin taking it on on both games.
That is correct. Having 9 Sheen counters is very scary, especially if your opponent can get up to level 3 when you just activate the Luminous Quartz, deal 9 damage. Just Spirit Blade the Sanction, do it again for resting the sword. So you also have cards like Infinity Scintillation that is also on the line to win today to get a nice segue for the top 16 players.
I do have one. It is a very pretty card. I will say I am tempted to put together a Merlin Sheen Pantheon deck just so I can put that card in there. I won't lie.
You are catching my drift here quite well. So, it is also a card that lets you use those Sheen counters put onto ephemeral objects, since while it deals damage and kills the ally, it also quote unquote consumes those Sheen counters and puts them onto your fractured memories. Another card that a couple decks might include to some capacity in upcoming builds might be Sparkling Adornment. You basically get to put Sheen counters from all over the board to 1 unit. So you can condense those split resources and suck them up in 1 go.
Yeah, and we have seen as well in the past, we have seen a Fire Aggro Merlin utilize that card very, very well. Just especially if you're a control deck and you are drawing a bunch of extra cards, you're playing a lot of cards in your turn, you essentially, for free, give your opponent a bunch of Sheen counters, or in this case, put Sheen counters on your own. And then so you can essentially just say, oops, yeah, you thought your champion was safe because you had a blocker. Well, not anymore. Or you have a situation, they have 1 ally they don't care about and they put to the side. You say, I'm still getting that Sheen off you. Don't we worry.
I still have the feeling that the matchup was just pretty bad for the deck.
Yeah, it's And I think it's more comes down to, I think when you're, especially right now, if you're playing control into slimes, it just gets very, very difficult to play just because, as we mentioned, most of the time control, their goal is to whittle down your resources, force you to have to keep slamming your face into their resources or into their interaction, where eventually you're like, oops, I'm out of cards. But as we said, slimes just gets to keep throwing stuff at you. And then it looks like it's like an infinite void. You're just like, I don't know where they're coming from. They just keep popping up.
Yeah, they just swarm the slimes. Oh wait, swarm slime? Is this an actual card? Maybe.
Maybe.
Ah, okay. We just got confirmation. I'm not too far off. Slime swarm is a card.
It is. It is.
NEETfull, what are you expecting to see for the remaining of this regional? We have 4 more rounds to be played and a little bit more time in this round. What do you think will be on top?
I wouldn't
the
be
end.
shocked if we see a Siryu make its way up, just because Siryu right now, because a lot of decks have become very, very greedy. We do have a lot of wins still out there. But in personal experience of the deck that I've essentially been playing for a lot of our locals and thing I've been practicing with our team, the deck has a lot of ways to get around the answers to dragon. So things like returning all the allies to hand, or being able to do like a double dream fairy setup. The deck has so many ways to now just say, I'm going to turbo into dragon, and have so many ways to protect the dragon from those interactions, that the deck is very, very strong. There is matchups that
Mhm.
are still rough for it, but a lot of those matchups that are rough for it are currently suffering into other matchups because of I like to say, we're in a very greedy meta right now. A lot of lists are kind of opting for less control and more of go, go, go into level 3. So I would not be shocked to see Siryu. And of course, the big boogeyman that everybody's talking about is, of course, Fire CL Oblation is the other one. Talking more about this greedy format.
It seems like greed is the name of the game here. Any very uncommon things you can see topping this regional in the top 16 department?
I would definitely see, in terms of going to top 16, Fractals has slowly been crawling its way back in to the
Mm.
meta. So I would not be shocked to see that list come in. The other list that I'm not shocked, and I think if we may see it sneak its way up, is either a Fire Aggro Lorraine or another version of Fire Aggro, whether that be something like Suited, just because, again, because there is so much greed happening right now, those decks can just sit down and say, I'm not gonna think when I'm playing. I'm just gonna play stuff, hit you real hard, and then oops, your life total's gone.
No more life to play with. It seems like life is a resource, and yeah, sometimes you just don't have enough resources.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, you just, like when you're trying to take that all the time to get to level 3. Remember, even if you are playing a guardian, there's only 30. You only have 30 life, so rending flame can hit for 16. I've learned.
Yeah, it indeed can hit for 16. I remember. I also remember devastating blow hitting for 12 or 14.
It is a card that hurts if you are not ready
Yeah.
for it. And right now, not a lot of people are ready for it. I'm seeing less and less people playing Lantern in their sideboard and main board. So it is something to look out for, that out of
Mhm.
nowhere you could just say, oops, there's a Rending Flames for, oh, it's a Rending Flames for 16, 12 damage. I only have 19 life. That ain't good.
Whoop-de-doodle-doo. So what's your thought on a null spell as a card index in general
For which
these
one?
days? A null spell.
A null spell?
Oh yeah,
It
that is how you pronounce it.
yeah. That might be the Texas way to say it, the annul spell. Uh, but
You
but
made
no,
it sound very weird, man.
that's what we do. That's what we do. But it is something I've seen pop up a lot more, especially in play, just because there is a lot more things you want to answer. On top of, I will say, being on the receiving end of dealing with Watermill,
Mhm.
having a null spell to deal with some of their pieces of interaction, to be able to respond to things like Ingulf, to be able to respond to some of their ways to just try to, in this case, heal a lot of the times.
Mhm.
For some of them, is a card that I even consider myself for most lists, because it's a norm card. Sticking it as a 2 or 3 of in the sideboard is not a terrible thing, especially right now, because there are lists that if your deck cannot beat Mill, if you cannot race either Alice or Jin Mill, it is something you should heavily consider having in the deck.
I personally think we might be even at a point in time where if you play a deck that wants to go to level 3, you might just include 3 of those cards in the main deck. Because those draw and recycle engines are so prevalent, right? You can even hit Auspicious Manifestation with it, since it's also a spell. And most of the time, if your opponent uses this card from his hand to protect the Shangju, they are actually in quite a pickle.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, for sure. On top of having Fantasia hate in your sideboard is like probably the other thing that I'm like a lot of people started to slowly cut it, and I think that maybe you should not.
Wait, you don't like it to have Disenchants in your hand and sideboard? I think it's a pretty good card. Or if you are in Wind, you might even throw in Scatter Essence and Noble Dissolutions.
That's
As
true.
we have seen with one of the new spoilers, Fractals is coming back. If not now, with the new release for sure.
Oh, for sure. Especially getting a 1-cost fractal back is insane. That 1-cost fractal could just have been a blank fractal, and I think it would still be a I'm gonna play this card.
It is going to be very, very nasty. Did you actually think about how many counters the Radiant Origin of Cleric needs to be activated?
I have not.
You need 8. So if you play it on level 0, go to level 1, have a couple damage counters, maybe get a couple herbs, maybe go to level 2, get another couple recover triggers, and another couple herbs. You might be leveling up, quote unquote, for free to free.
I don't like where you're going with this.
I don't.
You know what? Fair. You know what? Fair. Well, hey, let me turn the question back to you because you asked me about what you're excited to see for this, what I'm excited to see for this event, or what I think is going to sneak in. I want to turn the question back over to you. What deck do you think is going to sneak in to this potentially this top 16 here for this event?
I hadn't have a chance to look at all the deck lists yet, but I will do this after this break. During this break, sorry. And hopefully I find something very interesting. For now, I would be very pleased to see again the Wind Merlin deck make it into top 16. Because it is a genuine cool attempt at the champion and the theme, what she wants to do. Outside of that, for sure, one of the Fractal players, since he's one of my close friends, that's Celeb DB. He is on the deck, and yeah, I hope he makes it too. So one Fract for sure, and maybe one Wind Merlin.
Yeah, and I would also. Oh, go ahead.
Other than that, we are just probably seeing the usual suspects with Oblation, Wind Crux, and Siriu.
Yeah, there is one list I've been looking at. I've been keeping up with it just because we've seen it at the online weeklies recently. But I've also been watching Jimmy Lee's Water Domain Tenoris. I don't know if you've seen this list or
Not yet.
it is a much different take. We've seen, of course, Wind Tenoris. We've seen a lot of people really hyped up on the Wind Tenoris being able to do this, but this takes a little bit different approach. This plays a little bit more on using the Exalted Domagrian Throne to be able to boost our board. A lot of like these different really high value replace themselves domain to essentially get to level 2, be able to make the sword for free, hit really hard that turn, and then for the rest of the game have this essentially self-generating ally this ally weapon that just gets essentially 2/2s every turn as long as we're sticking that Exalted Darmagrian.
So more or less the theme is you generate your allies and those get buffed by the throne to hit hard.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
yeah.
And of course, a lot of like extra pieces to support that strategy, and it is a very cool list. We've seen it a couple times. Get to be on stream if you guys watch some of the Thursday weeklies. But it is a very cool list, and I'm excited to see if Jimmy Lee is able to steal some games with this deck because it is a very different take on Tenoris that we've seen, and I am a very big fan of it.
Are you sure he's stealing games? It looks more like he's dragging them around.
Listen. It is it is one that is a it does drag it out a little bit, but we all enjoy it. As in all, I mean, pretty much just Pora, one of the original people to create the water domains list, and then of course Jimmy Lee, who well known to be like, man, loves to put out Tony and say we're gonna be here a while.
I had the pleasure of talking to Jimmy at the Sand in Las Vegas, and I asked him, "So you like your guys and girls with swords?" And he was like, "Yep, I do like them." And
Listen,
he
you
said
know what
it's,
you
it's
like.
his favorite theme of decks, so he wants to play them as much as possible. And that is fair, and that is also pretty cool that he gets to do this every time, right?
Yeah,
I
I mean,
also
listen. I'll go ahead.
please go ahead. Okay.
Oh no, you go ahead. No, you
Awesome.
wait.
I think I can also see a Nico list topping in today's event. And wow, it seems like we got a very big news just thrown at us, right, Need?
Yeah, so we just got if you follow the articles of Grand Archive, you may have seen this just go up. We are of course just receiving it ourselves because it unfortunately we essentially just got confirmation of it while we were streaming. But we Grand Archive just announced that there is going to be a seasonal ban list. So the way this is a little bit different than what you might be used to is with most card games where the ban list essentially stays. It is locked for everything. And then once we get to nothing really rotates out or rotates in unless like there's a decision from, of course, Weaves at this point or whatever card game might be. In this case scenario, this means that these cards are going to be banned just for this season, meaning once the season is done, they will be back on the table and likely means that every season there is potentially going to be another ban list. A really cool thing about this means there are problematic cards in the format. We are all going to agree to that, but this means we will have a season to try a lot of the new things, have to kind of shift up our deck building a little bit, and then of course evaluate as the next set comes out. Meaning we don't necessarily have to wait for a card to go into category 3, wait for it to essentially get reevaluated, and like how Baby Gray had to eventually come back out. This case, we can essentially say, can the meta auto correct itself into the next season? So this is actually going to be a very exciting change for next season.
Wow.
On top of no dragon, no Siryu.
So in general, for everyone who didn't read the article yet and didn't catch what we are talking about, the seasonal ban list right now for the Asphodel Paradise season will contain 3 cards that are more or less key to specific decks. It's Baleful Oblation, Fabled Azurite Fatestone, and Spirit Blade Ascension. These cards will be banned for the duration of the season. And the next time the cards can be put onto this seasonal ban list is the 4th season after this. So we kind of get a rotation system without having a rotation system. I like this a lot. For me personally, the draw to Grand Archive was that you more or less have an eternal format where you can play all your cards unless they are too broken, right? And this introduces some variety into the decks. And yeah, I love this. I didn't read the article fully right now. Maybe Need skimmed through it quickly enough to give me a couple heads up. But I love this concept. And it is also a very fluid list. And if you have too many same-ish decks, you can just seasonally ban those decks that rely on the same combo, engine, whatever you want to call it, and see if other things can emerge with those things being gone, and then see how the next season shapes out. And in case those cards stay a problem, you could then just put them slowly on the ban and restriction list.
Yep.
Such an amazing change.
Yeah, such a crazy change. And I can kind of I took some time, went through some of the key highlights of this. So a couple of things with the seasonal ban list. First one, this is going to be what they're referring to as a temporary by design ban list. The main reason for this is it is going to be for one competitive season, and then of course that'll change. Follow up to that, a card on this ban list cannot reoccur in the following season. So this case, because we see Siryu being banned on this season, does means it will not be in the following. So this way you are not just kind of sitting with cards that you can't use for half a year, so on and so forth. Essentially just give a little bit of a shakeup on top of that. The other big thing is new card protection. So new cards coming out in the current set will not be affected. They will not be eligible for this seasonal ban list. So that way, if you're getting new product, you are getting these new cards, you want to give it a shot. You do not have to worry about losing those cards. Now, this I will note, this likely does not mean that if a card legitimately brings a problem, that it will be, in this case, banned in the, of course, the official across the board ban list. So if there is a problematic card,
Yeah.
likely assume there will be discussions and of course changes for that. And then of course the last piece of this puzzle is this means it is going to be a flexible size, so the number of cards can be anywhere from 0 to however many they feel like on this list. And there's also going to be mid-season potential for mid-season changes, so cards could be added to this mid-season, likely to help
Oh,
if we see stuff like, of course, we see Alter come out. Always we see Alter sometimes come out mid-season. That potentially could, if something's coming out in Alter, we want to give it a little bit of room to breathe. Potentially changes there, things like that. So really, really cool change. I am very excited for this. This is actually, especially somebody who loves the deck build and try some of these new cards. This is an absolutely fantastic change. This also means I could play a season where I don't have to watch somebody flip a dragon on turn 3. So I'm very happy.
So
This is
before
the
we go to
first
break,
time-
because everyone can hear me now too, just temporarily here. Something I want to explain with the seasonal ban list that's really important. The difference between the BNR, like the official watch list, and the seasonal ban list is that the BNR aims towards cards that have game design issues or basically limit future game design, whereas the seasonal ban list does not target that. So if something were to move from the seasonal ban list to the actual category 3 ban list, it would be because the card is limiting future game design, not because they like want to remove the card from the game because it's like too meta or anything like that. Seasonal ban list is essentially just like a refresher. And the big limitation, the really important part that I've seen a lot of people skim over is that it is required to have been out for at least 3 seasons before it can be seasonally banned.
Oh.
Right, that's why they
Well,
say
that's
like
okay.
that's when you said it can't be banned for another 3 seasons. That's basically the same thing, right? So it
Yeah,
says cards
makes
are
sense.
ineligible to be placed on the seasonal ban list until 3 main set releases have passed since their first printing. So for example, of the 3 cards on the seasonal ban list, Baleful Oblation is in DTR. So when Asphodel Paradise or PDR comes out, it will be PDR, RDO, PTM, and then the 4th set was DTR. So then it is legal now for a seasonal ban.
I love this change. This is also the first time that the TCG has done this, right?
I think different TCGs have done something similar to this. I think the way that Grand Archive is doing this is a bit unique to Grand Archive. I think that a lot of other games I would be less confident in how something like this works. Grand Archive does listen to the community very well and they monitor things quite well. So I'm inclined to believe that this will work for its intended purpose.
Yeah,
It is for sure a very refreshing change and super exciting to already read about it. And now you can kind of think about Dante and the level 4 deck, since you don't get blown out of proportion with Baleful right away.
On top of like, I think the big cool part about this as well is this isn't necessarily targeting the champions per se. So you can still play CL, you can still play Wogia, of course you can still play Lorraine, but you just do not have access to what essentially has been the what I'd call the bread and butter of those decks, where we kind of had, and it's kind of something we've had discussions before that, and of course we'll go to break here real quick as we are going into overtime. But it has become a problem of if you want to try a new take on a champion, you've always kind of presented with the question of this is a really cool strategy, but why don't I just do this instead? Which I am very happy to see that, hey, now we can rebrew these champions a little bit and see kind of what new things we can do.
Okay, now we just need a proxy world card for Assassin Merlin, and I'm Set. Awesome.
Well, awesome. We are going to go ahead and we are going to send it to a quick break, but do not worry. We will be back. We have some more rounds of Grand Archive to cast for you. So just give us a little bit and do not go anywhere, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are back after some crazy, exciting news. Getting ready for round 3. Valkyrie, you're probably in the same boat as me, just now getting this news coming in. I had to pass to you pretty quickly. What are your thoughts on this new seasonal ban list?
Oh gosh, that is a question indeed. The new seasonal ban list. At first glance and first thought here, taking a look at it, I see what the potential it has and what it can do. It sort of stops these archetypes that I think is a shared sentiment through a lot of the community about like, I'm tired of playing against Crux Lorraine. I'm tired of just getting high rolled by Seryu. Like, there's nothing I could do against Oblation. And those are common practices you hear in, a lot of tournaments, a lot of events from a lot of these players. So this is a way for weebs to really aim and cut into that without, just banning a card straight out and forcing people who invested or in that. It's, a nice change up, shakes up the meta. I have heard differing opinions. Some top players very unhappy, some top players happy with it. But all in all, I think it's a positive change for the just community and the longevity of the game itself.
I agree. And I think it opens the door for a lot of people to be more inspired to go and start doing a lot of like testing. Um
Mhm.
kind of, and of course I think it's also cool because I'm in the boat of I know some people hate when you see like a big meta shift and a meta change has to happen. For me, that is one of my favorite times in a card game is when the meta is undefined. I don't really know what is coming up. So it kind of gives a lot of room to play test with your team, go to smaller events, go out to locals, test things out. And then you can also not only is testing new things out on your side fun, but when you go to a local and somebody else is testing something new as well, you can be inspired by what they're doing. Like, oh, that's a really good idea for wind, or that's a really great idea for CL. I didn't think of. So I
Mhm.
am really excited to see what this is going to do, and I'm really excited to see kind of some of the, especially going in with 2 new champions coming into the game. I'm excited to see kind of how they're going to now position themselves into a lot of these changes.
Yeah, it's really neat because it happens at the start of a set release. Because typically, whenever set release occurs, it's okay, let's take the top deck, see what cards we could fit from the new set into this top deck, and then go from there. But now it's you instantly know, hey, these decks are going to be missing pieces. So it gives you time, like maybe I just explore around with some of the mechanics, Maybe you do play with Dante a little bit, see what it's like that. So as you said, it opens up just the deck building creativity much earlier on. And I'll say it on record once again, GA suffers from a deck brewing crisis where it's so easy to just play the good decks because they're good for a reason. It's harder to brew and really find like breakout decks. And I feel like this is a good way for a lot of people, maybe who aren't the best brewers, but still want to get their hand at it, to do it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think one of the I'm gonna put it out there now. I'm excited to see what Chess Club's about to do.
Yeah, they've brought in 2 really, really like strong brood decks, being the Serene Luxem and the Horse and Taxes. So, it's a possibility. And then the best part about it is after 3 sets, these cards come back. So like even if you're a big Dragon fan, maybe you'll find another love during new Asphodel, and then you can just play Dragon again
Yeah,
in three
true.
months. So it's like perfectly fine.
Yeah. And I was excited to put my dragon on a motorcycle, and now I gotta wait. Ah, man.
Well, now you could put your bird, your turtle, your tiger on a motorcycle. Any of those are still viable options. As we were talking with production, is like the champion lineage itself isn't banned. You can still play your favorite lineage, use your CSRs and everything. It's just a matter of um, just a specific card. And yes, that Fate Stone was problemsome. But speaking of problemsome Fate Stones, we're jumping into our round 3. We have the spiciest of chicken in our top on Fire Suzaku against a butler who, likes to oblate things, one would say.
Not for long, but yes, it's a very, very big fan of oblating some boards here. And if any deck is going to be able to give this deck a run for money, it is definitely going to be KFC. Just because again, this out of all of the aggro decks in GA at this moment, it is probably one of the one of the fastest decks in terms of being able to present damage very, very early on.
Yeah, it does. And CL struggles if they're pressured early on because they need to get that setup. They want to take these off turns. They want to take these turns that are just value, value, value. But when you have like insane amount of over-the-top spell damage coming on you turn 2, turn 3, and then that bird's flipped by turn 4, it is very difficult to try and stabilize.
Yeah, it looks like there's currently some discussion happening behind the scenes right now. Nothing crazy. Just kind of we're got a little bit of hold on this first match. Just getting some logistics figured out. So we're just a little bit of a hold. Just giving as we did start a little bit early, so we're just giving it a little bit of hold before we get started here. But no, kind of coming back to this. How do you feel on this matchup? Is this kind of a do you think what is your thoughts of who's going to be taking this home between KFC and Oblation?
Between these two, I really think Suzaku needs to win by turn 5. If you're not winning by turn 5 or by time CL hits level 3, I think it's cooked. The bird is too deep, you know. It's one of those like you have to win early, and as soon as CL stabilizes, I don't think there's any way to actually come back. I'm going to take a quick look at the list. I'm pretty sure CL's running Abnegation, and a well-placed Abnegation just, you know, shuts down the entirety of what KFC is wanting to do.
Weird enough, I'm taking a look. We're actually
No
not.
Abnegation, yeah. That is interesting. So Hanky going the full combo route, no defensive options, nothing. Just looks like we have our 8-15 costs and our early game and our ramp, and that is about it.
Listen, sometimes we said this is the format of greed. So why do we need protection when I could just be as greedy as I can?
Yeah, it's so funny too watching greedy decks because when it pays off, it looks so amazing and it's like, wow, this seems unstoppable. But if you ever punish for your greed, it feels like the worst choice ever.
What a well, hey, we said we need a win by turn 5. This is a good way to get there.
100%. Avatar of Suzaku looking quite hot right there. A 4-3 for 5. And my favorite part about it is it very much like gives you value back. If you use quest counters to reduce her cost, you then sacrifice her later to get those quest counters back. Or now if you play her early and then you level up, you just get quest counters for free. And it just accelerates your game plan.
Yeah, and on top of there's not many decks in Grand Archive that can deal with a 4-3 on their first turn.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a very, very spicy opening for KFC.
I feel like the only deck that can is a win deck that goes Windmill Ace in turn 1. Is that
I think yeah, it's that and then
Yeah.
Arthur into Red Hair. I think it'd be
Arthur
the other.
Redder?
Yep.
Yeah. So like 2-card combos for just dealing with a 1-card setup.
And here we are, just showing the material deck.
Nothing out of the ordinary. Very common practice for that Suzaku material deck. I kind of like the thematics of the sleeves as well. We have red sleeves for our fire deck. Makes it, you know, you deal more damage when you have red sleeves.
I you know what? Yeah, I believe it. I swear.
And then that's why when you use green sleeves to draw more cards, and then you use blue sleeves to get better mill for your flow.
I do have to ask you, as like we have some time thinking, we're thinking currently on our play of how much damage we're going to try to do on this turn. Are you the person who you put your sleeves themed with the deck, or are you the boat of you put the sleeves completely opposite of what you're playing?
So if I did have to choose, I put my sleeves themed with the deck. But how I operate is I have my main sleeves. This is like my favorite deck, the deck I'm currently playing. That's what it's in. And then I have like my secondary sleeves, which are like, okay, this deck's all right, but not my favorite.
Okay, fair. I'm the person of like when I build a deck, especially for Pantheon, I'm like I gotta have everything. It's got to be in the theme.
Oh, if it's Pantheon, it's themed, 100%. Yes. All right, looking at the game, we attacking in with Avatar Suzaku. Oh, we sacrifice Suzaku. play another Suzaku or Avatar Suzaku, attack in. So that was an attack for 8, that for only 5. That is so good. Plus ramping up your quest counters.
And I don't think we actually did not I don't think we did a sacrifice for it. Because we only had one quest counter, I think we just played the second one. We did not sacrifice for the prep or for the quest counters.
Sometimes you got to take the less traveled path to get to the same destination.
I mean, the name of the game is, we said if we can present lethal before turn 5, we're doing it, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Oh yeah, CL's dead next turn if they don't level up or. Oh, I'm sorry, they did level up into 2. Whew, we're good. I thought I was level 1 CL still chilling on the field. But yeah, it's crazy. Being a guardian, you're in a good spot with that little life buffer. You get 25 at that level 2, but still, you got dealt 8 damage on the one turn. That can just happen again.
And not to mention, we are already at 13, even going level 3 here. As we mentioned, the list is not running many defensive pieces. Going into level 3 with what is going to be a 3-card hand, and if we make the Lost Providence, we could potentially go to a 5-card hand next turn. But that's not a lot to get us out of the pressure that we currently have here on Yeshin's side.
Yeah, you're correct. I feel like this bird avatar is gonna get removed here, though. We have attack 1 for the dungeon guide, and then end of turn Ciel, omen up a card, deal 2 damage to it, and we don't have a second card in hand to sacrifice it for the quest counters. So unfortunately, not gonna be able to benefit from those two. Ciel sitting with 17 remaining life. NEETfull, do you think Yashin can get there this turn?
Whew. If we were higher on the quest count, I would think we potentially could. But I think we are unfortunately probably 2 turns away from presenting the full lethal, because we need, what, 17 damage
Yeah.
this turn, which I unfortunately think the big piece of that puzzle is flipping the Suzaku, uh, and potentially following it up with something like a Peppered Chef or a way to recycle it. So I think we're probably 2 turns away. But that being said, even with CL with the bigger health pool and being able to grab some influence back, I think we could potentially use this turn as a way, do some burn damage end of Hanky's turn, go to ours, flip the bird, and go go in. Which
Yeah,
I need to figure out a better way than saying flip the bird.
I really do feel if this wasn't a CL you're staring across on the other side of the board, they would be dead, right? If this was a ranger unit, a cleric, just your classic 25 life, 11 is more than feasible. It's going to actually be 10 with the Suzaku trigger. I'm sorry, the Suzaku trigger already happened. So 11 damage in one turn for a fire deck with about 8 cards is not impossible.
Not at all. And one thing we do have to be a little bit worried about, though, is there is, unfortunately, the oblation setup is pretty much ready. So if we see Hanky make the Amor, we could potentially see Hanky just take the game here on their follow up. If they already have the oblation.
That is true. It's hanging on a razor's edge. Any one of these decks can just say in one turn, "Oh, all right, good game. Here's 15 damage." Still doing some math here. We're counting. Well, 1, 2, 3, and Ignite Fate. So it looks like we're slowing it down.
That will give us 2 damage to each. Unfortunately, that does put us even more risk at Oblation, but at the same time, we've playing this deck enough. Yashin's probably aware of what Oblation is able to do on their turn, and knowing that difference of 2 damage now versus 2 damage later is going to be the exact same lethal line. And I think we're just banking on, do not let that Oblation be in hand.
Indeed. Oh, here we have the big sword that I forget. The Grand Sonnier. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, the grandson, yeah.
Is a attack for 4 kind of weapon here. Just because it says as long as your total reserve cost of omens is 10 or greater, it gets +2. And you know what, NEETfull? I think Advent of the Stormcaller costs more than 10.
Hold on, let me count on my fingers and see.
Uh,
Yeah, that is.
Whew, okay. Just had to make sure.
And it actually came in for 5, right? Because of the mastery as well.
Or yes, the mastery as well. We have 3.
Whew, this is and it looks like we are potentially passing here as well with 3 cards in hand and not using the Lost Providence yet.
So we saved the Lost Providence for the Fway combo. I mean, for the Onwar Fway foe. Well, I am. Woo. So for the foe combo, just so you always have that one card to swap out for when you do it. You know, CLs will get desperate when they crack that Lost Providence before they actually start to combo off. That's how you know it's like, uh-oh, they're in danger.
And it looks like we are not really caring about the Oblation route without putting the second, what will be now a 3 cost in there. So Oblation is not seems to not be our win con now. It looks like at this point the attack and that, as you mentioned, that Fu combo is probably what we're hoping to use to close out this game. But
Yeah.
with passing it back over here, with the potential of getting that additional quest counters, we could also see Yashin here go for lethal. I mean, a lot of things have to fall right into place here for it to work, but it is not out of the question for it to be a
I'm just
game-ending setup here.
getting a lot of influence here. And I think you're right. Hanky next turn is just going to attack for the game, right? Goji only has 19 total life at level 1, and that weapon is already attacking him for 5. So Yashin has to find the victory this turn. Otherwise, Hanky just turns CL sideways and takes game 1.
Which I'm doing the routes in my head, and there is potential to do the 13 here. There's a lot of things that have to be just right in our hand for this to work, but it's not out of the question. But if we have any pieces of interaction here on Hanky's side, this could mean this does not work out.
Okay, Searing Truth, that's going to flip the bird this turn. We're going to get 7 quest counters. And then it's going to hop into the oil and become nice and crispy. Here it is. Yeah, 4-3. If there's a peppered chef, I think that's just going to be the game, right? That's 4-8-12.
I believe so, which I was about to mention the same thing. That bird is almost it looks almost perfect, but we need some pepper. We need some pepper to finish it off.
Uh-oh, Lost Providence by Hanky. It's happening, NEETfull. We mentioned it. You crack it when you're getting desperate.
Ooh. Resolute stand coming down, which that will hurt that math quite a bit.
Just a tad, It just reduces 3 damage from all combat sources. So that poor bird's only getting in for 1.
And this will mean for the turn as well. So even if we have the Pepper Chef combo, that what was about to be 12 quickly becomes 3.
Hanky rightfully popping that Lost Province to be able to hard activate that Resolute, still going to be able to draw. And all he realizes is he has to wake up his champion and attack with it to close out the game.
Yeah, I shouldn't think is there any way to get out of this because it now has to rely completely on non-combat damage to pretty much close this out.
It's so hard to deal 10 non-combat damage with about, I believe it's 5 cards in hand for Yashin. And it's like maybe double blazing throw, but you're not Lorraine, you're not Xander, you don't have free weapons to just toss aside.
And we are just essentially adding the insult to injury here, just making sure that we are closing out this game regardless of what our opponent has, making that malice to make another way to pressure that damage. And I guess writing on the wall after that, we are going to go ahead and concede this concede this one and get ready for a game 2. What a crazy set of events here for Hanky to be able to just not only stabilize at level 3 as early as they did, but also have the pieces of interaction to stop that potential combo turn.
Very good heads up plays. The Devouring Malice I really like as well because it plays around the Crystallized Destiny. You know, your opponent goes, okay, you're going to attack me for 5, I'll Crystallize Destiny. You just go, all right, Malice will pop that. You'll still take 5. In the end, works out. Let's go ahead and take a look at the sideboards here. For Oblation NEETfull, well, we're looking at a Null Spell, Crystallized Destiny, Topsy, Fiery, Nocturne's Oblivion, a Regal Inquisition, and a Nullifying Lantern. I feel that Nullifying Lantern's going to be brought in. Perhaps anything else you feel like needs to come in?
Potentially, just because we are running, as we mentioned very early on, we're running very light on pieces of interaction for this. I could see some of those maybe more greedy pieces come out for using the Crystallite Destiny just as another way to potentially stop the big swing from coming in. Just because that combo turn does heavily rely on us using most of our influence and doesn't leave a lot of room for spells to be able to pop those shields. So I would not be shocked if we see something like that uh, go into the deck just to help with that. And then of course I'm with you. Nullifying Lantern. When you have a deck that wants as many fire cards in their graveyard to keep uh, double frying that chicken, you definitely want that. You definitely want Lantern to set up for that combo turn.
Exactly. You want to stop the twice baked chicken here. And over on Yashin's side, we have Orbisealing, Smokeout, Infernal Vessel, Restorative Flame, Shatter the Brittle, Embercrypt Burn, and Censor Restful Peace. Censor once again is calling to me, shuts down those liminal guys, shuts down those floats, makes CL have to lose influence as they're leveling up. And then of course your Orb of Sealing really will help you fight for those oblation turns. But as Hanky demonstrated, you really don't need oblation to win this matchup.
Yeah, and that's the thing that becomes very scary because a lot of times you bring in Orbit Ceiling because you think that this is the way I'm going to deal with Oblation. But it can also kind of shake your confidence as the receiving player whenever you lose to Oblation and they never even showed it to you. That they're just like, I don't need it.
Yeah, I think as many decks have shown, like Cabin's Water CL list and Hanky here, CL just is strong in himself when he has a weapon in his mastery. You don't need any fancy spells or tools, just the good old attack and deal him damage.
On top of that, CL's passive might be, or in this case, one of his ability might be one of the strongest in Grand Archive. Just to be able to essentially always present 2 unpreventable damage every single turn doesn't seem like a lot on paper, but when you have a deck that can stabilize and carry out a game 2 or 3 extra turns by just the health pool and pieces of interaction, that 2 turns into 6, 8, 10. Fu Awakening turns it even higher, so it becomes a very scary level 3 champion to have to play into.
Yeah, 100%. If I was playing like Fire Crux Lorraine and someone asked me, would you like to activate a free Sparklight at the end of your turn, every turn? I'd say, yeah, that seems like a really good option.
Turns out it's a good thing to have.
I'm no expert, however.
Yeah, and if the last piece I know with, of course, Yashin probably looking to bring in here is potentially the restorative flames. Just because there is some spicy pieces of tech you can do with this, that if you know your opponent is going to be running the lantern into you, you can essentially use that as a way to, once the lantern turn comes out, go ahead and eat those fire cards then and there, just to give yourself a little bit of a buffer for extra turns. Now, because we're playing into Oblation, that still might be a little bit risky, but it is something to potentially consider because it could mean you have an extra turn into those big swings.
Indeed. The problem is that early damage. Is CL adding that early of damage, or are you recovering like really only like 2 or 3 from what you've done to yourself with your um, Ruby Fate Stone? We see Yashin just activating a Peppered Chef and passing turn. You never want to see one of your combo pieces just played out on turn 1 just to get cards down in your memory.
Yeah, that likely means there is probably too many pepper chefs in our hand and likely not a lot of burn that we wanted to see. And the list plays quite a few pieces of fast speed burn to be able to utilize. So this just means that we have probably a very ally focused hand. And unfortunately, probably none of those are avatar.
Yeah, yeah, we're not getting the Avatar start. Have you seen the new chef that was spoiled for new Asphodel, the one that sacrifices food?
I did see it. I did see it.
So there's a little bit of lore going around where they're sisters, her and the Peppered Chef, and she's like talking, and it was like, "Yeah, we sacrifice food to do things, right?" And the Peppered Chef's just like, "Oh yeah, food."
Of course, yeah. Why would we not?
Yeah, totally.
What's your opinion on a horse meat here in the, the kitchen?
just asking, for a friend.
I have a friend who's a very big fan of Pepper Chef. He is a die-hard Fire Lorraine player, and he is super excited for some of the food. He's already been.
Mm-mm.
I've gotten a slew of messages with just routing. He's like, "Oh, I think I can do this. I can sacrifice this food, and I can do that. I can do this." I'm like, "Calm down. We don't have to say yet."
Hold your horses there. I feel like the most thing I've done with the Peppered Chef has been sacrifice my cat.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's. Playing a little bit of Suzaku is just sacrificing the bird, sacrificing the cat, and then some rare cases when I see some Pfizer players doing the area around across from me. Love sacrificing those last like Rokokos.
Yeah, yeah, Peppered Chef does not care who gets the blade. All she cares about is that it's someone or something. Man, but here we see Hanky catching us up. Not playing a Pepper Chef, playing a Fluffy Shopkeep, drawing to memory, banishing those two Regalias, removing the Pepper Chef off the field, and passing it back to Yashin. And that's the problem with just playing a Peppered Chef is no protection, dies to any of the utility allies that CL can play. But you needed to get those down to level up into Guojia.
Yeah,
But
not to mention, Guojia has to consider taking this fluffy shopkeep off the board as well, because if this sits out, it just means that that's a blocker one next turn that we have to go through. So it's a question: do we take it out now or do we wait?
yeah, that is very true. I'm actually curious why we didn't keep the undeniable truth that ended up being banished. Play Peppered Chef and then at least undeniable truth it to start cycling. But I guess, you want to say that for Suzaku, but it's still getting banished anyway, so might as well dig one card deeper in your deck.
It's a tough call, and especially without knowing the rest of the hand. If this is who knows, we could have multiple, uh, maybe potentially, multiple of the Pepper Chef allies that takes priority for us. But I'm kind of with you. Why not dig a few extra cards if we need if we had that kind of opening? But we could maybe already have the route in hand.
Oh. Very curious. It's one of those like where I wish I had a hand cam just to sort of see what we're working with here instead of just trying to speculate the options. But speaking of speculating, Hanky, they're really thinking about what to do on this turn. Each turn is very important for CL, especially in the Oblation combo, because you really need to maximize your turn, squeeze out influence. You can't, as the kids say, you can't leave any crumbs, right?
I'm sorry. What what kids are saying? You can't leave any crumbs around.
No,
I think
like
you might be in a nursing home, to be honest with you.
like they ate and they didn't leave crumbs, That's
No, I see it. I see it. Yeah, sure. Why not?
yeah.
But here we're playing this game a little bit slower than we saw last round. I think that is more of Hanky knowing that if we're not being presented with a lot of damage quite yet, that we can kind of take a little bit of time, play a little bit slower, build up that influence, and as well just kind of keep our defenses up. A little bit shocked we did turn the fluffy shop keep sideways here, but makes me wonder what else again Hanky has in hand.
Oh, that is true. We're not keeping the intercept. That's a really good catch. Maybe, okay with their life buffer and not worried about any big aggressive turns.
Ooh, the annul spells did come in.
And A null spell is one of those cards that you don't really consider it until it's actually played against you. It feels so weird, just a norm negate. It's like, oh, is that a spell? Pay 3. You're like, but I was just trying to do this at the end of my turn. I don't have 3 to pay.
Yeah, and and if any option that we were trying to hit out of the list, being able to pull 2 quest counters away from our opponent off a null spell, that's what we call value.
That is, we love value. And speaking of which, CL level 2, let's discard a card, draw for our Omen, and we just set up a liminal guide for our DG, which I assume Hanky is going to be windmill slamming.
No, I don't think Hanky has a dungeon guide. That's impossible. Never mind, I was wrong.
Impossible.
How did they do this?
I looked through 1,700 timelines, and there was only one where he had a dungeon guide.
We're in the end game now. Copyright strike from Marvel coming down very quickly.
A liminal guide triggers, enters the field, becomes ephemeral, drawing a card as well. And, Hanky's sitting at a pretty comfortable influence. And just compare this to our game 1. When Hanky was at level 3, they had about 17 damage on them, I believe. And now, sitting at level 3 with only 2 damage counters, Yashin is looking up Mount Everest at this current moment.
I mean, the math is pretty easy here. All you have to do is flip Suzaku, Pepper Chef it, swing with the Pepper Chef, then swing with Suzaku, Pepper Chef it again, and then swing with Pepper Chef and Suzaku, and you will almost be at lethal. So that's all you got to do.
Pushes up glasses, but have you considered the Serene Spirit of Fire underneath?
But then we remove fire part of the equation. Like, how does the deck win without fire? Like, now. Cool, but yeah, when you say it is a mountain that we have to climb here, I think we're at that point. We are now in a space race of having to get to the moon with that.
Oh man, Yashin, what do you have for us here? It is one of those moments where you look at your quest counter and say, I'm quite far away from my Suzaku. Not a lot of cards to really work with. And CL just has the potential to. Oh no, you're 2 turns away from Oblation. You can't Oblation next turn just because you have that Creative Shock in the Omens. You need 2 materializations.
Well, if we go for a more next turn,
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
could we not just because we could have more one if we already have one in hand, we could swap them, swing with the board, puts extra 3 damage, get us a 9, and say, all right, here you go.
That is correct. For some reason I was thinking on War you had to have 2 cards in your Omens to be able to swap one. But yes, you just swap one and go from there. So Ablation is possibly the route next turn. We're gonna see a Fiery Interference, deal 2 damage, and CL you can't recover. Okay, sounds good.
You cool with that? All right, I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Shake my hand.
Oh no, not to shake my hand.
And I believe this is all pre-recollection as well, right? So we're gonna see a Cinder Geyser to deal 4. Another
annul spell? Oh, Hanky, why? They have a family.
Man, and it's the level 2 bonus as well, so it costs 1 less to activate, so it's pay 2, negate the spell, and controller pays 3. So Yashin missing out on a total of 6 damage and 3 quest counters at this point.
We should have definitely had a chicken flip already, and that's we're not even we haven't got to the first fry. We're still letting it sit in the fridge and marinade. We haven't even gotten to the breading portion of the cooking here.
Yeah, we haven't even dredged the meat. Oh my gosh. Vermilion Decree though. We're imbuing it. We're showing 3. And is that the Snake Fate Stone that is already pre-flipped that I see being imbued right now?
It is. It is a pre-flipped. So we're not going to question it. We're not gonna worry.
So we see Suzaku's command, Creative Shock, and a Fate Stone being imbued here.
Yeah, here we go.
I think we just got to deal 3 and then deal 2 to a unit. Yep, to just get enough quest counters to flip. You don't want to give Hanky that extra card.
Now, this also does get pretty scary here because our opponent does have 3 damage on board that if Hanky did bring in that Lantern as well and we don't have the Oblation, this also means we could potentially just make Lantern and say goodbye to the bird. Oh,
we're good. It's happening. Pepper Chef. We're thinking. Every time the card hovers, I just hear like someone like the name starts like Pet. And then it's like, yeah.
Pepper Chef.
There we go.
We are going to go ahead and take that first batch off the low temperature fry, and then put it right back in at a higher temperature at a nice 375 until we have a golden brown on the outside, swinging with that Suzaku for some nice, well-seasoned chicken. And you can hear that crunch.
And take like, just listen closely. Hear the crunch, and then you take a bite, and look at the juice just dripping from the meat. But we have some allies attacking in for 3. The Armor switch with the Advent of Stormcaller, and we're gonna activate Oblation for 15.
And that is going to wrap it up here. As delicious of a meal as we are presented, it did not match just a well-mixed oblation drink at the end to cool everything down. And that's how it ends. And I am very hungry.
Yeah, as you know, with as much as Gojira was cooking, CL is just the menu at this point, and decides to take everyone down with him, dealing 15 to the board. No allies, bird chefs, nor guides are safe from this.
What a fantastic play from Hanky to just not only game 1, the hindsight to know that we need to not only get to 3 as quickly as possible, but able to hold on to the interaction to be able to stop that big combo swing turn. And then, of course, we saw that turn right around. We saw what that sideboard was in there for. We saw why those annul spells were even brought in and to generate such an insane value off of double annul spell to just essentially completely lock out the end of that game. So what a fantastic, fantastic set of turns from Hanky.
Yeah, the annul spells were very clutch. Seeing them in those moments really beneficial. And if we like look back on it, it is 6 damage and 3 quest counters, which means the bird would have gotten flipped 1 turn earlier, would have been able to deal 4 additional damage. So that means it's 10 total damage missed. And fun fact, Hanky was at 20 life at the end. So that 10 damage was the difference maker.
It was, and that's it. It's what a fantastic setup of just being able to use those and have those ready. But we did, unfortunately, we both forgot about. They did have the Serene Spirit as well. So,
but the turn did start with a fire interference to prevent all recovery, and Hanky opted not to use the Serene. So, you know, maybe it's one of those like go back in time, and if Hanky had 4 additional damage on him, he would release the Spirit in response to the Fiery. But in the timeline where he doesn't release the Spirit and say like, oh, the Fiery's fine, you know, and then it happens. But you know, it's one of those. In Grand Archive, it chalks up to like one of those decision points, and it's hard to say like where the game would go because it's a butterfly effect for the game itself, right?
And we already saw Hanky looking through all those timelines, knowing the one that they needed. It's like these annul spells. This is the one.
Yeah, Hanky does have a superpower of drawing the cards you bring in from sideboard. I know it's a very common theme from a lot of players where they sideboard cards in and never see it in the game, and they go, "What's the point of sideboarding at this point?"
I'm in that boat. I bring in sideboard pieces, and then I look at the bottom of the deck at the end, and they're all there, and I'm like, I don't know how this is even possible. Oh boy, what a crazy show out there! And I will say as well, I think in game 1. Not to say that it was complete washover too. I think in game 1, Suzaku played that the way that it should have been done. It played it very well. We put the pressure on early. We got CL to a very high total very quickly. It was just unfortunate that again we had the dungeon guide, we had the pieces of interaction to stay alive, and it's just one thing that with Guardian that difference between a 25 health champion to a 30 health champion is an absolute crazy bridge to have to close. And it's one thing that's why Guardians are an absolute terrifying champion type.
Yeah, it is. As much as Suzaku's a great aggro deck, I feel like it's very fragile when it's interacted with.
Yeah.
Like if it runs into like a couple negates or like damage preventions, it just feels like the deck sort of like crumbles. It really wants to like it's weird, right? Because some typically aggro decks, yes, if you interact with them, they crumble. But Suzaku particularly, like it needs its spells to land, and if you stop that, the deck really just doesn't have anything else going for it.
Yeah, it's a very much a deck that is built on every piece of the deck working with each other and working in tandem, where the spells give the quest counters get to the bird faster, the bird essentially gets resolved, and then the sacrifice pieces essentially let you loop the bird. So it's essentially a very, I don't want to say it's a one track, but it's a very linear path that the deck has to follow. And as we mentioned, if you deviate that path at all, you kind of push one of those blocks out of place, then the next cog can't turn as well, and then the next cog can't turn as well, and essentially it just compounds on itself once you kind of get that one piece of disruption. But that being said, if you don't disrupt it, it is one of the fastest and one of the most explosive aggro decks in the format, like easily without a doubt.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And it's going to get some cool new toys as well, hopefully coming up soon. So we'll see how it sort of develops here. If you had to play one of the fire aggro decks, would Suzaku be your choice, or would you go with a different champion?
Right now, because of how a lot of decks and how greedy they've become, I know we've talked about this a little bit before, but honestly, if I was going to pick an aggro deck, and I guess you would keep it in the same boat, is unfortunately probably Horse and Taxes is what I would potentially be bringing with a lot of events, just because you have the potential to outrace a lot of decks to level 3. And decks like Wind Lorraine, CL, of course, with things like Siryu, that if you get ahead of them and you get to level 3 before they do, their routing becomes much more taxed on them. And on top of Lorraine, almost essentially has to just say, I'm out if you hit them with Vanitas.
Mhm.
Because at that point, your level 1 turns into, oh, I have to pay 2 extra cards on top of my level 1. That's okay, maybe not.
Yeah, it gets difficult. I like how you answer those. What aggro deck would you play? You go, I want to play the aggro deck that goes to level 3. Yeah.
Now, if I purposely have to pick one that doesn't go level 3, honestly, it's probably Fire Lorraine. Just because
Lorraine,
having the
yeah.
potential to, with decks, just you're essentially have so many openings against a lot of these lists now where they don't play a taunt, they don't play an interceptor in the way, and then you just go, yep, I'm just gonna go and Rending Flames for 16 damage. Is that cool? And you're like, yeah, okay, I guess.
Yeah. Oh man, that was it. Thursday we talked about it, but it's just like the old school mentality of like Grand Archive. We talked about like the ally matchups, but there's just something for those newer players who haven't really experienced it, like the Fire Lorraine, where it's just like, they're like fire your momentum for 11. You're like, oh, this is like a crazy big attack that I can't do anything about. Like,
And it can happen so fast because I remember back in the day of you would just pass the turn, the opponent would pass the turn, and they would be like, okay, creative shock, pitch a floating, go level 1 Lorraine, get my sword, and then go what was it, the +2 to the sword. I can't remember the name of it
Home by
now.
Fire.
Home by
Yeah.
Fire. They go Home by Fire during Recollection, pick up Home by Fire, Rending Flames. You're like, it's turn 2, my dude. I'm on Spirit.
And back then there weren't any of these magical defensive options. You had like Veiling Breeze, Resolute Stand, and that was about it. So you're just like, yep, you got me.
You got me, my dude. It's turn 2 and I'm dead. All right.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Back in my day,
Back.
we didn't have all this fancy interaction. We didn't have your crystalline destinies and your
We played 2-3 allies and we fire slopped our way into the graveyard.
We ended the game with somebody said the humble blazing throw to end the game.
Oh man. It was some good times. It was some good times back then. But as the game's progressed and like new cards have been added, new champions, and things have changed, The game still has its core like hold on what it truly is like meant to be, and it's still fun to see that here. We still see the aggro concept, the mindset still be around, just in a different champion, different spirit.
Oh, for sure. And one thing I'm very excited for, especially going into this next set, is the more and more we're seeing in the set, we're actually getting more and more ways to protect allies. It's what I kind of am kind of getting some justification from some of the spoilers we have gotten. I'm really excited to see that if we're going to get a set where you could potentially say, here's an ally, and my game plan is to protect said ally
Mhm.
and just make a compound that ally to do some crazy things, which we of course we have seen with the UR bike that came in, being able to dodge some interaction, and then not only that, but also get some value off of keeping that ally out. And of course Lorraine having some of the static options and some of those level 3 allies that can just present a lot of damage. Is something I'm kind of really excited to see more of this ally game plan come out of the dark that we've kind of seen. We we
Mhm.
have kind of only seen fire slimes really be the deck that kind of can carry allies over that finish line in a consistent basis. But it looks like in this next set we might see more ally focused lists coming into the game, which I'm excited for.
Yeah, I really want to see allies like have a big hold in sort of a part of the game, because allies seem very utility for a lot of the decks. Like if you look at Water Aethering Diana, allies are like to help cycle, they become pair of boots for additional damage. They're not like the core as they used to be, so moving a little bit to where you have the option is going to feel really great. I'm really hoping Arcane Lorraine is good. Not like, I don't want her to be like insanely like top tier good. I want her to be playable to where it's like her abilities do stuff. Just because I love the arcane element, and it's like we've only ever had it with Mage Rai, and he's been shoehorned into one archetype, and arcane itself hasn't been able to go like outside of that. So just like some cool arcane allies will now be able to be played, and then the newer stuff as well.
What are you talking about? We had a dragon that threw. Well,
That's no, that's yeah. Oh, that's I don't even know what to say at that point. Yeah, people who play Seiryu and say that they play Arcane are the same ones who who used to play Merlin and go like, "Oh yeah, I play Mage." It's just like you go Lorraine 1, Merlin 2 into Merlin 3. You don't play Mage. You just warrior with extra steps.
I play fireball. That's what mages do.
Oh
I'm
my,
a fireball man.
too many, too many.
I'm with you though. I'm excited to see Arcane Lorraine, and I think it is a very cool take on the deck, especially with the kind of the archetype that we kind of been seeing and previewed with what Lorraine is capable of. Now, on the flip side of that, I am actually see on the mage side, I'm actually really excited for Dante to say, because we have for the longest time we've had the idea of mages, even with Kong Ming. If you play I would say the traditional mage route, it has always been get to end game. Here's the big card. Hopefully, I win off the big card. But with
Mhm.
Dante, it seems like we're more in this strategy of like using the different pieces of the puzzle to start whittling down our opponents, do kind of these incremental hits, protect ourselves with a lot of other pieces, and then in this case with Dante's level 4, if the game has to go long enough, have that way to say, okay, I did all the damage I need to earlier. Now let's get a shutout turn. So I'm very excited for the design behind Dante and kind of this more of juggling these different pieces of this puzzle and then seeing how your opponent is forced to interact with that board state.
Of course, yeah. And just, he's a hemomancer. He sacrifices his own self or allies for additional effects, which I think thematically is cool. And I think this is why tying it in with why protecting allies is strong, is because this is a deck that wants its allies to be alive for its turn to use them for additional effects, like your Elysian test subjects, things like that. So you need a way to sort of stop your opponent from killing them so you could kill them yourself, right? And get an added benefit from it. So really, really cool. Plus, it looks like he's gonna be really like mixed around with the empower keyword, which was added into Grand Archive later, and I feel like not a lot of champions really take full effect of it. And I'm hoping that he here just can play some of those cards that will now have a home.
Yeah, and not to mention, if we get some more cards that actually get better off of Empower, could mean that things like Kongming do get a little bit more value. into what you're doing. So in a turn, we could see a lot of basic element cards fuel some of these older decks as well. And I think again, I'm very excited for this set across the board. Like everything we're seeing seems really cool. I'm really excited for some food, even though it might be kind of a meme. In some regard, I'm excited to slap some food on the table and be like, look at the just build the complete chef deck. We can then show up in a for the next ascent in a full full apron, chef hat, and then have my play mat be a cutting board.
Yes. You know what you need to do? Build a restaurant deck, right? And you need to have a theme for each card. So your dungeon guide or your liminal guides, those are your waiters. They take you to your table, right? And then you have like your chefs, you have the food, and like every card you put in your deck, it has to have like a purpose in a restaurant, and that's what it is. And then you break out the cutting board. You got to get one of those the synthetic ones, the ones that are thin and like sort of wobbly. That put that on, and then your deck box can be like a bag of flour.
Well, it's just like I'm imagining this. I can't wait to see my first opponent who actually takes it seriously and does that. And I was gonna be like, respect, man. You know what? What a crazy world we're about to live in with the chef deck, and I'm ready. We need a chef champion now too.
Oh,
We'll sign.
give me like a Polhawk variant, like a level 1 fire enabled chef champion. It's just like on enter, create a delicious food token, and then that's it. That's all it needs to do, and it's just have someone chefing it up.
You hear that, Stellar? Listen, I'm not asking for much here. We're just asking for this. Oh boy. Outside of that, is there? I know we talked about this before on other other streams, stuff like that. But is there anything so far, especially with some of the new spoilers, and especially now that we have the announcement of there is going to be that seasonal ban list? Is there any particular card so far spoiled in the new set that you are very excited to brew around, or is there like anything that you are very excited to start kind of like trying out, maybe existing decks, or take one of the new champions per se to give it a test spin?
Uh, Card spoilers, not quite. I think I'm still on that Arcane Lorraine. I really want to play the Spellblade Squire that came out in RDO. I feel like the card just is like super cool. It's a unit that gets buffed on attack, and then when it leaves, it banishes, and just sort of that arcane thing. I really want to learn more about Lorraine's static counters and like cards that benefit or like help that. Because like we saw the weapon, right? And the weapon seems cool, the static counters. But I'm like, there has to be something like, insert card name arc electricity that like really builds up the static counters and make it like worthwhile. Because it's right now it seems slow.
Yeah, it almost seems like you essentially have what at least the design as of now. Of course, I'm hoping that does change. It seems like the static counters are there. You generate them getting to 3, and then you kind of have an option of how you're going to spend those. And once they're gone. Almost
Mhm.
feels like what the strategy is. But I'm with you. I hope there is some more ways to generate that and kind of like be able to weave that arc in and out would be really cool.
100%. How about you? Is there? I know you mentioned Dante brewing that, but like specific spoiler card. Are you part of Team Veltec?
I am actually very excited for Team Veltec. I really want to play her on the credit card. Partially for the meme. Mainly because I want to have the I want to have my Divine Relic just be an actual credit card. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm playing with money. I'm bringing the Seto Kaiba effect to Grand Archive.
Yeah.
So that seems like a very fun. I'm hoping we see more of the tech cards kind of come in. I'm also the biggest thing is because we're seeing some more of out of realistically the harmony and melody cards we've been seeing. I think are some
Mm-hmm.
of the cards I'm the most excited for. I know the ally got spoiled that every time you activate a harmony melody, you can give +1 attack to other. I think it's called resonator units.
Yeah.
To give them the bonus. I'm excited to see more of that because we don't have many Lord effects in Grand Archive at this moment. So anytime we get to play a little bit more of an archetype and play a little bit more of a Lord style closeout game, I get really excited for. I don't know if it'll be as big of a payoff as I'm hoping for, but I'm very excited that if that is the case, build up like here's a board of allies, do the combo turn, and now my board of like 2/2s becomes like 4/4s. It just like good luck.
Yeah, and for those who may be unfamiliar with the term Lord effects, it just means a general buff to your units. Typically, it's like thematic by type. Like you see Banner Slime, which is you rest it and all slimes get +1. Sort of something that sort of helps all your units on board, or maybe a specific type of unit. And yeah, I think it's really really cool if we do get something like that in the near future. But we're still so early on in the spoiler season, right? It is young. I think uh was it about like 8% of the set's been spoiled so far, so we still got like a lot to go.
Yeah, there's still a lot to see. There's still a lot of mechanics as probably as well that are yet to be shown because we didn't even know the food mechanic was even going to be a thing until what 2 days
Yeah.
ago at that point. So there's still a lot to see. And I listen. I'm not going to be at Worlds, but there's going to be probably some really cool stuff announced out coming out of Worlds as well.
There is. And you mentioned the harmonies and melodies. Maybe there's a secret Allen deck, the one card that does care about harmonies and melodies
Don't
coming in.
don't give me hope. Don't like
Don't
this.
yeah. Stop. I've believed for far too long.
I have my CSR level 2 put to the side. I'm waiting. If we get Allen, I am getting that level 1 and that level 3. That's all I'm saying. I want him.
I do know Isaac is also a big fan of Alan as well. So there's Alan enjoyers out there. They're hiding. They're waiting for their moment.
It's been a deck to the side. I'm just in the boat of I love Tamer is probably my favorite class. So and I think Allen does some of the more unique stuff for Tamer, and that's why I've just been very excited to potentially play this deck as well. I mean, right now the level 2 saying we get a free harmony or melody in our hand. If we start getting more of those, I've seen what Chessman Alice can do at level 2. Doing that for a Tamer style deck, I'm excited.
Yeah, it makes me kind of upset that some of the Fate Stones are Guojia bonus. Because how cool would it be for Genbu to be Tamer bonus, and then you go Guojia 1 into Alan 2, searching for your Fugue, and then you're able to just hit that a little bit more consistently. But unfortunately, Alan's not his time to play with the turtle.
No, not yet. We got some time to wait, and we'll still keep that. I'm gonna keep that Allen on the shelf, and then when it's time, dust it off and be like, it's time.
Now, this is a nondescript game I'm about to name, but in this game, there's a card that lets you change the color of another card or something like that. In Grand Archive, we've got a card that's sort of same concept of take a card, choose where it says class bonus, and insert your own class bonus. So if it says Gojira bonus, you could change it to Allen bonus. So you play that into being able to fulfill your dreams.
Oh, listen, I feel like apparently we do have nullifying here, James the color.
Yeah. That's one of those. You can have any color you want as long as it's norm.
I feel like if we add a changing if we have changing a type though of changing something to from Guojia to another champion, I feel like we would break something very quickly. There's probably somebody out there who already has a combo who's waiting for that card and is just like, all right, you messed up. About to go infinite combo in Grand Archive.
Yeah. We're about to see CLs go. Play this card, change Rending Flames from Warrior to Guardian, and then Rending Flames from
Rending Flames for 38, and it's just like, all right. Good game.
Oh.
Shake my hand.
Yeah, okay. Maybe bonuses are there for a reason and they shouldn't be changed.
Maybe there was a design philosophy for this game that we shouldn't mess with that too much.
Oh man, but maybe an April Fool's Day joke. That'd be a fun thing. We could just do for an April Fool's just a no class bonus, no champ bonus sort of thing. So you can run anything, play Fire Gojia and run a cleric class bonus and still get the effects sort of deal.
Oh no. I'm not ready for them to go. I'm not ready for Gojia level 1, put a Sirio out into play, and then go to CL.
No, you still got to follow the rules, right? You can't. You got a lineage. I just mean class bonuses and champ bonuses break. So
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we'll just go Merlin.
Oh, well, you could do that normally.
Yeah, but it's harder to flip the dragon. Imagine just having a Merlin with a dragon.
Oh, you're right. A level 3 Merlin with just the Seiryu.
Gives you access to Arcane now.
Oh no. I no longer want to do this.
Get ready for this April Fool's coming up next year. It's about to be great. Don't worry about it.
I take it back. We were supposed
Just
to be
make
having fun.
just make it a divine relic that you have to play. I don't know what we'd call it, but don't give Silver too many ideas.
just just get it rid. But wow. Let's hop back to the regionals real quick. We'll do a little bit of recap. We finished round 3. We had Hanky Duggo. We'll go ahead 2-0 against Fire Suzaku. And we have 6 rounds in total. I believe 63 players signed up. The top 16 of those players will be getting their regional invite for next year's nationals, since all of our nationals have already concluded this year. And of course, there is additional pricing as well. You get packs, event packs. It's a regional, so you get those Sapphire packs. All those are for the Mordred recollection. You know, hopefully open some cool foil lineages, spirit, things like that. And this is all leading up into our World season happening August 21st, starting with the Gauntlet, last chance qualifier for those players, into Worlds Day 1, Worlds Day 2, and Ascent Worlds in the 3v3 happening in Singapore. So much going on, so much to look forward to.
Very exciting, and it is great. There is some crazy competitors here going into the Gauntlet as well. Some pretty big names for players, especially a lot of new names that have been known in the community for a very long time and are here to make a name for themselves. So this is going to be one of the events to watch, and to see what comes out of this. And I think as well, with kind of where we're at now in this meta, there is a lot of room. I think a lot of people have been brewing some stuff in secret, so I'm excited to see what is going to be happening with this world championship this time around.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Unfortunately, not going to make it to Worlds myself, but I'm going to be sitting on the couch rooting. I think I'm actually going to even do a watch party, set up a little thing for the Pacific Northwest folks so we could all get together and enjoy it. And you know, I think it's one of those it's such a great event. There's so much going on. The stream quality is great. I'm sure there's going to be a great lineup of players, casters, personalities. It's going to be a huge event. You don't want to miss it.
No, and as well is it is one of the times where you get to see some of the best Grand Archive played, because we're not just talking a set here where we do see some of the best players make it. We're talking Ascent winners. We're talking people national winners as well. People who have essentially worked their butts off, worked all year to make it to that stage. And of course, not to mention, it is an event where, unlike something like an Ascent, where you are locked on a deck list when you get to the event and you for round 1, a lot of these players have 3 or 4 deck lists getting ready for the Gauntlet list, the top cut list, and then of course the top 8. So there is a lot of things getting prepared, a lot of things getting ready, and there's a lot of last minute changes a lot of players are going to make based on what they see in the field. So we're going to about to see some absolute crazy Grand Archive. A lot of big brain plays probably being brought out. And if it's anything like the last 2, I am very excited. I don't think with last year, watching that grand final was probably one of the craziest card game grand finals I have ever watched in my life. So I'm excited to see another one of those those grand finals.
Yeah, that reverse sweep, everything coming in. And this is the first Worlds where both. Oh, technically there wasn't 2 last time, but we have the defending world champion in Bobo and inviting Glenny Boy back as well to sort of like defend themselves in this Worlds. They get a straight invite into day 1 of Worlds, which I think is so cool. Because yes, we should recognize our world champions. They should do that, but also, you know, you can't stay king forever. You have to always come back and defend that title. So, will we get someone crowned as a new champion, or one of these 2 players step up and show why they've earned their place as a world champion?
Yeah, nothing is crazier than watching a king have to defend their title. And this time we're seeing 2 of those kings going at it to defend the title. So this is going to about to be an insane world championship. Well, hey,
It,
I think that is we are getting close to the end of here for regulation, getting close to the end of overtime. So what we'll go and do is we're going to go ahead and send it to a quick break as we get ready for round 4, and we bring ourselves one step closer to crowning our regional champion here at the online regional. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a few.
See you in a bit.
See you in a few.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are getting ready for our round round 4 of our RDO NA online regional hosted by True Champion Gaming. I'm Valkyrie, and I am with Garrett besides me once more. How you doing?
Doing amazing. Had a couple of snacks, could read a little bit of the article and grab a cup of coffee. So I'm ready and I'm already pumped for the next round. Did you get a chance to read a little bit of the article for the seasonal ban list already?
I did get to. I saw that going around and was able to read sort of looking at their logic of why they wanted to implement this and sort of the reason behind it. I'm actually glad they did share the 3 cards they want to do for the season as well, because I feel like if that article came out and they didn't tell us, I feel like everyone would be kind of a little bit on edge of like, oh, what's going to happen? Like, what's it going to be?
That is correct. I would be very heavily on edge and like, what do? Especially since I already booked my trip to Osaka. So knowing what I'm not facing is already kind of telling what I will be facing. So I like this. And I also like a lot that we're getting a pseudo rotation without invalidating any cards in your collection for a long term.
Yeah,
Biggest
that's actually
perk
a
of
really
the
good
list.
point.
With rotation systems, you have it very frequently that you have a card that is in standard for games. Don't want to name any examples right now. Since there are different games that did it at different times, and suddenly the card that was, let's say, $50 is now $2. And that feels very bad as a collector, right? It's not so much that you are losing money, right? Since you keep the card anyway, but it is a very bad feeling to have your collection being worthless. As a player and collector, you should not worry, in my opinion, about the value of the things you own because you collected them to collect them, right? Otherwise, you would be an investor. But the sour feeling of the cards losing value suddenly is kind of it leaves a sour taste. So I'm glad we got the seasonal ban restriction list that the cards only invalidated for about 4 months. Awesome idea.
Yeah, I think it's really good just from what you're saying, how it prevents an actual rotation. Because rotations make games harder for newer players to get into as well. And it's much easier to tell them like, oh, just for, the next 3 months as you're getting to this game, you just can't play these 3 cards. And it feels so much better telling someone that than like, oh, you can't play any of these 3 sets that like a store may be trying to sell. So now it's just like it hurts the store, it hurts players, communities, things like that. So I'm really curious to see just where this goes and how it goes. I like how they introduced the concept of a card can't be on this ban list unless it's been out for 3 sets already, which means that looking at maybe a card people aren't happy with, like Ayala, she's still gonna be around. You can't just permanently get rid of her. But now it's like maybe the deck she was in that was very oppressive has lost a tool that's an older card, which will make the deck less, as oppressive as it is now.
Yeah, super amazing change. I'm already excited to see the new card pool and how players and brewers are going to be approaching this in the PRD is the shortening. Yeah, PRD season for the deck, for the set. So super excited. Speaking of being excited, are you excited about water being thrown around for the next round, Valkyrie?
I am. Tons of water. It is going to be a beach episode here because we have Water Astra Diana going up against Water Genbu, 2 pretty big water decks, known to be in that element for their archetype. Astra Diana is going to be looking to loop some cosmic focuses and go for one big attack. And Genbu, it's a classic, Garrett. Big turtle, mill out plan, all the goodies that deck can run, it is running.
That is correct. It almost looks like it is a 1-for-1 Superior's list from the Ascent in London where he won. And also, I think he also played the same list in the US Nationals in Las Vegas. So, tried and true, you could say.
Tried and true indeed.
do we
If you
see-
had to choose one here, Garrett, between
Mhm.
Water Astra and Genbu, who do you think has the upper hand?
I think that Genbu has the upper hand because Genbu has 3 angles to attack the game from. It is the mid game plan, the quote-unquote OTK with Genbu flipping its stats, and also the stratagem of Mirrored Eyes being a kill condition. As opposed to the Water Diana deck that wants to go for one fellow swoop and knowingly Water says, I play a very cold tune for you this turn. And you will get Song of Frosted.
I just imagine like someone running up to attack you and you pull out like a flute, like doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, and just like like panically start playing.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Alrighty, we're jumping into the game here. We have Kid Fox on the Astra Water Aetherwing Diana level 3 on the top, and Jixie on the Water Turtle Genbu Gojia on the bottom.
A little fun fact about Jixie, he's also playing since the first regional in Europe that happened in, I believe it was ALC in Hungary. So also a very tried and true gamer for Europe here. Cool,
Oh
cool.
wow, this is cool to see then here. Hopefully we get to see both these decks actually pop off and go to a really close game 3. But we will see what is in the cards as Gambu's starting off with. Well, I see this turn a million times. Gambu's always do it. We're imbuing a Fractal of Rain.
Oh, interesting reveal with the Frozen Dismissal here. I think I would personally have chosen a different card to show my opponent instead of the Frozen Dismissal, but it seems like the hand is pretty good here. Having Fractal of Rain as Gambu turn 1 is more or less the play you want to see after all, since it gives you so much leeway into the game and starts your game plan.
It is just super strong here.
And wow. Kita Fox also not a slouch here, getting distant with the backstab in the end phase of Jixie here to enable the on-enter ability of Diana. Ether Dilettant here, and also right away loading up this Ether Wing. Wow. Not sleeping on the actions.
If I didn't know any better, this looked like we were just playing against the aggro Aetherwing, right? This is a very classic turn plan, just backstep into an Aether charge, into Glimpsing, Aquamarage Whisper, but you know, luckily regionals is an open deck list, so you know, okay, this is level 3. We can go ahead and play around that. But yeah, looking very clean. Just like Water Aetherwing consistency is meant to be.
But did you notice that Kita Fox kinda whiffed on the Ether calibration here and left Crystal? I always give this guy an additional eye at some point. The Archer on top. So basically going -1 here instead of the usual neutral.
Oh, the imbued Cerulean Decree to -3 and drawn to memory, preventing the glimpsing here from Kidder Fox. I think that's so strong. Diana really wants to set up those early mills, getting those weaving mana streams in those graves to help level up and not lose any value.
Usually you get very sad if your first glimpse doesn't hit, and I personally feel like that the deck kind of falls apart if you can't glimpse on the first real attack.
I definitely agree with you. It's much harder to go from that point on when you're missing that first glimpse. It matters so much because it sets up your deck and just fuels your graveyard for your first materialization to be able to start like netting on card draws from your materialization itself.
Oh, that is a super interesting materialization for Jixi here. Not going up to level 1, so basically saying, whatever you do, you are stuck with the Archer on top of your deck for the draw for your next turn. As opposed to himself being able to just use the Fractal of Rain here to get a couple cards into the yard and drawing a card with the GCR. Wow. It is like kicking someone who's already on the floor. It feels like.
Kick them when they're down.
What are we seeing next? Free reserve being paid for?
For reserve for an unbroken
Wow.
Mustang, aka
This
the
is
Aether Wing Killer.
that is so rude. I feel like Jixi is in a pretty good spot here, just getting rid of the Aqua Mirage Whisper and denying all of those possible glimpses from it.
Mm-hmm. And it's the one problem with Aether Wing Diana is you need a weapon to attack with for your Cosmic Focus loop to actually do something. And I'm taking a quick look here. Okay, we do run a Astra Aether Wing. Just wanted to double check because if our only options are the Seeker's Aether Wing and the Aqua Mirage Whisper, that would get kind of dicey.
It would for sure get kind of dicey. And with the reveal of, I think it was the Poised Occlusion for the Ifak charge being put into the memory, Jixi now knows exactly what is coming for him within the next couple turns. And he is probably already considering how to structure his game plan and the materializations for the next couple turns here. Grand Archive in general is a game where knowledge is king, and if you know what your opponent is planning to do and even know a couple cards he has already at his disposal, you are set and know exactly how to counter this. Especially in water decks that are more or less those decks that say, nope, you are not playing the game you want to play.
We see the materialization of Genbu. A little quick peek at the material deck. Nothing really crazy here. I feel like typically it's very standard material decks that are always shown.
Really, we really need to bring back the Tideholder Claymore with the little girl. It is always such a funny image in my mind. If a little girl with a big turtle suddenly whoops out a big sword and bonks you.
Yeah, a giant 5/3 weapon, just the size of Gojira herself.
I think it might be even bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, because claymores are traditionally two-handed weapons, correct?
Yeah.
So yeah, so if Nico and CL have to use it as guardian with two hands, I think like Genbu has to hold the claymore for Gojira.
I think Nico is equipped with other weapons she's wielding. The whip, the funny gloves. And already at 2 quest counters here for Jixi. Let's see, are we seeing now a Tightstone Bovine coming to the board?
We could also just see another horse, but no, a Frostborn Paladin instead. It's gonna go ahead and use that Tightstone Bovine in the graveyard as a float, draw the card, get a buff counter, and honestly, I wouldn't mind keeping it up as an intercept, but also you could use Frostborn to start putting on pressure.
I think depending on what is left in your hand right now, you either swing, or if you have interaction for the next attack, you just... Oh, no, if you don't have interaction, you don't swing, and if you have interaction, you swing. That is what I wanted to say.
Looks like we're considering it here. thinking about an attack with this Frostborn Paladin. Does the 3 damage seem too good to pass up here at the current moment? And it looks like it is. We're attacking in for 3, setting Kitterfox to 4. And damage typically sticks on Diana. She does have refreshing charge, and that's about it.
Still, a recover for free might just be the one thing that you need in time of crisis. Going up to level 2, that means we get to load our Aether Wing here with up to 2 Aether charges from hand or memory and get to draw 2 more cards into our memory. Wow! Another Weaving Mana Stream. That's so big. So Kitterfox is now able to level up next turn for basically 1 memory.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Big
And it is a
attack
hit
here.
for... Is it for 7?
We should be for 7 because distance 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 should be for 6.
The Poised Occlusion, 2 mana streams should be 4. The Aether Wing itself, 5. 2 times ranged 1 should be 7, right?
Oh, that you're right. The Astra card is 2. I thought that was triple water. And the going on an adventure. Whoa.
Maybe one thing that people at home might want to internalize a little bit. Most of the Aether charges that are water are 1 attack power, and all those Astra ones are usually 2. So if you see the element, you can sum it up very quickly. There might be 1 or 2 exceptions, but overall, I'm pretty confident this is correct.
Castilian Archer coming in on attack trigger here. Jixie gonna have to answer this. 3 down for a refracting missile to remove the archer. This is gonna be for 2 damage. Killed, but the attack trigger is still on the stack, so you're gonna be able to banish that float from the grave and draw if so chosen.
Kitterfox pondering about the possible choices here. And okay, getting rid of 1 mana stream to draw a card. Interesting.
That is a very interesting choice, especially when you're setting up to go to level 3.
That is something I didn't see coming. What is the card again that puts something on from the field into the opponent's memory in Astra? I think that is also an Aether charge, right?
Yes, the Astra one, the vanishing eclipse, I believe, is you put a unit either to memory or to hand, one of those two. Really good against interceptors and taunts. Really allows you to get through on the attacks. The only problem is it doesn't load itself. It Aether calls, but when you activate it, it doesn't load itself into an Aether wing. You have to Aether call it to get the attack bonus.
Do we have the Vanishing Eclipse in the main deck here for Kitterfox?
It does
I don't
not
spot it
look like
now.
we do.
Okay. I was thinking of a cheeky line where you can activate the card in your recollection phase. That's why you maybe want to have the 1 extra card in hand right now. But Jixi building his defense. The wards are great for him here. With the Thronekeeper Bullfrog and the Froststorm Paladin. And strong defense against this basically one attack per turn based deck. Let's see what Kitterfox is doing.
Looking possibly to go to level 3 here. And we could start the looping, but no, opting in for the treads. And I really like this just because it's going to prevent next turn when you do level to 3 for Jigsaw really being able to interact with you on your turn. The quick step treads, it feels like such a slap to water decks. It also gets fire decks a lot of the times, But man, it is so difficult to play around.
Okay, let's see. Oh, is this 3 cosmic focuses in hand, or was it? It was at the very least 2. That is wild.
Oh, dungeon guide. We don't need a hard materialize when we have DGs and Jixie. I don't think has enough to stop this dungeon guide and whatever Killer Fox is wanting to do. So if you have interaction, you have to be wise on how to use it. So we're letting this one go through.
And which cards are we losing? It's a decree and a refreshing charge. Not too bad, not too bad. And of course, you can't forget the Lost Providence. I usually forget it to get out in like a third of my games. I'm not sure about you.
I always tell people it's a QTE check, right? When you
Okay.
level up to 3, when you're grabbing your champion from the material deck, you have to hit the QTE to bring out the Lost Providence, and if you don't, you just fail it, right?
QTE stands for Quick Time Event, right?
Yes.
Figure it. God of War was a good game. That actually explained what this is. And the Thronekeeper Bullfrog is gone with that. Jixie has 1 more floating memory available. How many cards does Killer Fox have in hand? Is it 3 or 4?
5, it looks like here. 2, 3, 4. 4 or 5. We're close to that range, that number. So one possible interaction. We do know that Killer Fox has one last Aetherwing in their material deck. So that is sort of the last bastion to be able to get in there with those cosmic focuses.
Ooh. So that means you need to get out for sure an Aetherwing next turn. Otherwise, you cannot kill your opponent, right? With both Aetherwings gone right now. That is interesting. So this might actually be a big issue for Killer Fox here to close out the game. Since the Froststorm Paladin is there, and as soon as your opponent starts activating those cosmic focuses, we will most likely just see the turtle being turned upside down and presenting a big wall here for Killer Fox.
Mm-hmm.
What is the Fractured Crown attack called again? Seeking Shot?
The Seeking Shot, the True
Is
Sight.
it maybe time for Astra Diana decks to play this card?
It is.
So the idea is actually that, in case you wonder why I'm mentioning this, for one, the card has True Sight, so Innervate Agility is kind of a moot point. And the second thought was that in case you lost all your Aetherwings or need to materialize one, instead of having to rely on the Aetherwing, you just get ranged and attack right away. Because right now, with the Froststorm Paladin and also the Gembu being a threat, that means Killer Fox need to disable 2 possible interceptors or taunters. And if you can just go for lethal here, you might just be facing, let's say, a Song of Frost. Not a very common card in Water decks, I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who would play Song of Frost in a Water deck? I'm not sure.
Who knows?
I think this could actually have interesting implications. What is your thought on this, Valkyrie?
Yeah, it's hard to really like have a decisive decision on it here, but there is implication, as you mentioned. in regards to it there. And you know, it's just it's weird because certain decks want to run specific cards because it really fits the theme and helps. And like those nice tech cards would feel great to put in, but it also has like some anti-synergy with what your other like cards in your deck are doing. So it's like,
Yeah.
do you add that option or do you sort of keep trying to go with your main game plan?
I think I figured it out. It is a sideboard card as a 2-off.
Mm-hmm.
I think I should never actually try to build my own deck.
Yeah. Yeah, you are very happy with just letting someone else build the deck, and you're like, okay, I'll play that. That sounds good.
It's more so I can try to implement those funny ideas that I always come up with. Like Razor Gale with Break Apart or Astra Diana with Seeking Shot. Yeah. And it seems like not a lot is happening here for Jixie. He's just accumulating all those nice looking quest counters with Conniving Plants and his Fractal and Fatestone, as opposed to Kita Fox just getting all those toys on the board here and still not materializing an Ether Wing here. It seems like we are just waiting. What are we waiting for, Valkyrie? Do you have any idea?
We're waiting for water players to have no cards in hand. That is the that is this moment of exclusion. Diana can't attack in with anything because Jixie's just representing Song of Frost and ways to stop the attack. But Jixie can't do anything because if they do, Killer Fox will be able to attack them next turn.
So it's kind of a stalemate, huh?
It is. This is the water showdown. This is a classic where two water decks that sort of do different things, but also need your opponent to not have interaction, just waiting for that moment.
It happened. We saw an attack actually happening. Damn. So that for sure means that Jixie has another interceptor or taunt, right?
Yeah, Genbu.
Sure. I meant an additional one. I'm not sure if you want to lose your level 2 Lineage release here for the smoke bomb. If you could help it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other way though for Killer Fox to get rid of the Genbu. So, you know, I'd happily trade the one way for Genbu to be targeted with just my level 2 lineage release here. And then I don't think, unless Killer Fox loops about 4 or 5 of the cosmic focuses, I think Genbu's just too big with an activation.
Most likely. Oh boy. And here we see Diana. She's becoming distant, right?
She is, and we get opting for the Glimpse 2 when become distant. I like sort of the modal choice Diana has. If you're being attacked or targeted, you can negate it, or you can just decide to Glimpse 2 and help dig a little bit deeper to get some of those Aether calls out.
And here we see Pleiades, but hitting the board. Finally, another Ether Wing. And we are glimpsing again, finding another Cosmic Focus, getting ranged 4. This is now the first of the turn. The first of many.
Yes, that is the game plan. How many Cosmic Focuses can you Star Call in a turn? You know,
All of
feels
them.
So all of them, yes. It feels so good watching that number climb more and more. And here we go. Gonna keep going pre-recollection.
Okay, now we are glimpsing 3 to activate another Cosmic Focus. So, Valkyrie, you enjoy Diana quite a bit, right?
I do, yes. I dabble.
What do you think of the idea playing Necklace of Foresight in the Cosmic Focus build?
Ooh, that is. I understand why you would run it, like the extra
Mhm.
glimpse, but also it anti-synergizes with a lot of what you're wanting to do with like weaving mana streams and getting value through like materializations. Diana really loves having like the one cost regalias that draw a card, so
Mhm.
you can go up. I personally am not a fan of running it in the Astro Diana, but I see an argument for why people would.
Ooh, and here we see the guided starlight being activated. So that means Jixi now needs to pay 3, otherwise the attacks from Diana become unblockable this turn. Interesting.
Unless
You have
the
to do this on
opponent
card
pays.
activation, right?
Yes. Oh no, not it's your champion's next attack this turn gains. Oh yes, on card activation. You have to pay 3 or it becomes unblockable. Oh no, I'm sorry. The next attack this turn gains unblockable.
You kind of need a couple of those, otherwise it's not doing much here, I fear.
Yeah, there's still a taunting Genbu. I believe like 15 water cards in that graveyard for Jigsaw. Doing a little bit of math, I believe that's 4 instances of ranged. So it's
Hmm. Is there
not
a
enough
world
to
where
get
we can just
through.
kill the Gembu?
I'm not sure. I don't think we have enough damage. I think the graveyard's just too big and Genbu's gonna survive. Unless we like full commit more cosmic focuses here. But if you're playing from hand, you're not looping the or like you're losing a card to get more damage and you're not able to continue the loop unless you have like a commentary advantage.
Hmm. The commentary advantage basically doubles all the EFAC charges that are currently in the intent, right?
No, commentary advantage is the one cost choose 2 if you're distant, choose 2, and it's like the glimpse 4, draw a card, or Aether Chargers gain on hit, I believe.
You get to reload them. Oh.
Yeah.
So it's kind of doubling them, but in a different way.
Yeah.
It's
Another
basically the
another guided
Astra
starlight
decay.
though, Garrett. You mentioned it. Another one
Okay.
coming in. Gonna have to pay another 3 here. Oh, is this setting them up to try and pay 3 and then not have enough for Genbu? Oh no, there's plenty of influence. Never mind. I thought Jixi only had a few cards in hand and then sort of like spread the hand and just saw the mass amount built up.
Let's see. Are we paying the 3? There is no way you don't, right? Okay, Enfeebling Orb in response. 2 cards being put down. And we already have seen the level 2 release and the Smoke Bomb, if I'm not too wrong.
Wow, this just feels like one of those critical moments where you have to make sure you make the right decisions here. But if Jixi does, I think they just secure themselves the victory of staying alive, and Diana's pretty much used everything they possibly can.
Yeah, staying alive. And which cards are going down, Jixi? You should make a decision.
Decisions. It matters here. You just gotta put 3 down. You don't want this attack to be unblockable. All right, it's been loaded. It's resolved. It's not unblockable. It is very blockable at this current moment. and it's coming into Genbu for quite a big number.
How big is the number going to be? Is it big enough to get rid of the turtle?
Well, right now it's for 13, which is more than enough to remove the turtle in its current state of body. However, turtles are known to get bigger and bigger bodies by paying 3 and counting the amount of water cards in the graveyard here.
Okay, 3 cards left in hand. Is this now where we see a couple more Cosmic Focuses being activated?
Yeah, I think I counted 14 water cards here for Jixie. That means Genbu is going to a 23, but you're right. That is
Cosmic Focus. Putting it on the 4th place. I have a feeling that the turtle might be soup now.
Yeah, I think you're correct. The turtle has become turtle soup and getting that retaliation for 3.
It seems like Kita Fox never lost his focus here.
Kidder Fox has cosmically focused.
Indeed, indeed. So this now leaves more or less 2.5 win conditions for Jixie left. One being basically the mill out plan that requires him to draw the Fractal of Bull Adepts, and also the ally route that is not that strong anymore. However, the funny thing about this deck is that it can generate quite big allies out of nowhere. Because the Thronekeeper Bullfrog is notably an animal. And if you have a couple seaside ringleaders in your yard, those frogs can get very quickly very big. So you might be in for a ride. We are already counting the floating memory.
Yeah,
Wow.
you know, when a Genbu player counts how many floatings in that graveyard, Garrett, it spells one card and one card only.
Yeah, Fractal of Polar Depths, right?
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
what?
totally. That's it.
And-
You got it. Stratagem of Polar Depths.
And
there it
here we have
is.
Stratagem of Mirrored Eyes, and it seems like Kitafax says, okay, I'm good, you have enough floating, let's go to the next one.
Yeah, even though the Genbu was slain, Gojia can still activate spells and rain down torrential ice onto Kira Fox and their Diana, resulting in the game 1 over to Jixie.
Very interesting how this played out, especially with Gembu actually just being destroyed here. I was actually not expecting Gembu to leave the field here until the game is over. So that was a surprise to me.
A big surprise indeed. Let's go ahead and take a look at the sideboard here for Jixie. I'm seeing Beastbond Boots, Expel the Departed, Unbroken Mustang, Revitalizing Cleanse, Shademus Priest, Song of Frost, and Excalibur. Definitely want to bring in the Song of Frost and the Unbroken Mustang. Not really a fan of much else. I could see an argument for the Excaliburs. Is anything really calling to you, Garrett, what you would bring in?
Not really. If I didn't know that the Astra Diana deck basically wants to one-shot you, you could make an argument for the Revitalizing Cleanse to just get rid of chip damage from the archers early into the game. But you have no cards to actually side out here, so probably not a good thing to put in. Looking at Kitterfox's deck list, I'm pretty sure we are seeing the Crystallized Destiny, the Nullifying Lantern, another Anger, and I can also see the Unbroken Mustang, and of course the Topsy Decrees. So a lot of cards can be put into here.
Yeah, a lot of cards. When you bring in those Regal Inquisitions, I can sort of see a way in a line because it helps sort of stop that stalemate they were at where you're unsure what sort of defensive options your opponent has. So you could Regal them, see what they have in hand, either force out a negation or, remove those Songs of Frosts, those pesky cards that are very difficult for Diana to get around.
So since I'm just a very average player, right? I think my main deck would go from 60 cards to almost 70.
You just put everything in. Everything sounds good.
I personally think that sideboarding cards out with water decks is pretty difficult. Because the main deck itself is very tight, and if you then have to make decisions what to cut, I almost feel like you can better throw in. It
Very
seems
good.
like one card was just wrong into the main deck for Killer Fox here, and it was, if I'm not too wrong here, the Spirit, and they just shuffled up again to have a valid deck. And now we are starting the second game.
Yes, very good. It was caught before the game actually started here, so makes it a very easy reset. And we are good. Diana doing the classic, draw my 7 and pass turn, doing nothing turn 1, no need. So Jigsaw, Garrett, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. We're just gonna imbue a Fractal Rain again.
Sounds pretty good. You know what would be even better? A Gentle on top.
A Gentle on top. It is a possibility. We see our refracting missiles and what's that second imbue? What are we thinking about? A Frostworn Paladin.
Okay, and here we see a backstab. Wow! Who would have expected that one? Let's see what Killer Fox is losing now for the level up. And it is a dungeon guide. Oh. That is almost a tale of I have multiples. And here we have the calibration just to set up our first draw and hopefully drawing one into memory here. That is a pretty good start if we are not going minus here actually. And what are we drawing into memory? How good is it going to be?
Let's hope a Weaving on top. That's... Ooh, no, just another Aether Calibration.
Calibration is good enough. Not going minus is already a plus, you could say.
Yeah. I like that logic. If you don't lose anything, technically you've gained something.
There was recently a somewhat interesting discussion of what would be a Grand Archive equivalent of ramping resources. And you could kind of make the argument of a card not going negative for you is somewhat ramping.
Yeah, I like ramping a Grand Archive is just drawing cards like Turbocharge, right?
Yeah.
Anything that +1s is your ramp in GA. So it's weird because like there's no traditional ramping, there's just drawing cards.
That is one of the very interesting things in Grand Archive for me personally, that you have not the linear card economy as you have in most other games, where you just turn by turn increase your resource type card by X amount, but more so, the more cards you play, the less resources you have. And in response to the level up and getting the Fate Stone out, we see another calibration here.
Yeah, just got to set it up, right? You want to make sure you're controlling the mill. We're finding the third calibration. Those are all on top. And we're milling that Weaving Mana Stream. A nice heads-up play here from Killer Fox, just in control of what's hitting that graveyard. And frankly, just getting the benefit of Genbu's mill.
Jixi, however, hitting the ringleader here, that could be very painful, especially if now suddenly an Unbroken Mustang comes down. 2-3 and getting rid of. Do we see 3 cards being put down? Please don't.
1,
That would be very devastating. 2.
2. Oh, hold on. 2.
2.
There we go.
Okay, just a Tidestone Bovine. We are saved.
Yeah, but this bovine hit the gym. It's a 2-3 bovine. Or 2-4 bovine. 2-3, I was right. Mill 2. Get some quest counters.
And a
Deal
couple
some damage.
floatings.
Yeah, we saw how powerful the floatings were in that first game. That end game stratagem, closing it out. Another bovine.
Ooh.
You know what
Also
these are
coming
called,
in
Garrett?
Steak?
No, brovines.
Oh, I see what you did there. You are joining my playing field of dead puns.
They hit the gym together. They got a little bit of buff, and now they're out here showing off.
I think Ejixi need to be very careful now with Kitterfox going up to level 2. And did we... Oh, we are loading 2 EFI charges from our memory, drawing 2 more cards into memory. And having lost the dungeon guide on level 1, I think that tells us there is at least 1 more. And we saw a glimpse of it.
There is
Okay.
one more. I'm surprised we're not just DGing here for even more value, but this is a big attack coming in. Huge
It
glimpse here
indeed
as
is.
well. This is the one downside of playing Diana, is you get a big attack in with your 8th Aquarange Whisper. Now you're glimpsing like 10 plus cards, and you're like, oh gosh. There's been moments playing this deck where I just go, whatever, I just need this one card, and I just put everything else on the bottom.
Yeah. I'm curious to see to know why Kitterfox didn't go for the level 3 and just in response to whatever Jixi wants to do during the attack becomes distant. And just tries to say, I hit you for a bazillion.
A bazillion does sound like a good number here. We
Right?
are finishing our glimpsing. Another weaving mana stream is in the grave. That means there's 2 total, and I think we have another float. So that's going to be a free level up to 3, which feels so good here for Kitterfox. And the fact that you haven't lost your Aquamirage Whisper as early, it's really coming in clutch of why this card is so good.
Indeed. It sets basically up your next 5 turns if you hit big enough. Let's see what Jixi's plan is here. Would you consider going up to level 2 here and just drawing a card to have the Ingolfs online?
There is a potential, but I think he's wanting to save this float for a stratagem line. I feel like that is going to be their main win condition at this current moment, is just quest counters for Gembu to block, and then a stratagem to try and close out the game. And these double bovines are really going to help fill this grave very fast.
The Brovines staying together strong.
Indeed. They're hitting leg day right now. You got to make sure you exercise all 4. Another 2.
And
wow, hitting 2 polar depths this turn off of Mills hurts.
it indeed is not a very pleasant view. But that also means as soon as you milk yourself out, you can just get what you need back with the Tabula of Salvage. Unless the cards are getting banished, they are never truly lost.
Mm-hmm.
Since one guy once said, games are truly outrageous.
Truly, truly outrageous. Oh, like I feel
Sometimes I
like
feel I'm pretty old.
it's see that it's all about the thought, right? Same thing goes into logic with card games. You can't think you're losing. You have to always have confidence, and that's how you'll find lines. So for you, you can't think you're old. You have to be like, I'm young, I'm hip, I know.
I'm hip.
No, 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 not that your hips hurt. It's that you are hip.
Sure, Valkyrie. Let's go with that. Amazing.
It does
So,
feel like Kidder Fox is just in control of this game right now. Jixie trying to figure a way through this. It's, you've already taken 11. Next turn, Kidder Fox has an Aether charge. You know there's Weaving Mana Streams that are going to be loaded when they level up. And it's a potential of pushing a lethal line. So you really have to consider, like, what options do you have? You only have about 7 cards in total influence. One of them really needs to be a defensive option, like a Negate or a Song of Frost. So that means you can't really do much on this turn.
I think Jixie is just playing the patient game here. With the 2 Tidestone Bovines being 2-3 is already a lot of pressure here. And looking how he plays this turn, we might just have a Conniving Plans in hand to flip. Oh, we are actually at 9 quest counters. Okay.
No, that does make a difference there.
That changes everything.
It does. The math has changed.
Okay. It seems like there was just a tiny error in counting the quest counters, and the effects got resolved as they should, and then you should be awarded also your quest counters. And an Ingolf on the Froststorm Paladin, getting rid of this pesky interceptor here. That is pretty good for Kita Fox.
Yeah, Ingolf is such a good card for water. 3 cost and negate anything that's not an attack feels so good.
It feels like to me that Kita Fox needs to get out too many material deck cards right now to actually push for something. Is that also something you observe at points that you yourself might just be too many materializations behind to get into the position you want to be on?
Yeah, that is a common problem in Diana, is that you feel like you're 2 to 3 materializations behind of where you want to be. It's like you do get to cheat a materialization on your level 1, but unlike Lorraine, you have to expand another card to do so in a way of becoming distant. So it feels like, if you just got to level up and get your free Eighth Ring without having to expand another card, it does feel you feel like you could catch up. But the fact is, like, you're always needing materializations in Diana. You need so many setups, so many regalia, just to sort of feel comfortable in your position.
I personally seem to have this issue in quite a lot of level 3 focus decks where to facilitate my actual game plan, I need to get out so many cards from my material deck that I'm so many turns behind. And I think I will be throwing in another beginnings in every level 3 deck I'm playing.
That is fair. And that's why Lost Providence is so good in level 3 decks, because it is that free
Yes.
materialization.
That is correct. It is also I personally like cards that cheat out game mechanics as like Dungeon Guide, Heavenly Guide, Besiege Winds, Besiege Fate Stone, or just on enter abilities like Diana level 1, Aether Dilettante. that allow you to just circumvent basic game rules. That is pretty cool most of the time. And those cards are indicatively very strong.
A little count in the graveyard here. I don't know if we have enough float to make a lethal stratagem, but I think we're getting close here to that point. Fox has to be careful of that possibility again. Don't want to fall in the trap. Another Frostworn Paladin here on the side of Jixie, really trying to set up these defenses.
And another Ingolf, but the Ingolf, did Kitterfox Fox pay 2 or 3? Oh, it's 3. Awesome.
Three for that engulf. That means 2 engulfs down already. I understand not wanting to play against those Frostworn Paladins just because they're the interceptors, they get to deal those additional damage. But you really might want to save that an engulf for a kill turn, like a stratagem, or maybe the Unbroken Mustang trying to remove the lantern that's stopping the Genbu. But we'll see here for Kitterfox's turn if they are able to try and close it out and kill this Genbu. We see the hard level to 3 using just floating memory, loading up those Aether charges.
Yeah, especially with the Nullifying Lantern being out, getting rid of Genbu is very, not very easy, but it's easier right now. But it seems like Kitterfox is first saying, let me take a peek at your hand.
Let me regally inquisit you, and there's an engulf. Yep, the classic. If you can activate them, I can activate them too. You don't get to see what's in my hand or memory. It's a secret.
And it stays a secret.
I don't think this is enough to get through the Genbu. We're looking at only 3 damage. We're not distant yet. We only have 3 or 4 cards in hand at this current moment. You would have to expand a Cosmic Focus and another way to loop it here. And it looks like that's what we're going to aim to do.
Boy, we are getting soup again.
So since we're not distant, Cosmic Focus is going to make us distant, which will allow us to glimpse 2. And make sure you resolve the Cosmic Focus first here, though. It goes down into the 4th card. And then we glimpse our 2. So now we know Cosmic Focus is the 3rd card on top, since 1 went on the bottom. And we're just passing turn.
I'm a little bit disappointed because we are not getting soup right now.
Garrett was hungry. A little bit of soup.
I
but
am.
And in
I'm debating to order a burger. Maybe a turtle burger?
That's a good burger. Maybe a turtle burger is what's coming up. But Enfeebling Orb being used here on the side of Jixie, usually when that is used, it's a sign that they are going for the kill on this turn. No defenses. Bovine goes in, mills 2, another Bovine for another 2. And Garrett, I think there's going to be a stratagem here, and 3 float in total.
You discovered the strategy that Jixie is having here right now. And it's a very icicle one. Let's see if he throws down his 6 cards into his memory. I'm very confident that is exactly what is gonna happen.
Yeah, just gotta show them here. If there's no stratagem, it makes it feel very weird. But
oh, there was a big chunk of cards. Is it 6? It is a stratagem. Very strategic play here. And I see. Getting a cosmic focus.
Become ranged. I'll negate it unless you pay 2. All right, I will pay 2. And we will stratagem for lethal. And that's going to be the game. Jixie takes it 2-0 against Killer Fox. Water Genbu proving to be the better water deck in this current matchup against Water Diana. Wow, sort of a slog there, right? It took a little bit of time. Both players being very reactive. That's just Water's like MO. That's what they want to do. And once you find an opening, that's where you go. And the fact that Jixie saw the Enfeebling Orb route, Killer Fox already dedicated 2 cards or 3 cards to the Regal, and then activating that Cosmic Focus from hand, causing them to go down, and they couldn't do anything after that. A perfect setup, lined up the pins and knocked them down.
Yeah, it seems like it is just, as you said, being behind on materializations with needing so many tools from your material deck to facilitate your game plan, especially against decks that have a defense against attacks, not only in the sense of having Song of Frosts or spells to negate those attacks, but also having a big ally like Gembu and also those Froststorm Paladins and Thronekeeper Bullfrogs. That is very hard for Diana to deal with and demands a lot of answers.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, big turtle taunts, Frostworn Paladins, so much, and it just goes back to that turn of the Seaside Ringleader buffing those 2 Brovines is what I really like helped Jixie take over that game. Those bovines kept milling float, kept filling up that grave, and 2/3s are strong. We know that. That is like the MO of Grand Archive. And when you have 2 of them unanswered, I'm sorry, not Lorraine, Diana couldn't see any of their own Frostborn Paladins, didn't see any of their own archers to even try and remove those. Board control was 100% in Jixie's favor.
Yeah. I feel like once you lost control over the board and what your opponent is doing with the Ifa Charge Diana deck, you are on the back pedal here and need to put in a lot of work to just run away with the game. While we saw Killer Fox being able to basically remove 2 times Gembu if wanted to, that is not enough because the deck attacks from so many angles. It is also one of the reasons why a couple cards are on the ban list right now that facilitate decks to have multiple damage sources, not only attacks but also spell damage, right? What is the song called again?
Carp Song Coda.
It is indeed a very copy song. If you get to hit for 4 or 6 damage just from the graveyard as against attack in conjunction with your attacks, it is very scary. And this is what Genbu does since release. You have the mill angle, you have the ally angle, you have the spell source angle. And you can also combine them with like a big claymore for a little girl, for a little bit of spice here and there. So it is hard to play around all those win conditions. You basically need to assess very quickly what your opponent is trying to achieve, most likely, play around it, and have something in your pocket for the plan B. So props to Killer Fox to even going this length here, because on average mills, the deck is very devastating if you're not prepared to deal with all the graveyard.
Yeah, it is tough because like the deck gets shut down. Like, luckily Gembu doesn't run Censor, but Censor really hurts Water Diana, and it's very difficult for her to remove it and continue their own game plan. Because it really does slow you down. And we talked about how important materializations are for the deck, so it really affects it in that way. I'm curious to see how Killer Fox goes through the rest of the tournament. Hopefully you run into some more favorable matchups where you just don't stare down a giant taunter that can be flipped at any moment. I think that's one of the big choices. But like if you look at like win decks, they don't have that many intercepts or taunters, opposed to like water, and even fire has a very few limited amount as well for that.
That is correct. Most commonly, we see at best fluffy shopkeeps in those other 2 elements you mentioned, and maybe a couple Ascent Protectors, but most likely they are just gonna hit phase because phase is the
Yeah.
place, right?
3 damage is nothing to scoff at. It's very, very good. But you're right. It's typically like the fluffy shop keeps, and those can easily be dealt with your allies that you don't have to worry about attacking them with your champion, opposed to like, you know, the Genbos, the Seryus, those really big boys who are much harder to get off that field, where the whole deck sort of like built around them. They have the protection, the smoke bombs can't get through them if they're already on level 3 because you have the negate from your lineage release. It's just a lot that adds into it there. But everyone, we are just finishing our round 4. There's going to be a total of 6 rounds because we have 63 players. Keep in mind, the top 16 people are battling it out for their invite here. We just want to say a couple of things. Thank you all for watching the online RDO regionals hosted by True Champion Gamings and streamed by Serene Balance Productions. This is the second one of the season and last one as we're going into Worlds. So thank you so much for the support. If you're liking what you're listening to and watching, go ahead and hit the subscribe button, like the stream, and go ahead and turn on the notifications to stay up with more. And a big shout out to all of the casting talent here who's been helping production and production themselves. They're doing a great job. Thank you so much, everyone, for that. But without further ado, we're going to be going on to a short break here as we are preparing for our 5th and final round. My name is Valkyrie. I'm with Garrett, and we will all see you guys later on.
Hello and welcome back after the beach episode on round 4. My name is Garrett and I'm now accompanied by NEETfull. NEETfull, how are you doing right now after this splashy episode we had before?
I'm doing well, doing well. I was able to jump in and catch a little bit of it, but then I saw Cosmic Focus, and I'm like, ooh, maybe not.
So you lost your focus in all those water splashes. I see.
Very much so.
It seems like, just looking a little bit at the standings right now, one of the decks we have seen earlier is still somewhat performing. It is Itrios on table 8 with the Wind Merlin list. I'm super stoked to see how this plays out for him here, especially since he's playing against my friend. So I will keep an eye close on it. What about the other standings so far, Neetfull? Did you discover anything cool list-wise in the top bracket so far?
I wouldn't necessarily go the round of like saying there's anything cool or like anything that like crazy stands out. Especially when I start looking at our top 8 tables, or top 8 players at this moment. But the one thing I am seeing is a pretty decent spread of different deck lists, across the board, because we're seeing CLs, we're seeing Lorraine's, we're of course seeing Mill Jin, as well as we are seeing a kind of a Mill Alice as well in that matchup. So we're seeing a
Oh.
lot of different types of lists pop up, which is really cool to see, and kind of to show that there is some boogeyman decks that we can talk about, but it is still fairly diverse, and a lot of different lists can still perform incredibly well at at this time. And I believe our 2 undefeateds are 2 very different type of deck lists. We have CL, or Fire CL, of course, Oblation CL, something you already have seen before on stream, and then Water Jin holding down the Watermill Jin holding down that fort. So 2 very separate play patterns, very separate strategies, both performing incredibly well here at the event.
And notably, one of the very interesting cards in this Water Jin deck is the Floral Arrangement.
Yeah.
That card. It is gas.
Like, I assume it's primarily for an extra target for Fracturize, would be my assumption of why they're playing it. It's a floating, get another option for
So
another
what
option
you
for Fracturize.
actually do with it, or what you can do, is, first of all, 1, it is a floating memory card, so you kind of cheat the resource. 2, it gives you 2 herbs. Both can be fracturized, so you have a target for fracturize in case there's nothing else. And thirdly, the herbs you get are recover herbs. So if you are at 20 or above damage and you have a transfusive aura, you recover not only 1 but 5 bazillion.
That's actually, I didn't even think about that it is recovered. That's actually pretty sick. And something else I didn't realize about this list either is I called it Water Mill Gen. But Mill is its secondary strategy, as the whirlpools are in the sideboard for this list. They are not mainboarding them, which is they're focusing more on the Jin kind of go for the win kind of combo, and then say against slower matchups, side in those whirlpools.
So what you can do with the Jin deck by itself is, if you play Regals and you play against an influence greedy and heavy deck like Windcracks or so, you might not even need the whirlpools at all, because at some point the game took so long and your opponent drew, let's say, 18 cards, have 12 in graveyard, so you regal them once and this is good enough already.
Very much. And it does look like we potentially could see that as our feature match. Again, we're still a lot of things happening behind the scenes. Something that if you are new to a regional, one of the big things about this is it is not a first place kind of takes it all. You do first place do get some extra points. You do get an extra playmat, but the big thing you're after is that invite card. So a lot of times you'll see players kind of look at the board and say, well, I don't have to play a top 8 like playoff or anything like that. So if I just kind of ID here, there's a chance I could just, again, have my day be done here. Which after playing after playing multiple rounds of an event back to back, going undefeated to that point, sometimes that looks very appealing to just say, you know what, maybe I mean, it's worth to go grab some lunch and relax
It
a little bit.
indeed is very appealing, especially since personally I think those remote matches are even more exhausting than in person because you need to pay so much more attention. It is not like that you don't need to pay attention in physical events at all, but it's more so you're just staring all the time on one screen and you need to be 100% focused all the time.
Yeah,
And it is easy to lose track of small infractions like your opponent has drawn an additional card he shouldn't have by accident. While it's even hard in real life events, it is even worse in remote events. So staying focused and hydrated is very important. Yeah. So
yeah. I mean, I get it.
understandably.
I've played enough online events in my day. I've played enough as well Grand Archive online regionals to know once you get past that round 3, round 4, you start getting a little bit exhausted, a little bit strained. Sitting in front of your computer for 4 or 5 hours can get pretty exhausting. Some of us who may work in an office and work at their day job is doing that. Sometimes we're like, man, maybe another 8 hours in front of the screen is not my not healthy for
Yeah.
me.
A friend of mine at some point made a good meme, turn off the bad screen, turn on the good screen.
Listen,
Everyone who works a remote job is pretty relatable. And
Yeah,
it seems
very-
like we have our pairing. It is Jay Schmidt versus Gerfos on Water Jin versus Fire CL, with the focus on Oblation versus, I would almost say, good stuff Jin here.
Yeah, this is it's almost a very close what we see with the original Fire Gen, some of the more original Water Gens and some Wind Gens when you saw it, where it is just utilizing a lot of those recovery pieces, using a lot of those I would just call them delay pieces to kind of keep my opponent at bay, and then
Mhm.
wait for my opponent to kind of overcommit maybe a little bit too much damage on me, and then I can retaliate in kind with an onslaught of attacks that can be doing 10, 15. In some cases, Jin can press 40, 50 damage in just one attack. So you kind of have to play a balancing act into the champion, but that balancing act gets very, very difficult when you might put them 5 over lethal and they heal 15 back on their turn.
Yeah. One very interesting thing about Jay Schmidt's deck list here is he plays 2 spirits in his material deck for the first game. It is the Fortuitous Water Spirit and the Spirit of Serene Water. So, depending on what your role in the beginning is, you choose a different spirit. And it seems like we are going first. So, Spirit of Serene Water, it is water pronounced as a true Brit.
Yeah, and one thing as well is when you're going second, being able to utilize this to cycle some cards, you're still essentially getting almost the same amount of cards you would normally if you're going first. So being able to see 6 cards that you may not want to get 6 more. Not necessarily you're
Mhm.
always going to pitch all those cards, but there's a lot of justification for just even in fire or wind gen when a lot of your in-game package is on that advanced element. You can kind of see this as a spirit of, hey, this is a +6 health and set my up my end game much earlier than normal.
Did you just say, depending on my spirit, I might have a mulligan? Wow.
Maybe, yeah. Turns out.
Wow.
And if you're Rye, sometimes you skip turn 1 to do that.
So far, nothing out of the ordinary here happening. Just Gophers farming all this influence with a creative shock, discarding one card, I guess. I can't really see. And just activating the turbocharge. As every good player does, if you draw 2 cards, you are 1 card up, and this is what you want to do. It is
Yeah.
kind of insane that backup charger into turbocharge is basically a +2, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It is exactly a +2. On top of, because as we mentioned before in this event, this is open deck list. You are seeing Guthros kind of take their time and not go for crazy levels, not try to, as we've seen with Oblation through most of the day, whereas try to get to 3 as fast as possible. What this kind of Guthros knows this matchup, knows what we need to do. We are going to be looking to just essentially double Oblation to end the game once we get the 3, because we don't want to necessarily give Jin any opportunities to be able to recover or to, in some cases, survive an extra turn. Because putting Jin to 30 damage could actually speak doom even for us at a 30 health champion.
And here we have seen a couple of very interesting interactions happening. Angelic Channeling for Jay Schmidt, getting rid of Exia Side, Hemorrhaging Rand, and Relentless Outburst, banishing those cards and drawing 3 more cards into the memory and getting 1 floating memory. And Gophers is like, yeah, sure, do that. And still in end step, we gonna Topsy decree you, get rid of your float.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
And we've mentioned before, a lot of decks have not been running Topsy, which is for me crazy with how greedy decks have become in this format.
Luckily, I'm playing in a local where we have a couple aggro players, so I need to be playing Topsies to not die to them at all. And it's also notably good against Storm Slimes, since the on-enter is as a spell.
True. It is very, very. Turns out, as somebody who's slammed my face into it before, it is very good against Storm Slimes.
And here we see out of 2, make 3. It is just cycling cards the game. The library which getting set on fire here to draw 1 card for the on death, and then for the cremation ritual drawing 2 more cards. It seems like Gophers is going up every turn by 2 cards here, or is that just by imagination?
No, that unfortunately is the case. As we mentioned, it is right now. It is about an influence game. Getting as far ahead of the water player as who we possibly can is kind of the goal here. And Guthros is doing that very, very well.
And here we see Jay Schmidt activating Richter's Tiding to just get a couple cards into memory and leveling up into again Fate Defiant here. And another Richter's Tiding. In recollection phase, we are finding a Transfusive Aura and an Angelic Channeling, putting the channeling down to the bottom of the deck. Okay, what is Schmidt planning now?
At this point, I think we know what the plan is for CL. Honestly, if I had to bet on what we're going for, I would assume we were trying our hardest to get into those negates, because being able to stop that double ablation is probably going to be the way we try to get out of this situation.
That might be it. I hope that Jay Schmidt has at least a couple recover cards in hand here. So we are not just flopping back foot over against double oblation that might be coming down very, very shortly here, with Gophers being on level 2, utilizing the on-enter, and then most likely just throwing down the dungeon guide.
Yeah, no reason to wait at this point. We have all the influence we need. Get the dungeon guide down, get to 3, and then let our get as close as possible to just getting to this double ablation.
Double ablation. Oh, whoa. This is going to be very bad. I'm kind of at a loss of words.
We are seeing Oblation CL do exactly what Oblation CL wants, being able to essentially hit as much influence gain as possible. Because the more influence we have at our level 3, the safer we are going to feel for, again, setting up these next couple turns. Because we're probably going to see 1 or 2 for Kuthros just to set up the combo pieces and have as many ways to end this game here.
First Blood. Dungeon Guide hitting for 1. And a second Omen with a 15 cost card dealing 2 more damage. So Jay Schmidt is at 3 damage. And another Richter's Tiding, okay.
Apparently drawing all of them.
Close. We are at a total reserve cost of 6 of those cards. Sadly, it's not 8. If you hit 8 total reserve costs with those 2 cards revealed by Richter's Tiding, you get to plus by 1. Here we have Jay Schmidt leveling up into Jin, Zealous Maverick, and in response to the materialization, Gerfos is drawing a card with Umbra Sight and putting one into memory here. Anything else happening? He was most likely looking for a couple more oblations, or what would be your guess, NEETfull?
In response here to 2, I think we're maybe looking for a way to potentially slow our opponent's turn, maybe. Would be my thought. But again, I think where we're at now is we don't want to pressure too much damage on our opponent. We don't want to necessarily, especially we think Jin level 3 is just around the corner. We want to kind of keep that threshold as low as possible. Because if we're going to generally see the end of this game likely be attempted on the end of Jin's turn. But I think we still need a couple more cards before we can get there.
Yeah, getting rid of Jin, who got to level 3, is very difficult, especially since we are having now the Dungeon Guide here, and we are seeing now 3 good cards be put back on top of the deck here. Let's see, looking at the cards that were banished with the Angelic Channeling, it was Axial Sight, Hemorrhaging Rend, and Relentless Outburst. And did I see it correct that Jay Schmidt put all 3 to bottom?
I believe so. And it looks like we may have actually, it looks like we were trying to play. We were trying to do the sacrifice. It looks like we accidentally showed the oblation a little bit early. But here, we're throwing the oblation out as well. During the turn.
Okay. The materialization from Gerfos is basically saying, okay, I have a second oblation. What you gonna do, my friend? Since the Mangsum Armoire says you can swap a card from your omens with a card from your hand, and I'm very confident to assume that we see at the end of turn the Baleful Oblation being put as an omen, and then whenever needed, we will just swap the Baleful Oblation with a card from hand, most likely a 15 cost, or very likely actually, to just do an oblation again. And 3 down. What is it going to be for 3? Devastating blow. Okay. Putting on the pedal on the gas here. And saying, Jay Schmidt, you have to do something. Otherwise, you are in trouble. Healing out of 41 damage, even with a Serene Spirit, most likely needed, is quite a big number, actually, right?
Yeah, and on top of that, we are going into our turn with essentially a maximum influence of maybe 6 if we do plate here. Well, plate would cost us 1 for losing a card, so maximum of 5 most likely.
Yeah, this is going to be a very rough one. Gerfos is capitalizing on the one weakness that Jin has, and that is the turns he levels up to level 3 and is 1 turn cycle on level 3. There is not a lot of action happening because you are so down on influence and you rely on your toy box in your material deck to just regain influence. Jay Schmidt needs to get out the Chalice of Blood here, drawing 2 cards and drawing 1 more card with the Lost Providence, just to find more answers to the damage. But oh boy, this is going to be rough. Here we see 2 more damage coming in from the Mangsum Armor and the Seal level 3 ability, and wow. Okay, and Gerfos is like, yeah, how about you take 15 more?
Yeah, and it's some people may be wondering, why don't we just wait till the end of the turn whenever the immortality falls off a Jin here? Big reason to do this is right now we have not resolved the plate draw. We have not recollected at this point. So because of that, there is still a lot of cards we do not have. We have not potential to engulf. The options for interaction become a lot lower. So at this point, it is the safest moment to do it. Instead of just Jin saying, you know what, pass, we're essentially saying, I'm going to put you into lethal, force you to have to play now. And that's exactly what we're seeing is we unfortunately have to recover down how much? Well, more than 12. It would be 13, 14.
So you need to get down to 34 damage, and that is 15. You need to recover 15. Otherwise, no, 14. Math is hard, so we see at least one per prayer that will recover 5. And the Linux release will recover basically a net of 6, so we are at 11. I think that is not gonna be enough here, is it? Oh, it is actually. That is no.
No, we're
Why
taking
is my
because
math so hard?
we take 2 unpreventable, unfortunately, for playing the Bro Prayer.
Yeah.
As part of the resolution. On playing, I don't know why am I blank just on the name, but on the Seething Intercession, we do unfortunately for each of those cards, we do have to take 2 unpreventable for playing them. So it is extra cards, but we do have to hurt ourselves quite a bit to do so.
Okay, so just to get a little bit back on track here. So what happened is Seething Intercession banishes 3 cards from the top of your deck, and as Jin, you get to activate them every time you can play the card. You take 2 unpreventable damage here for this, and the Seething Intercession has a Jin bonus that says if your influence is 4 or less while you activate the cards, cards from the banishment activated by the ability cost 1 less this turn. And this was the case for Jay Schmidt, and that means the Pearl Prayer only costs 1 reserve here to activate. In combination with the Transfusive Aura, we first activate the Transfusive Aura, take 2 unpreventable damage, go to 46, draw a card into memory. Then we activate the Pearl Prayer, take 2 unpreventable, go to 48, then recover 9 because the Transfusive Aura says you recover 2 more if you have 20 or more damage. Then we activate the Men Flesh for 10 more, and we are good to go here.
Yeah, what a crazy route to get back down out of that. That was, and I think at this point, Guthers was expecting to be able to wrap up the game there. Now we still have, unfortunately, that the hill is still have to be climbed on Jay Schmidt's side here. Don't know how much healing we still have to be able to do that, but right now, with being able to pop the Chalice of Blood, there's a good chance we could buy 1 more extra turn. And because, unfortunately, we are now either having to wait for the Oblation to end this game, or we are having to start pressuring damage on our turn, there is a chance if we pressure too much damage, Jay Schmidt could just quickly turn this around with a well-timed Shuangxi of Sacrifice into something like a Rend and some other supporting pieces.
This is so rude. Oh my. And do you remember the card we talked in the beginning about?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And now every herb will recover 3, since you are recovering 1 plus 2 from the Transfusive Aura. You know what would be extra mean if we drop a second Transfusive Aura now?
I cannot believe that we have essentially kept ourselves alive through all of this.
That
This
is
is
what
insane.
Jin likes to do. Let's see. Is it? Okay. Just an enchanted Fett. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Just recovering good old 6, drawing a card into memory. This is a Farmer Jin at its finest. Wow. This is so amazing. That is what Jin should be known for.
doing all this to keep ourselves out of lethal range. Playing on a razor's edge, though, here.
Indeed, on the razor's edge. And does Goethals actually have anything against just a Xuangji hitting him next turn? For a lot of damage, I don't see any prevention outside of the Angel Attendants here or the Library Riches.
No, and at this point, it's a little bit scary because we have so much influence here on Jay Smith's side that we have potential not only to be able to put out the Shuangji, get that damage on top of potentially an enrage, but we could also see a Relentless Outburst also get played here to just kind of really close that gap.
Yeah, just the combination of Transfusive Aura and Recover cards is very strong. Notably, the Lineage release also recovers 2 more if you're above 20 or more damage counters, so...
And as we mentioned, this is a spot you do not want to be in, having to force the damage on your turn, because this is where things get scary. This is where Jin's like, yes, okay, I'm pretty well positioned now. I am pretty healthy. You go ahead and hit me.
That is correct. And what you can do as Jin in this specific situation right now, since you know it's open deck list, your opponent doesn't have any ways to deal with your Xuangji. You just get it out and whack him pretty good here. 2 or 3 turns just in a row. And try to survive. That you are most likely able to do.
Yeah, because I think in this main board, the only thing we have potentially to try to keep us alive, is that Under Fire.
That is correct. And the Under Fire will just prolong it by 1 turn. So you need to put the pedal on the gas here.
But one thing that does not protect us with this is if we have potential just to maybe even go for we'd have to draw both of them on the list, but double Relentless Outburst would also be pretty brutal. But also one thing about getting stealth, if you cleave, it does not matter.
That is indeed correct.
And
Cleave
there are
doesn't
4
care about
hemorrhaging rends.
visibility. It's almost like throwing a truck on a corner and saying, "Oh, you can't hit me behind the corner, right?"
And I think
you will get swooped away anyway.
And I think we saw, did we not? We saw the Hemorrhaging Rent off of the Angelic Channeling, and it went on top of the deck. So we know for a fact there is very likely a Hemorrhaging Rent in our hand, if not guaranteed to be in our hand.
At the very least, there are a lot of things that can be done now. And one thing that is not to be underestimated is that Goethals is reaching the point of having 6 omens. So if he is now omening the next turn a Baleful Oblation from the graveyard, he can just activate it at fast speed with the Lineage release whenever he feels like.
Oh no, we're doing Regal to see if our opponent has anything in hand to potentially stop us. And we essentially just showed them, yeah, I don't have anything.
It screams almost like, yeah, I'm gonna whack you for 10 with the fork. And then a very interesting thing that happened is that Jay Schmidt has a Regal Inquisition 1 in hand and 1 banished by the Receiving Intercession. And as we got confirmation, he kind of slipped up and activated the 1 from hand instead of the 1 from the banishment.
Which would have been, I think the biggest thing, it wasn't necessarily the Regal we wanted, but it was the 2 damage from that Seething trigger, that is one thing that people also underestimate with that card, is sometimes you want to take the unpreventable damage off the Seething.
That is correct.
Even higher in damage.
And here we have Relentless Outburst. How about you walk us through the map of Relentless Outburst here?
Oh man, okay, just put me on the spot.
Okay, let me help you. Relentless Outburst deals 6 damage for every deals 1 damage for every 6 damage counter on your own champion. So that is 49 divided by 6. That's 5, 6, 7, 8. And if you have 35 or more damage counters, On your champion, you choose another champion, and he will take 1 additional damage every time he takes damage. With Relentless Outburst, it basically doubles the damage here.
Yep, and it looks like we may have just missed lethal. If we were doing the math right. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like we missed lethal by, unfortunately, 2 damage here.
And we have another Seething Intercession here. Okay.
No, I think it was just like we were playing through the routing that we probably maybe should
Yeah.
have done. I think it was that point. Yeah, it was unfortunate that I think unfortunately the wrong Regal got played, which missed us for 2. And maybe we just didn't have the hemorrhaging rend either.
Yeah,
maybe
that
did we
is one of the cards that did go to the bottom. I think the issue was not the 2 damage from the Regal, but more so the card in hand.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, you were right. That would have been perfect to be able to play that. Yeah, and that's one thing. Sometimes it happens, especially when you are playing at this end of this and to do that. And
Yeah.
sometimes the survival we get off the top decks to live, unfortunately, kind of pay us back later.
And just to go a little bit back to the one turn where Jay Schmidt survived, he just top decked 4 turn the Men Flash to recover out of lethal range. So it is just the name of the game to find the odds here. Looking at the sideboards NEETfull, what do you think Gophers is bringing in here?
One of the biggest cards I think we're bringing in here. Well, I guess we're starting with Guthros, because I unfortunately had the wrong deck list open here for a second.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good. I mean, it takes 1 second to open it up. Most likely here for if we were gonna look to kind of what we're gonna be playing on Guthros here, definitely those Crystallized Destinies are likely gonna see their way into the deck list just as a way to deal with that potential hemorrhaging rend, knowing that it is an option that could happen. There is also, because we're going second, there is justification to bring in the One of Heavenly Guide. This is something we've seen a little bit more often with this kind of, I would say, this faster level 3 meta, where if you draw the Heavenly Guide and you're going second, there is a good chance you can get a free level 3 against most of your opponents.
That sounds pretty good. You're correct.
And of course, Fire Interference, I think we're bringing in for reasons.
We are for sure bringing in those fiery interferences. I think another big one is actually also another spell and Nocturne's Oblivion. Getting rid of the breastplate with Nocturne's Oblivion is pretty strong, especially if your opponent is at a low influence level already. And another spell is pretty good against basically every card Jin wants to resolve outside of Relentless Outburst and Enrage, because those cards, I'm pretty sure, are mostly spells. I think just Relentless Outburst is a skill, Enrage is a skill, and Men Flesh should also be a skill.
I'm verifying Men Flesh, but I believe so. Most of the time when they are tied to something like a warrior or a non-mage focused deck, that usually is. Yep, it is a skill. So Cleric Warrior skill as well. So a null spell will not work on Men Flesh. But Pearl Prayer, it will work.
Exactly. And also all those other funny cards that you might throw down.
Yeah, now on the opposite end of the spectrum, when we look at Jay Schmidt's list, one of the cards I definitely assume we are bringing in here is I would not be shocked to see the Topsies come in, just as a way to, if we see maybe this high roll starting, we see a lot of this floating memory getting pitched, or these liminal guys getting pitched, is a way to slow down our opponent, take that away. And the biggest thing of all is Crimson Presence. Crimson Presence is a great way to, we know what the kill strategy is going to be for at least the end of our turn. Whenever we can play Crimson Presence and just say, you know what? What if Oblation didn't do anything to me? Is a good way to stop that from happening.
That is correct. How about your things don't matter to me at all? So let's just name Oblation, or in case you are facing the double a Foe Awakening combo, you can just name Seal Mirage's Grave and you will not take any damage whatsoever. And oh, we are going with the Forge's Spirit of Water here for J. Schmidt. Okay, it is interesting.
It makes sense. Again, we are going first, so we want to still have that influence gain here. And a lot of times in this matchup, the first couple turns of Oblation CL into Water Gen don't really matter because a lot of us are just playing this influence game. And if our opponent opts to try to go for a fast level 3, I think we're more okay with that. We're more okay with our opponent going really low on influence early game and letting us kind of do our own thing.
I'm not super sure about this because if you go up to level 3 earlier than your opponent, you get to recoup the influence earlier and you get to start doing your thing and you might just oppress your opponent.
For me, I think it's kind of a mix because, like, if we rush to level 3, we lose access to things like doing our cremation rituals to gain some cards. We lose access on maybe the turbocharge route if we want it, because we do have to start paying that influence or have that influence to even set up those type of loops. So I think it's kind of a give and take kind of approach. And if your opponent's playing slower, you're playing slower, you're more incentivized earlier game to use those turns to draw cards. And of course, if Jin gets ahead of us.
And here we have, after the materialization of the backup charger, now the cost being paid to draw a card into memory to level up into Jin Fate Defiant. Losing Enrage in the process. And wow. Gophos activating Angelic Channeling and revealing a Baleful Oblation, and I believe it was a 15 cost card.
Regal
little bit. Oh, Regal Inquisition. Yeah, who even remembers this card, right?
I think we unfortunately all do remember.
It is totally not scary to have to think about your opponent having access to those cards as soon as he goes to level 3.
Yep, and here we are, Cremation, being able to recoup that influence as well. Getting to go for that draw 3, 2 off the Cremation, and 1 off the Death Trigger for the Angel. So going +1, it seems to be the name of the game.
Okay, putting a cremation ritual as an omen. Interesting. And here we have a regenerate activated for J. Schmidt just to have cards in your memory to level up. So,
and I believe that is the new promotional from the DTR event packs, Regenerate.
It is indeed. Regenerate and Enchanted Fat are two very interesting cards for those Jin decks because essentially you are not really losing a card in that sense to level up because those both cards also draw you one into memory. And you will always be able to level up to level 3, so you are not that reliant on all those floating memory cards. And wow, J. Schmidt has access to the dungeon guide he desperately wants. We are losing a prayer, and I suppose this is a hemorrhaging rend, if I'm not too wrong.
Yes, it does look like it is a hemorrhaging rend. Was the other card that
the little squiggle on the top gives it away.
For me, it's the long name.
That works too. Why guess if you can just know? Wonderful, I love it.
And it looks like we're throwing out the early Regal here too.
Yeah, just seeing what your opponent has and how quickly he can level up is pretty good for you.
Not to mention, we could also snipe out some dungeon guides. Might actually be the name of the game here.
And you get to look at a lot of cards here.
But it looks like Guthros is going to respond with something before we start losing this hand.
Ooh. Oh, another spell. Damn, one of the sideboard cards. He actually found it. And yeah.
And a very good answer, because Regal Edition is a spell.
It indeed is a spell. And Gelfos leveling up into level 2 and losing 2 cards. One was a Dungeon Guide of hers, if I'm not too wrong.
Oh, Brick just hiding. Opting to keep the 15 cost likely means that is our first 15 cost being drawn. I would assume,
Yes.
especially after the first Omen.
That is correct. And we see a Liminal Guide hitting the graveyard from the on-enter trigger of CL Omenbringer here. We surely have a second Dungeon Guide, right? 1, 2, and 3? Is it free? Of course it is free.
No, Creative Shock.
Okay.
Psyched you out. Thought it was a Dungeon Guide. And it looks like another
Well,
Liminal got pitched.
Wow, another Liminal Guide hitting the yard here. That is so strong. As soon as you can level up to level 3, most likely now.
Nah, Creative Shock number 2. Nah, it's a Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide number 1. Just what Gelfos needs here.
And that is an
And
annul spell, looks like, getting banished.
And an angelic channeling. So you know what is happening now, Neet? Since we have 2, whenever you level up abilities, or rather 3, you are allowed to stack them in whatever sequence you want. So we are first putting down on top of the deck the 2 cards that got banished with the angelic channeling, and then drawing the 2 cards with the liminal guides. What might have been drawn with those cards? I'm not sure.
It's impossible to tell. There's no
Yeah.
way we can know exactly what those 2 cards were.
You are correct.
We may have to go to the booth to figure out. Booth, we need an instant replay stat.
I'm pretty sure that our production team can just roll back a little bit the stream to see what was drawn.
We're
Okay,
asking
please-
for things
please
we do not
don't.
have.
And yeah, we were for sure talking about the angelic channeling, and we were just memeing a little bit for our production crew.
But yeah, for everybody watching, yeah, we do know, because we stacked the angelic channeling before stacking the 2 liminals. We were able to put the oblation and the regal on top of the deck, and then instantaneously draw them with the liminal guides. So we already have them in our hand,
Yeah.
which
I'm
also
curious to
means
see. I'm super curious to see what Jay Schmidt is now doing with his turn, and if he threw in maybe the dynastic whirlpools as another win condition here, or if it is really just going to town with the Shuangji.
it is such a hard call, because usually the whirlpools are brought in for more of these slower, like grindier matchups. But
Mhm.
what we've seen with the CL so far is it plays a lot more almost like, I don't want to call it an aggro deck, but plays relatively fast for most other level 3 lists. So it's like, it's the question, do you have time to set up the whirlpools? Can you grind out that long? Because we saw how much damage this deck, once we get to those high life totals, how much damage this deck can keep applying every turn.
And here we have a Seething Intercession from Jay Schmidt. Just banishing 3 cards from the top of the deck with a turbocharge. Oh, that's pretty good. A Dynastic Whirlpool and an Engulf. Wow, Engulf being a hit from the Seething Intercession is such a big deal, because it gives you a negate that is basically uninteractable. Whatever you do against this card, and if you flip it face down or just whatever, you cannot get rid of it. Your opponent has 100% of the time access to being it activatable. The only downside is if you don't have enough influence, you can't obviously use it. So Jay Schmidt also materializing the Berserker's Breastplate here and getting rid of another Engulf. Wow.
Ingolf, don't even need him. Except for when we need him.
Yeah, you are correct. I don't need them until I need them. I'm pretty confident in saying we will be seeing the turbocharge being activated for just 2 reserve here and drawing 2 more cards. Just giving us all those sweet resources back. If you look at Gerthos, he's just tilting about 12 cards in his hand or something. He's counting so fast, I can't even
I
keep
think
track
it was
of it.
11. I tried to count along, and it called back to my Sesame Street days.
But isn't there only number 4?
Listen, I had to improvise a little bit.
Okay. You are forgiven here.
Which I will say here, this is going to kind of, with this much influence, if we potentially see the, so I believe do we still have the cremation ritual as one of the omens, or did we potentially move it?
No, it got swapped for the golden checkmate here.
So we did. I didn't catch if we did the swap or not. So yeah, so we are set. Oh, here's the first one.
Mhm.
Which
It
if
seems
do we-
like we are in the end phase.
which do we have? Because there's a potential if we have the other oblation and the Fu Awakening, we could potentially just end the game here, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think you can also just have 3 oblations.
You could also just have 3 oblations. But do we have enough cards for 3 oblations?
It looks like. I'm not super sure. We have 4 in the right hand, and okay. Oh, we are 1 short of triple oblation. I'm so sorry.
So so it looks like if we have the other oblation and the Fu Awakening, this potentially could be the end of this game here. It's coming down to the wire. Everybody at home waiting in anticipation. The casters talking about what's happening.
Or what is not happening. Cards being activated right now.
The production crew putting out fires left and right.
And we see, is this the second oblation? Yes, it is. 3 cards left in hand. So Jay Schmidt has to make a decision. He will be going up to 43 damage at the very least. Do you try to negate here, or do you try to recover out of it? Your opponent has 3 cards in hand. There is a possibility of one of those 3 cards being a fiery interference and just getting rid of your recoverability.
Which now we're coming down to the second.
Okay. So what happens right now is we first let the first Baleful Oblation resolve, take 15 damage, and now Jay Schmidt wants to draw 2 more cards with the Chalice of Blood, since we are above 20 damage counters, to maybe find an answer.
I mean, we
Is
have to.
there an answer?
Ooh.
Oh.
That's a good answer.
That is indeed a good answer. Wow.
That is a very good answer.
So Crimson Prescience says that you name a card, and until the end of your turn, until the end of the next end step, you don't take damage from the named card, and you can name anything you want. In this case, Baleful Oblation got named, and The very cool part about this is that even if Gurthos has a fiery interference in hand, it really doesn't matter in this instance because you will only be put at a 30 damage. And your champion needs to reach a 35 damage counters to lose the game here. Gurthos getting out the Devouring Malice here for 1 counter. Let's see what he wants to do with it. The card has 3 modes, and you can activate every mode only once. One is put 3 debuff counters on target ally as a spell. One is deal 3 damage to target unit as a spell, to target champion, I'm sorry. And you recover 3. And the last one is deal 8 unpreventable to your champion, and you get to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, it's likely going to hold the Malice, I would assume here, and either use it as a way to wrap up the end of turn or present a lethal line if we need to, or in a very, very bad, unfortunate situation, potentially use the hold to draw some additional cards. And we are seeing the pass and turning the Oblation into an Omen.
And the dreaded question: how many cards left in deck?
How many of those you got? What are you looking at? How many? What's that pool looking like? 30. We just got the confirmation of the count. 34 in deck, meaning 2 Whirlpools does not mill out the list yet.
But 2 Whirlpools and the Regal. And a very interesting line here is that Gurthos kind of presenting lethal here with the Malice being on the board already. Because during the recollection phase, J. Schmidt will be taking 3 damage from the Berserker's Breastplate to draw 1 more card. And with the Devouring Malice being able to deal 3 damage at fast speed, you are kind of presenting lethal here at any point in time moving to the end phase, unless J. Schmidt gets to recover somewhere in between. And then there comes the tricky line with the fiery interference into play. Ooh. Wow, those draws are kind of nasty with Deceiving Intercession.
Yeah, I think the only downside here is that there was no recovery in that stack.
That is correct.
But with the materialization of the Orb of Sealing, I'm thinking we're playing a little bit more defensive, so I do not think we'll see them mill out this turn. Just because I would assume if we were trying to go for the mill out, we would probably go for the bauble. Would most likely be our call. Because you say, because then if we commit everything to the mill out and then we just die it in a turn anyways, we have no way to force Gruthos to draw the card.
If J. Schmidt didn't find any recover cards in all those draws, he is kind of in a very bad spot here because of the spirit he is actually playing right now with the Fortress one. And here we have a Transfusive Aura that says we draw 1 card into memory on enter and we get to recover 2 more. Let's see what Gurthos is doing in response to the card activation.
Yeah, I'm wondering with how we're playing here, I feel like we might have the annul spell for anything that we've tried to play. And because it is a Fantasia, it is also a spell. Yep, and sure enough, there is the annul spell on the Transfusive Aura.
Kinda mean, but yeah.
It's not the end of the world because we can still recover back to a safe-ish range.
If Gurthos has fiery interference in hand, it is kinda doomed if you start recovering now. And if you don't, you lose anyway. The reason is, if you move to your end step, Gurthos is starting to activate most likely the Devouring Malice on your champion. In response, you have to do something And in response to whatever you do, you will get a fiery interference. Unless you exactly have a Pearl Prayer in hand, there's nothing you can do. And then you might just be too short on influence here.
Oh, looks like we are going to opt to dig some additional cards here. Using the Seething.
Yeah, I think Jay Schmidt realized what the line here needs to be to get away this turn.
Exeocyte and 2 Outbursts, I believe. I cannot catch it. Or is that the Enrage? Is the CSR?
And it's Exeocyte, Relentless Outburst, and I think it's also an Enrage, but you don't have any means to attack right now.
Drawing off the Exeocyte, this does also mean the next card we will go ahead and play will be reduced by
Costs
1.
1 less, exactly.
Also sharing the Exeocyte so that everybody, if you need to, you can read the text at home.
Exactly.
One of my favorite things about these sites is like they look so beautiful. Don't get me wrong; they are absolutely beautiful. A very common thing is I'll play like a Terra site, and my opponent goes, "Can I read it?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah. Read
Great,
exactly the name.
I do
And
carry an extra Terra site in the side in the box actually for locals just to be like, okay, I know, I'm aware. Here's the card, just so, just so you can see it.
yeah. And that is sadly how games with Jin at times play out. You play so many recovery cards, but you can't get away with them if you don't
Yeah.
find them.
On top of, we mentioned it very early on, this is a game of influence. One CL can really build up that influence, build up those options to essentially stop a lot of that recovery. And as we saw with the null spell, kind of I think being the MVP of that game, both game 1 and game 2. They are just great ways to essentially stop your opponent from being able to again stay alive. Yeah, a lot of those are spells, a lot of them are um ways to get out of it. So it was a very, very well timed, well positioned. And then, of course, in game 1, it very much could have ended at that moment when we saw the first setup for doing the oblation at the end of turn, and we just barely dragged ourselves out. So it could very much come down to just that turn, and it was, again, as we mentioned, it's an influence game. That's how what oblation needs to do into the mill list, and did very well with
It
it.
is. It indeed is a very influence heavy game. So if you are short on cards and can't control whatever you want to do with your actions against your opponent, you will lose out. The key for game 2 was Gothos having the annul spell against the Regal Inquisition that would allow to Jay Schmidt allowed to foster his game plan in a specific direction tailored against whatever Gothos has, and especially not showing the second baleful oblation he had. That was
Yeah.
very, very important.
Very much so, and I think we mentioned in that game too. If that as we mentioned that Crimson Presence came in as the clutch piece to at least keep us alive, keep us next turn. Because if it was, as you said, it was a fire interference, or if it was a Fu Awakening, either way, the only options to survive were completely shut off. If that was the case scenario, Crimson Presence was the only out, and luckily enough, we got there. We used the ability to draw 2 additional cards off Chalice of Blood and stay alive. Unfortunate, there was still more that we had to eat through. And of course, at the end of the day, Guthros taking it home, going into this event as the only undefeated for the day. Very likely happy with that result. Likely going to either play it out to try for the first place or potentially just, if their opponent's willing, ID it and then have a very chill afternoon. So congratulations to Guthros. I think regardless, you have locked in that invite and you haven't locked in this regional as well. So we are going to go ahead and send it to a quick break as we are getting ready for the last round. There's a lot of logistics we have to do before getting ready for that. So do not go anywhere. Please stick around and we will be right back as we see who is going to be crowned the champion of this online regional. See you all in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for the final and round 6 here at the online regional. Of course, I am NEETfull, joined once again with Garrett. Garrett, are you ready to see who is going to be not only crowned our champion, but to see who is currently fighting their way to lock in one of those top 16 invite cards?
I'm so super ready. And as I promised before, I was keeping a close watch on one of my friends' match, and he sadly won. That means that Idris just lost the last match. I'm super sad and super happy on both ends.
Well, hey, maybe this is the shot to fight the way in, because right now we're having a lot of players. Of course, we're still cleaning up last round, getting everything settled in. And if of course with the regionals we talked about before, and if you're new to maybe the regional format and how this works, we do not do a top 8 or a playoff like you see with like store championships or with something like an ascent. It is going to be whatever is at the end of round 6. That is the lock in. Those are the 16 that are chosen to take that invite card home. And of course, with first place taking the playmat as well for the champion of this event. But of course, the big thing with that is because the biggest piece you want is that invite card, being able to get another point towards your national invite for next year. So a lot of these players are in the point of now we have to kind of think about, do we want to draw? Do we want to play it out? So, and of course, some players are forced to play it out because they have to lock in that spot. And that's kind of where we're going to be taking a little bit of time, figure out who's going to be playing, who's not, and then, of course, pick your feature match accordingly. But Garrett, who right now from this event, with everything we've seen today, has there been any decks that surprised you, or has there been any standout deck lists that you've enjoyed seeing today?
I liked the Wind Merlin deck we have seen in round 1. It is amazing, and it also amazed me that it was still in contention for top 16 the last round, and maybe there is something to be discovered. I'm not super sure, but it looks at least very interesting. And during the next weekend, I will be at an anime convention in Germany where we will also be demoing Grand Archive. And I just might build the deck in case someone else wants to play outside of a demo deck with like a quote unquote real deck. So might be an interesting way to showcase some very interesting interactions and card types and what Grand Archive as a game has to offer. I personally think that Grand Archive is a very cool game, and you have a lot of unique things that distinguish decks from each other. And one of those unique things is, for example, the material deck that we will be seeing in the next round for at least one of our contestants. Since we are seeing the good old Ponytas versus Gojira, Heaven's Favorite, do you have any idea of what rock she's throwing around?
In terms of which Gojira is throwing around,
Yeah,
I believe it's gonna be a water Gembu is what we're gonna be seeing.
that is correct.
Yep. Nothing too crazy in the deck list. Nothing outside of the norm. If you have seen the deck before, it is going to be very much a deck that it's hard to say. Kind of what if the question is, what is its win con? How does the deck win? Really, the
Mhm.
deck wins in 5 or 6 different ways. Is what it feels like. All revolving around self mill, putting as many of your pieces in the graveyard as possible, and then depending on what you mill, what ends up in your graveyard, deciding how you're going to end the game accordingly. So it's a very control focused list. It is a very thought intensive list as well, in terms of playing this. But of course, the other side of that boat being the pony toss. Anybody who may have not seen this deck, this might be your first time seeing what we mean by pony toss. We are using a fun champion, or actually, you know what, Garrett, why don't you tell us a little bit about this deck list? Because I know it is one you personally love.
Kinda not. Okay, so for starters, we are playing the Spirit of Fire. That allows us to, first of all, play all the good fire cards like Creative Shock. What are the other good fire cards? Lava Soul Tiger. Lava Soul Tiger for sure is a very good fire card. And our champion of choice is Vanitas. Vanitas is one of the unique champions that has a base element enabled as soon as you level up to him. So the very moment you successfully materialize your level 1 champion, you enable the wind element. So we are basically playing a 2 base element deck that goes up to level 3 very fast, very rapidly. Because Vanitas Dominus Rex, the level 3 champion without an advanced element, has a unique rule text that reads, you can activate me from the material deck during your main phase. So it's a card that can be negated by negates. For example, Engulf is a negate. or just Frostbind, Astrasiel, and some other things. So the idea of the deck is the first turn, you play a Creative Shock, most likely get a floating memory into your graveyard, go up to Vanitas level 2, then utilize either a Dungeon Guide or if you are playing Besiege the Winds, this one to level up to level 3 and with the materialization, and then go to your level 3 champion after playing most likely either the Red Hair or Dilu, Auspicious Charger. That is the namesake of the deck. You play those strong allies that are horses. That's why we are saying Bonitas, right? And the downside of those cards innately is that they have a Pride 3, but if your champion is level 3, you got it. You don't have any Pride requirement whatsoever. So they are just overstated bodies on the board. And why would you do this, you might ask? I'm glad you are asking, because Vanitas Dominus Rex has an on-hit ability with his innate attack stat of 3. So on champion hit, every materialization until the end of your opponent's next turn costs 1 memory more. It is so strong and annoying to play against this on-hit ability and just get your game plan going, especially if you are a level 3 deck with, let's say, for example, Lorraine, level 1, Wandering Warrior, who basically cheats out a materialization that costs 1 more now. Oh
Yeah,
boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It is definitely backbreaking. Not to mention, not even just the leveling, Kurtz, but whenever you have normal strategies of you want to materialize a GCR, you want to materialize a backup charger, those cards that normally would put you +1 now put you neutral. So it just feels really awkward to have to be like, oh, all these cards I've used to gain influence are now almost useless into this matchup, where materialization kind of feels like a chore into this deck. And that's kind of like the golden rule of Pony Toss, is to essentially make playing Grand Archive is as hard as possible for you if you do not answer the attacks that are coming in.
That is correct. And wow, Jumpsuit Mag starting with a very good start here already. Fractal of Rain imbued, so we having the mill game plan already set up. However, Ripe is not a slouch here, having the 3 of Hearts at their disposal and just going to town, putting 2 damage on the Spirit of Water here, and also having the cardistry ability available. Oh! 2 damage from the Refracting Missile being activated by Jumpshot Mag here on the champion, just to be able to level up with the floating memory here. And I think now the real game starts for both players. We are seeing a glimpse of the material deck, because on enter, the Gojira player has to show what she has at her material deck, just to be sure that there is not suddenly a second Fate Stone in there. 2 cards being milled. One is the Cerulean Decree and one is a Tidestone Bovine that is very alone right now, so not a Bovine. And just collecting 2 quest counters on the champion for those 2 instances of cards being milled.
Yeah, and this is one of the matchups where we may not see in the past you've seen like fast Vanitas get played. This may be one where we don't see the fast level 3 because our opponent is playing water, does have interaction up. We do not want to get caught in a situation where our entire game plan and our win con gets negated.
That is correct. But we are having the liminal guide jumping out of the grave, being a thermal, drawing a card, and the cardistry ability having paid quite a lot of dividends here with discarding the Gentle Respite into drawing one new card. So essentially going +2 this turn. That is so good. Oh, a dungeon guide into level 2. Is this happening now?
Well, I normally would be like, are we risking it? But I think I just saw another dungeon guide in the hand. So there's a chance we are just going to double dungeon guide our way to 3.
That is a very interesting play line, because if you level up with the dungeon... if you activate the second dungeon guide from your hand and your opponent negates it, we are most likely not seeing enough cards for a second negate for just the activated ability of the lineage.
No, we are actually going for the tiger here. And I think
Rawr.
the debate is happening. It looks like we may be debating going for it. No, it looks like we were opting most likely not to.
You know, the third best Grand Archive player on the globe told me once, if you have it, just send it.
Listen, I mean, that's the Texas motto, is if you got it, you got it.
Exactly. Okay, but on a more serious note, there is actually no reason that you would go to level 3 here.
Yeah, it's way too much risk to do it here.
Yeah. And we have a Coniving Plans, just milling 2 cards, getting 1 more quest counter, drawing 1 into memory. Is this now a case where we go up to level 2?
At this point, it may be considered this, because right now with Quotia, we are only a 19 health champion. And if we pass over, we are most likely just going straight into Vanitas level 3. We're probably not going to mess around too much on that. That means we are going to be presenting with the Lava Soul Tiger, being able to start attacking. And the board we have now, I got to do a little bit of math here, but I think that should be 11 damage just on this side of the board. So if there's any other piece of it, if we draw anything else like a Dilu, a Red Hair, anything like that, there's potential we could just present lethal this next turn.
There's a lot of damage on board. You are correct. And okay, Tangu being activated and getting materialized to just get the quest counter, drawing 1 into memory. We are sitting at 6 quest counters. Ooh, that's a little bit of... That's spicy, I would say, almost, right?
Quite a bit spicy.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, and here we have a Freckloff Puller that...
Yep, and
So we are basically sitting now at 7 quest counters, so 2 have to come from somewhere. Otherwise, we might be in a very deep pickle here for the next turn. And here we have the materialization of Vanitas, Dominus Rex, the guy riding on the horses, or more so, the Lava Soul Tiger, one of the best fire cards ever printed. This is going to be very difficult.
Ooh, Red Hair did go. That was one of the ones I think we wanted to see. Also with the Searing Rebuke. Searing Rebuke could also be another fantastic card to see here, but I think it does not matter, because we're just going to go 3 and then say, yep, Vanitas is going to attack for 3. If we get the on-champion hit, materializations will cost 1 more. One of the more frustrating things as well with Vanitas level 3 you'll learn is the fact that it is an on-hit, not based on how much damage that is done like the original level 2. So this means if you do any way to get extra damage in, get around prevention, or sometimes put a hammer in his hand, there's a lot of times he just says, oops, I hit you for 1 only. Oh, it'd be a shame if you still had to pay more for everything.
Yeah, it would be certainly a shame, right? And it seems like Jumpshot Mag is debating how to interact with the swing here. What is it going to be? Quickly checking how much floating we have. Maybe it doesn't really matter for the materializations. Still pondering all those possible choices, and we are just taking it. With that, the on hit happens, and now the cat is coming. Would a tiger actually eat a turtle? Well, whatever.
We're asking the real questions here.
And the tiger connects, and we have a brisk wind trotter. Oh my. Another horse. That is not to be ridden, but it buffs up all the other cards. And here we see a Cerulean Decree just negating the card activation and drawing one into memory with the immune cost. And we are just attacking more and more.
So it does mean we are not going to put at lethal here, but that being said, we are only 2 away from presenting lethal. Now, this also does mean that if we need to, we could potentially use the polar depths to guarantee the flip of the turtle if we would need to. But that being said, it looks like we might be just digging for floating to see if we just can present lethal through, I would assume, a stratagem here.
I think there are a lot of things you are looking for. One is just finding anything meaningful right now. I'm curious to hear how much floating we have. I think I saw 4 actually. Might be 5. So that is for sure not enough for a lethal with a stratagem.
Also, important update: we did get a reply in chat. Tigers eat turtles.
Oh, that is for sure the most important reply I have gotten this night, evening, afternoon. So it is time again for turtle soup. Let's see if Jumpshot Mag might level up into Lugia. We don't see a level up. Okay, just milling. I think I can almost guess what is happening. Gembu is going to get flipped since we are at 9 counters, attacking. And we are using the ability of Gembu and... Okay.
Showing the stratagem with, I believe, enough to present lethal here.
Is it enough?
Well, we're about to find out, I guess. I think that entire hand that he had of, I think, almost 8 cards was all floating memory. Wow.
Okay. I hope we get a confirmation. What actually happened?
Which we only
I think
need
I
to show.
saw 4 or 5 floating memories, so not that many.
We had to show 7 floating for lethal, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
That's
Actually
7.
8. Yeah, and 8 would have been lethal.
Well, it's only at 25, so we only need to do 20. So it's 3 damage per. So we only need
exactly. So if you
7,
have 7 floating memory, you are at 21. Gembu deals 3. So you are at 24. You are 1 off. That means you need 8 damage. Oh, I totally forgot the refracting missile early on into the game. Oh my. So that concluded the game very quickly. And just to clarify, the stratagem of Mirrored Ice was not activated at fast speed, but more so after the attack actually already concluded.
Yeah, it got a lot happened there. We're kind of, I think we're just shortcutting a little bit. in terms of that. But we're just showing our
Yeah.
opponent with hands down, say, hey, I've got a stratagem. There's no response. We good, and then kind of just move it along.
Looking at the sideboards, NEETfull, what would you throw in for Mr. Reap?
Pull 4 Reeb here. What are we looking
Yeah.
at? What are we looking at our sideboard here? Honestly, one of the biggest things I see us potentially bringing in here is going to be that nullifying mirror, being able to turn off the water cards, especially in the situation of being able to shut out a potential option is going to be pretty big. I would
Mm.
not be shocked if the ensnaring fumes came in as just kind of a one of to sit on. Because you're taking a little bit slower, there's an option you could potentially still have enough to do that. And 2 more Lava Soul Tigers aren't the worst, especially in a game where you need to be able to play this more blitz strategy, as we saw, and
Mm.
being that close to lethal with having the Lava Soul, if we can just replicate that again, there's a chance we could just wrap up the game.
I think Scatter Essence is also a very big card. Especially if you go on to level 1 Vanitas, then level 2 with the dungeon guide, and then activate the Scatter Essence on a Fractal of Rain, because it is a spell you will get the 1 damage bonus on the attack, be able to level up with the floating and the 2 cards that you just used, and hit 4. So getting rid of those Fractal of Rains is pretty good. Looking at Jumpshot Max sideboard, I can see another Engalf coming in, a Frozen Dismissal, and Song of Frost and Shade Mist Priestesses are pretty good card.
Shade Mist is actually it's a big sleeper hit into this list. Primarily because you'll notice a lot of that damage that was coming in early game and late game came from things like 1/3s and 1/1s. So being able to have the Shade Mist to essentially negate, if you will, all those attacks
Mm.
is pretty backbreaking. And Venus doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with a stealth unit.
I think there is only Dream Fairy and maybe some damage spells that can deal with the Shade Mist.
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing, it's I think Stifling Trap and Dream Fairy.
Hmm. And here we see a Gentle Respite just hitting the grave to level up. Going to turn, recollecting all those cards. This Thronekeeper Bullfrog will be a nightmare to deal with. For Vanitas, this matchup is actually not a very good, even though the first game might give you a different impression here. The Gembu deck by default plays a lot of very annoying cards to deal with for Vanitas, namely Negates, Interceptors, Song of Frosts, Gembus, Gembus.
What's the big turtle they play? The one that like the big gets stronger when they pay 3 based on water cards.
The Rippleback Terrapin.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
It is just very hard to deal with all those attack interaction that water innately has, especially in the Kujia Gembu lists. So you are in a rough spot to begin with.
Yeah, not to mention it is Gembu is one of the few decks in the game where you can get away with not materializing a lot of cards once you're level 1. Because once you're level 1, you can really kind of just forego a lot of the cards because they're very situational pieces. So a lot of times in a deck like this, where all your situational pieces don't really matter, you can kind of just be like, I guess I just draw cards and play 1-to-1 interaction for a while until I'm ready to win the game.
Especially since some of your interactions just go neutral, like
Yeah.
Cerulean Decree or Froststorm Paladin. Somewhat of an interactive card, but not so much.
Ooh, and we're playing the Beseech the Winds to go to level 2.
Okay. Which card are we keeping? Losing a Gentle and I couldn't see the second card. Could you make out what it was?
I did not, unfortunately, catch it.
Let's see what is happening now. Fractal of Sparks. Okay, that is interesting. So we are slowly chipping away at the little girl.
And the big thing with Fractal Sparks in this list, some people may be wondering why Fractal Sparks. Is it just there for the Fractal? Kind of what the idea is. The big thing that we're using this for is you saw last game, we unfortunately banished it pretty early, is the card Searing Rebuke. Searing Rebuke has a very specific text that says anytime you are going to take damage, you prevent that up to 3. Or in this case, the next 3 damage you take is prevented. And every time you prevent damage, you get to deal 3 back to a target. Now, the key word there is each time you prevent. So if you can divide up that 3 into instances of 1, you can essentially turn what would be normally 3 damage back at your opponent into up to 9. So if we can do a trick of saying, ooh, Searing Rebuke in response to the attack on me that might be for like 3, where I normally don't do that, say, shoot myself for 3 off the fractal and get that bonus 3 and then use the last 2 to prevent. So just as another way to squeak out some damage from Searing Rebuke, nice little tech piece, and is also an awesome way to get around a big taunt idiot like a certain turtle that we mentioned earlier, like the Terrapin.
That is correct. And Searing Rebuke has, for the dealing damage part, this is a class bonus for the Cleric. As someone in chat pointed out very correctly. And Vanitas attacking the Thronekeeper Bullfrog here, and he takes 3 damage. Fluffy Shopkeep, is he finishing off the Toad? The
Looks
Toad
like it.
is gone.
But this does mean the Toad did exactly what we needed to, and it did buy us an extra turn.
It might even have given us the time we needed just to be able to get something going with those cards in the graveyard.
I've been playing Conniving Plants, progressing our strategy even further, replacing itself, keeping true to the name of the game with Gembu.
Exactly. Every card you play basically stays neutral. And you might just even be coming ahead with cards being milled by the floating memory. And Tango being materialized by Jump Shot Mag. Drawing 1 into memory, so we are looking at 2, 4, 6, 7. Is it 10 or 11 influence? I can't really tell, but one or the other. It's an absurd amount of cards for sure. Froststorm Paladin being activated, just good old defensive card, giving you 1 influence back and being a 3/4 stat line that is hitting.
Yeah, at this point,
Shopkeep. Okay.
yeah, I'm not surprised here. Just because if we opt to use our attacks for the turn to go for the Paladin to clear, that is essentially doing the same job of it. Or of course we have a Bullfrog, you know. Like, I was wrong. That's on me. I am the one who spoke too soon. But this is absolutely this is a situation Vanitas does not want to find themselves in, where you want to be able to pressure your opponent, you want to keep doing that damage, being able to go through defenses. But now we have essentially presented what is likely going to be 2 turns of additional defenses to let Gembu just mill itself more, get even closer to flipping that Gembu over, which likely with this many cards in, I would be shocked if we don't have either a fugue or another way to just win off of this massive graveyard we're already building up.
The issue with Game Boy as a deck is at times the gods are not very giving to you with drawing things that kill your opponent. So it might just be one of those games here.
I mean, a worst case scenario, we've got a 3/4, so that's a that's our out.
That's a 9-turn clock. That is correct. And the 3 of hearts just getting rid more or less of the Thronekeeper Bullfrog, the second one here. Giving all those sweet floating memory cards, and sensor being fracturized. Awesome. So we can actually use the floating memory that we have in the yard again. Going up to Gojira level 2. Are we just getting the quest counters here? It seems like Jump Shot Mag is debating to just draw. Okay. No kill inside this turn, I suppose. The Fates don't trigger, just milling an Ingolf and a Creative Shock for both players, respectively.
Yeah, which I wouldn't be shocked if you called it. That, yeah, sometimes sometimes Gembu, it's very, very difficult to find your win con. And I'm wondering if that's kind of what we're drawing the cards. Is like, we've got the defenses. We've got every way. Well, yeah, we have the defenses. We just need something to end this game.
That is correct. Sometimes you just need a little bit of patience with the deck itself. If you draw often enough, you will find what you need. Worst case, you just need to mill 53 cards, right? Since then you have the Tabula of Salvage accessible. And a Tidestone Bovine, okay. Just getting a little bit of damage in, and more importantly, getting all those cards in the yard. And we found a Spalling Cleanse and a Seaside Ringleader here. Seaside Ringleader is pretty good. Worst case, we draw a card with it, and best case, we just buff our animals. And
yeah, it's probably one of the strongest cards for Gambit. One of the few cards in the deck where we're milling it is actually more beneficial than drawing the card.
Kinda not. It actually depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for an ally that chips away at your opponent, I think the Seaside Ringleader is a pretty good one to throw down.
That is true. That is true. And maybe that's how we win this game right now. Is it's just we have out on a we're currently, because the it looks like the Paladins are playing board clear right now. We are currently on a 25 turn clock with Bovine.
If only the Bovine attacks, so we are at a 24 turn clock left. That is correct. It is very difficult for Vanitas to establish a board once you fall behind this much, since in essence, the deck is actually an ally deck, even though you might not realize it with the fast line to level 3 and just getting the champion and do things with him. And here we have a Brisk Windtrotter being very lonely on board.
Which likely means we are not seeing the ally package that we want at this point. I don't know if I said that sometimes that's with Vanitas, that's where you run into this issue of sometimes you just don't see the other horses that you want to see.
That is correct. And it seems like we are looking what to do here. Okay. Now we know what happened. So by accident, the Froststorm Paladin got put into the graveyard before it actually died, because Jump Shot Mag mistook the damage that Vanitas does for 4 instead of 3.
Could you imagine if it was 4 damage for Vanitas every turn?
I can, but I don't want to.
That is the response.
The issue is with 4 being a one above almost all cheap damage prevention cards. So you will get hit by the on hit regardless of what you activate, unless you have like a Crystallized Destiny or something along those lines. That is why going to level 3 Vanitas with a spell being activated before is so strong, because you more or less bypass all the generic damage prevention abilities to negate the on-hit. And here we have seen for Jump Shot Mech the materialization of an enfeebling orb just for good measure, and the Unbroken Mustang coming into the game here for Jump Shot Mech, just getting rid of the Nullifying Lantern. So we have water cards again in the graveyard. And since we activated in the recollection phase the Seaside Ringleader, the horse comes in with a buff. It seems like Kojia is more so riding the horses here instead of Vanitas, I would say.
I would have to agree. And yeah, we have essentially seen, I feel like we've seen everything we want in this matchup, which is crazy. Besides Give Bath, I do have to say, I think a Give Bath would have really like have saved us a lot of these allies so far. Chat, you are right.
Sometimes a Spalling Cleanse might be good enough as a shower. No? But it is very telling. The Jump Shot Mech is basically finding everything he needs to out of the rocks that get thrown into his way here. And just not finding the win condition as it seems. At worst case, Gembu's flip is now available, and yeah, I think this is looking very dire here.
Yeah, very much so. And even the smoke bomb now, even if we smoke bomb the Paladin, there's a chance we could just put the Gembu in the way.
And just saying Vanitas gets -3 attack and I draw 1 card into memory is good enough here. Wowzers. Wowzers, wowzers. This is one of the strong lines for Gembu here against this Vanitas. It is easier to just say, your attack does no damage than just getting rid of the attack at all. Since the Cerulean Decree is an influence neutral card, it just gives your opponent a little bit of information here, what you might be plotting. And here we have the Tithe Proclamation. NEETfull, do you remember what the card does?
Yeah, weirdly enough, yes. It's been a hot moment. But Tithe Proclamation is a 1-cost regalia. When it comes into play, draw a card. But the piece we care about is that during the turns, players are only able. By the way, this means both you and your opponent. You cannot draw more than 3 cards each turn, unless it is the first turn of the game. Now, first turn is mainly in there just so we can't cheat it out and then have our opponent in the old rules where we would essentially cheat it out, and then we used to, when we play our spirits, it used to be at the beginning of our turn, so you could technically cheat it if you had way to beseech it out and your opponent hasn't had spirit yet. They would only draw 3. Obviously, don't want that, so that's why that text is at the end. But the most important thing is decks like Lorraine or Merlin's, where they are going to things like Ghost of Pendragon, loop some stuff, try to draw 4 or 5 cards a turn. This is a way to shut it out. Now, we have not seen that strategy as prevalent as we have in the past, but it is still a piece that is very nice, especially with the return of Win Crux Lorraine. So cool to see the card back, but also means we do have to remember that that trigger is on the board. It's something that we are all in the habit of sometimes forgetting.
You remember how we were talking about Searing Rebuke and just negating a little bit of damage to deal a lot of damage to your opponent? This is exactly what is happening now. Searing Rebuke got activated in response to the Tidestorm Bovine, if I'm not too mistaken here, and preventing a little bit of damage. And now we have 2 prevention left. We are for sure seeing a ping on our own champion here to deal 3 more damage. I'm pretty certain. Oh, we don't. Oh, getting out the Safeguard Amulet as a layer of defense against the Stratagem of Mirrored Eyes here. That is pretty nice and foresightful.
especially because we've already seen 2 Fracturizes.
Mhm.
2 Fracturizes get played, so we do probably feel pretty safe making the safeguard now.
The safeguard is safe. Yes. It's double safe. But
Now, that being said, we do have a pretty hefty board of allies to have to work through.
ooh, we finally have a free force. Dilo is there. Dilo for the rescue. It seems like you need to be starting.
We're going to
Okay.
say no.
Yeah. Yeah, against water decks at times you feel so oppressed because whatever you try to accomplish is a very moot point. And the second Dilo coming down, is there another negate in Jump Shot Max Hand? Doesn't seem like it, but we are seeing Gembu being flipped here. Just to have another layer of protection to deny your opponent whatever they want to do.
Yeah, that or we may potentially have the with this many water cards, nothing stopping us. We may have drawn the fugue here.
I think at this point it doesn't even matter. You just need a couple more turns, right?
Oh yeah, we're in a very good position here. Oh, during recollection.
The Seaside Ringleader drawing the first card of the turn into memory here. Now during the draw phase, drawing the second card for turn. That means we have one left to draw. And the Tidestone Bowvine starting the onslaught of attacks here. Milling our opponent here.
At this point, I think we have enough water that we're not that worried about putting any more in our. And there's not many, of course, not many Regalia probably left to materialize. So, for us,
That is correct.
likely not much reason for additional float, not much reason for having additional value out. This is more of just let's get this board cleared. Let's keep, as you mentioned, just keep turning the dude sideways, and eventually we're going to get there.
That is correct. There is not much that can deal with the Gembu here right now, unless we find the ensnaring fumes if we sideboarded it in, and then we are at best buying one more turn, and then the allies just come down again.
Which I think, Lethal is already on board with exactly 12 damage right now. So that is going to be the concession. No other other options to try to survive. We could try to maybe use our attack to clear some of the board, but at the end of the day, it just means buying one more turn and not much way out of there to try to wrap up this game. So congratulations to Jump Shot Mac taking it down with Water Gembu. Likely potentially locking their spot into this top 16 with a very well play. And again, goes to show the power of Gembu. Like, this is a deck that comes in and out of the meta quite often. You see it kind of rotate back in as kind of, again, people get more greedy. You see it kind of rotate out as people start answering it more. But it is still a deck that is very, very strong. It is very control heavy. It has a lot of answers. And of course, a lot of ways to win, as we saw there, where sometimes it's one game we'll go for a crazy stratagem and do 20. The other game we'll let Paladins show why Paladins are very, very good.
It turns out a 3/4 for free that replaces itself is very, very good. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Yeah, indeed. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that turtle could do so much work?
Yeah, Gembu is a very annoying ally to deal with, especially for attack-focused strategies, as we have just seen now. As soon as Gembu is there and you can't get rid of all the water cards in the graveyard, or just force a lot of interaction from your opponent, the turtle is staying there and protecting their champion. as the turtle should. I have to say. Wow,
very
what intense games we had today.
Yeah, a lot of water, a lot of control, but also a lot of aggro. Out on the field today. And again, goes to show there still is a lot of kind of variance in what we've seen. Of course, CL still showing how powerful CL can be. Oblation being a very strong list, and of course, we also got to see Water Gen, a list that we saw kind of break out at, I believe it would have been, we saw kind of it floating around a little bit before US Nats, but kind of really kind of started showing a lot of its new tech at US Nats, and from there kind of just evolved into what we see now. So a lot of really cool decks today, and of course, being able to see some people take some additional takes on Merlin, or in this case, Ponytail or Sheen counter Merlin as well, was really cool to see. And on top of that, just being able to see some of these more aggressive strategies the decks are taking into like this more greedy style go fast meta. So
Yeah.
we'll see if this is anything to tell that we'll see here at the World Championship at the end of next month. But I am excited to see where this goes.
Not only you, I'm also super excited to see what Worlds is going to be provide for us deck wise and what the contestants for the championship will be cooking up. Don't forget, we have the gauntlet, so it's basically a last chance qualifier for a couple selected ones that might make it into Worlds, and then of course we have the World Championship with a 2-day event where you also get to switch decks if you feel so. Right? So there are a couple interesting strategies that might people try to pull off, as we have seen. True Champion Gaming last year played during the Gauntlet, I believe it was the auction, then during the first day of Worlds for all the qualified players. They played a different deck, and Terry for the top 8 then played Fire Aggro Zender. Was it Zender? I'm not
Correct,
super
yep.
sure.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
it was Fiza. Yeah, so it was
Okay.
and then Bobo returning in kind with the Shadow Strike Tristan. That was the grand final. So I'm excited to see what we're gonna see going into this, what the deck is gonna be. I have a sinking suspicion that CL might be very well positioned to do some damage here.
Oh,
But
really? It's almost like dealing 15 damage at fast speed to everything on the board outside of your champion is pretty good.
It turns out it is pretty good. It is pretty strong. And looking here at the standings where we are now, I believe I'm double checking to verify, but I believe with an ID at the last round, Guthros will be taking that number 1 spot at a 501 record. And I do not see anybody else potentially challenging for that spot. So, very likely, congratulations to Guthros taking down this regional and stealing first place. And of course, a big congratulations as well to a lot of other competitors who have also locked in their spot into that top 16. And of course, we have a couple more rounds like this one we saw fighting for that last spot to hopefully bring home one of those invites. Which, as a reminder to everyone, that those invites is going to be for the next national season, as this one is over. This is everything is locked in. The world's is set, and that grand stage is open. So be aware that this is going to be for next season, and this is going to be that card that carries over. And I believe this is going to be the one of the last regionals as well for this season. I think there's maybe one or two. I think maybe outstanding, and that's it.
I think
So
this weekend should be a couple more, but that's about it.
yeah, I think this is pretty close to the end of the season.
I vaguely remember Stevo said something about tomorrow being a regional where he is going to be taking part in. And yeah. So not too many left for everyone curious.
Yeah, not many left at all. As this is the wrap. We're getting to wrap of RDO, and wow, what a season it has been. That we have seen a lot of shifts. We have seen new proxy of vault cards come in. We have seen changes to proxy of vault cards, and we have seen absolute crazy bans, unbans as well. What a what an insane season RDO has been for, again, one of the biggest sets for Grand Archive, some of the biggest changes, the biggest mix-ups. And we have seen both cards that we thought were going to be the Hail Marys, the most overpowered cards possible, kind of fall a little bit short. And then, of course, we have seen other breakout cards kind of show that maybe there's still some more cooking you need to do with. I didn't think Ayla would be that card, and wow, did I underestimate how strong that ally was going to end up being?
You are correct. And Ayla, for example, being one of the breakout cards that enabled a couple decks that are kinda new on the radar, with Windcrux being now one of those decks. I have not seen this coming. So wow, crazy season if you think about it. We have gone to basically only Water Aether Wing and Oblation and Sirio into all those wind decks, into more variety, mill decks now being a thing. Let's just reminisce a little bit about the Umbra Alice deck from Southeast Asia Nationals that took down the event with a big whoosh that no one had expected at all, right? I haven't seen this coming at all. I knew this deck was somewhat of a thing, but it honestly seemed more like a meme to me than anything else.
Yeah, it's very much so. As somebody who is not a fan of Mill personally, I will say this is a season I did not expect Mill to be the one of the breakout decks, but we have so much healing now. We have so much defensive pieces, and we are seeing a lot more interaction, especially more flexible interaction. Is one of the big things I think is like the tell of the season is just interaction good. Who knew?
Yeah, but it turns out if you die turn 2, it's not good anymore, because then you don't have time to interact, right?
Yeah, true. True. Well, hey, we have a couple of closing out. Of course, once again, congratulations to everybody who played today, and congratulations to our top 16 as we are still getting that wrapped up. But also, we are in the middle of the spoiler season here for the next set. And if you are excited for some more spoilers, I do have a couple of announcements for some additional ones that will be around the corner. If you have not checked them out already, and if you are a fan of Pantheon, and if you are a fan of more of this new format, check out Mental Boon this Monday. They are going to be dropping their spoiler around 6 p.m. Pacific. So if you want to see kind of what they have to show and maybe a little bit of spice that they have, I've heard from Once in Love that what they got is pretty spicy. So tune in, check out to see what they got. And of course, if you're not happy with just one spoiler from them, I heard there is also going to be another one on the Serene Balance podcast for the spoiler for the Thursday live stream. So if you are going to be sticking around to watch some more weekly Grand Archive, you want to see some of our weekly event, make sure you tune in. I believe I will be on that week. Most likely, or maybe I'm subbing out for somebody else. But that way you can get another sneak peek at the next set. And of course, as we mentioned with Valkyrie earlier, we are only seeing about 8% of the set so far. So anything could shake up what we've already seen, and potentially with that new seasonal ban list, really shake up deck building. So tune in, get your insight about what's coming, and of course, live the hype train with us as we get ready for the next set. And I don't know about you, but I am very excited for some cyberpunk-esque format going into the next set.
Oh, I'm super excited for Dante level 4 and getting the mastery on board. Reading a book while playing a card game is awesome.
Listen, I am ready to be like, what are you doing? And you just get out and just like drop the book on the table. Just be like, this is my mastery, my dude.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Well, that is it from my side. Garrett, do you have anything else you want to say to the people at home, or anything else you want to shout out to anybody?
Just don't forget to follow for one's Mental Boon, Siren Balance Production, True Champion Gaming on all those social platforms, being it YouTube, Twitter. I guess that's it. And also joining all those Discord servers to take part in every weekly event. We have NA League that is hosted by True Champion Gaming. Then for the EU, we have the Cake TCG Discord server where weekly events are happening. And also don't forget to join Merlin's Marketplace, your area to pick up your singles, and I mean cards.
Yeah, to get your hot local single cards in your area. So,
Or not so much in your area. One or the
well,
other.
yeah, maybe a little bit far from your area, but well, again, thank you all so much, and of course, biggest shout out again to True Champion Gaming for helping put on this event, putting on another regional, and doing a lot of logistics, and of course, Serene Balance Productions for also doing the lifting on a lot of the stream, a lot of the casts that you guys at home can enjoy. Us as the casters can then yap about the game with you guys instead of just yapping to our family who has no understanding of what we're talking about. So thank you all again. I hope you all had a good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you're tuning in. And if you are Garrett, you're ready to get some much needed sleep. If you are me here in Texas, I am ready to grab some much needed food. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Again, once again, congratulations to all our winners. And if you want some more Grand Archive, of course, follow us on Twitter. Twitter as well. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on YouTube and get up to date on some of more action that is going to be coming your way. So thank you all again, and we will see you all later.